He takes out both JP and has to hold on to this hill and get his team to lead. There goes the example of Angel doing it all by himself. He goes on the collection Swooty double onto Mason and Strays. That's going to be...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your Splitgate Pro Series relegation matches. Blue and I didn't actually leave the desk. We've been sitting here the entire time since yesterday, just waiting for these matches to come up. So yeah, I think we're excited to see this one, get into this one. Again, it's going to be Welsh Mania and Immortal from your Friday matches going up against your 7th and 8th seed in the Pro Series standings. So that's going to be Elevate and the Pioneers, and they will be fighting essentially for, well, if you're Elevate and the Pioneers, your survivability in the Pro Series, or if you're Immortals and Welsh Mania, you're trying to knock one of these guys out and take that Pro Series spot. So these matches are going to be electric today too, just like yesterday. But before we get into that, of course, we want to mention and ask if you have Amazon Prime. This is 3 days in a row now. If you don't have Amazon Prime by now, I can't force you to get it. I'm not your mom, okay? I can't do this for you, but you can certainly do it yourself. If you have Amazon Prime, you have access to Prime Gaming. Prime Gaming has a series of unique benefits, again, that Prime members can take advantage of. This includes free games every single month. You know what's better than paying for games? Free games. Every single month that are yours to download and enjoy. You also get a slew of snazzy in-game items for your favorite titles like Splitgate, like we've been watching all weekend here, and more. You can also get things like skins for weapons or characters, consumables, or other things to help you elevate your gaming experience. Speaking of Elevate, they're going to be playing today. But wait, there's more! With Amazon Prime, you can also get a free Prime sub to use on Twitch every single month. Every month you get a free Prime sub, not just one. And it can help support your favorite content creators. Who doesn't want to do that? So, again, what are you waiting for? I'm not your mom. Sign up, connect your accounts, and start claiming today. You can check out all of those offerings at www.gaming.amazon.com. All right. So, with that out of the way, we want to kind of go into a quick little recap, a little breakdown of these two Challengers teams who are going to be battling against our Pro Series teams here today. Again, we saw them duke it out in the previous Friday matches. Of course, Welsh Mania came out on top. They were looking super solid. And, you know, some of those players even have SPS experience. We saw Momo subbing in for Maddie on Xset finishing in second. So, you know, these teams are nothing to kind of dismiss when it comes to the Splitgate Pro Series. Super solid squads, super solid rosters, and they really played their hearts out on Friday, and today they're going to be going up against those Pro Series teams in Elevate and the Pioneers. So I'm excited to really get into this one. I think it's going to be an exciting day here, Blue.
Yeah, it should be noted as well here, of course, because Splitgate's a pretty tight-knit community. I don't think that our Challenger teams are going to be any slouches in any of these matchups as well. I would expect them to perform right up to par for our SPS teams. As we see them play, I would assume, off the streams and like scrims and stuff like that as well. So these guys are going to be more than ready, I think, for the challenge in front of them today. Yeah,
it's going to be an exciting one for sure. And then, of course, they got a little bit of a break, too. They didn't have to play back-to-back, so they got a little bit of time to maybe even do some scouting against some of these Pro Series teams. And like you mentioned, it is a tight-knit community, so it wouldn't surprise me if they've kind of scrimmed or even with mixed rosters against each other. So they're definitely going to be coming in prepared. I think the big thing for me is, you know, Elevate and Pioneers, though, while we mentioned the scrims, pickup games, that sort of thing, they've had, you know, 5 weeks, 7 match days of playing against the best of the best. So at the very least, they have all of that experience kind of under their belt to bring into today. So let's take a look at our format and see what's going to be going down here with the relegation Relegation Series. Again, it's the bottom 2 Pro Series teams and the top 2 Challenger Series teams duking it out in a double elimination bracket. There's not going to be any grand final, so we're kind of going to blue ball you guys a little bit and not declare a first place, I'll be honest. But we will have, you will be able to look forward to that next Pro Series season where whoever essentially qualifies here today will then be going against those Pro Series teams. And then, standard things here, best of 5 matches with map bans, and those top 2 teams, like we mentioned, going to qualify for the fall season. So taking a look at your bracket here, here's how things are going to shake out. On that first match, we are going to be watching Elevate go up against Immortal, and the Pioneers go up against Welsh Mania. And then, of course, with the double elimination, those 2 teams will be dropping into losers, and the rest of the teams will duke it out. I think the Pioneers versus Welsh Mania matchup has me really excited because Pioneers was one of those teams, like we mentioned, that really the record didn't kind of quantify how much they'd actually improved. They caught a lot of tough breaks, a lot of tough matchups, things just not going their way. So Welsh Mania looking like the strongest team that we saw from Challengers going up against the Pioneers. I'm really interested to see how well both of these matches shake out.
I think for both Pioneers and Elevate, we saw over the course of the SPS season, they had the fundamentals down. It was just when things got pushed against them inside of more rough matches for them, they struggled to kind of adapt in those sort of environments. So they're going to have an easier time with that today. We'll have to see what their opponents in Welsh Mania and the other guys throw at them, of course, but that's going to be what I'm paying attention to when we start getting into these maps.
Yeah, so let's take a look at your maps. We'll go to King of the Hill on Club Silo for map number 1, a team deathmatch on Abyss for map number 2, Domination will be map number 3 on Helix, and then a King of the Hill map 4 on Pantheon, and a TDM on Atlantis. So looking at these, the one thing that sticks out to me is that TDM on Abyss. I think that's one of those snowball type series, snowball type maps, and we saw those TDMs map number 2 kind of be swing states almost for a lot of the matches yesterday, so I'm wondering if we'll see some parity with that here today.
Yeah, that's going to be the big question here, is the objective versus the fragging rules here, and we even see that inside of the objective games too. We can kind of predict it a little bit. If one team is out-fragging the other, but the less fragging team wins, we'll be a little bit worried for them going into that second map, as we can see sometimes they tend to struggle as the objective switches to TDM, but we'll find out, of course, as I believe we're going to be getting live now with the first map.
Yep, loading in to Club Silo. And we'll be starting on board with Venopius. He was turning up on Friday. We'll see if he can continue that success here today. Has this high catwalk. Going to be putting a couple shots down range. It does look like Strafe will fall to Reticle, who I believe did have a nice little carbine play. Swishers and Bloxer picking up kills for themselves as well. So that hill is going to swing over into Immortal's favor despite Elevate's kind of initial push onto it. Now we have Reticle here with that sniper, has Darth in his sights, but Swishers with that shotgun manages to take down Daybreak as well. So it's a really solid start for Immortal here.
Reticle specifically doing some fantastic work with the overwatch from up on top of the map. Having to be a little bit careful here with the play from Darth. Unfortunately, I think it's team shot by potentially more than one player, but not looking like it now that we see Darth's own POV. Swishers will be able to take him out, getting revenge. Immortal has a bit of a comfortable lead right now at about 15 seconds for this early in the game. We got a new hill coming up as well, and Swishers immediately is going to jump on top of that. Does have a little bit of resistance here from Elevate, but he already knows how to handle this. He's getting in the way of the rotation points. Going to try and deny any entry here from Elevate, and so far doing a fantastic job of that, but no, Elevate finds a way to sneak in on the back flank, and they knock out the entirety of the roster from Immortal.
Yeah, that's a great push from Elevate there, going 4 down. They're also going to be able to secure some of those power weapons that were dropped if they kind of walk over those. I believe Daybreak did get that shotgun, so he's going to look to try to assist his team in holding this site. Will eventually fall to Reticle. Reticle really putting in the work in the slaying department right now, so 2 down for Elevate is going to keep this hill in a constant state of flux with Immortal just having a few seconds here to rally. Looks like Swishers will join up with the squad in this hill. Flanks coming in from that opposite side. So Swisher's going to try to play this one patient and maybe just wait for this rotation and give up on that prior hill.
Swisher's trying to work himself in there and more so get himself out of a bad scenario. Won't work out, but thankfully the player that killed him has already been exchanged back out. So Elevate taking them a few moments, it seems, to get control over this situation, but they are quickly coming back, only 10 seconds behind the scoreline from Immortal now. Immortal themselves trying to play onto the hill, but having some trouble working their way over there. You can say the same for Elevate, though. Both teams kind of split up right now, trying to get some sort of formation going. That's leading just a lot of random frags going on across the map. The moment, though, it is looking like Elevate starting to get a nice read on things, especially with Strafe hitting those sniper shots like that. The Reticle will finally take him out in the tower, and that'll destabilize things a little bit as we attempt to see the players from Elevate get back over towards the hill.
Yeah, especially Darth really popping off in that kill department, doing a decent job of the objectives. He's going to take down Venopius there. Will be flanked out by that portal play from Reticle, so a nice response coming through. We'll hop on board over with Strafe as he looks to find an insertion into this hill. Does spot Venopius again. Not going to chase that one down. I like the patience. Just making sure his teammates are here with him to make this push completely overtake on the hill. They managed to do so for now. We'll see Strafe reposition into this high ground, but that is going to allow Immortal to come around and get into that hill, start racking up this time, and take the lead.
Nice drop down here from Daybreak, and it'll lead into an easy triple kill for himself. Follows it up with the first one on top, and then is able to get that nice two-piece down below with the shoddy. Great control is going to be extended for Elevate as a result of those frags, and pretty much outright denial of most of the plays from Immortal here. Now they need to try and line up a portal wall to work their way back into it, but again, Daybreak putting his foot forward, taking the right notes here. He's going to be able to push out, stop the play from at least that one member of Immortal, and still lock in more and more hill time here for Elevate, as they're about 30 seconds ahead of Immortal now.
Yeah, that shotgun with this hill combo, and he's got Sucky with him to help stop any of these pushes that come through from Immortal. So this is a really, really nice stretch of hill time for Elevate on this one, and he's going to trade out that shotgun for the SMG, which will all but ensure they secure the rest of this hill time before being forced to rotate. They have a nice little angle on that hill that is upcoming, so Daybreak will push out, try to find a way to get into this hill, start contesting it, because for the time being, it looks like Immortal does have a pretty decent setup here. 3 stacked in that hill, but the AR from Daybreak going to do enough damage that Immortal goes 3 down.
Got to be careful stacking your players up to the degree we just saw for Immortal there, and makes it all too easy for Elevate's players to spam in with their weapons and knock them out one by one, as we just saw. It's going to be a quick change of hands on this hill, going into the favor of Elevate now as they continue to excel with their lead, now at nearly a minute ahead of the Immortal roster here. Immortal trying to find their way back into it, and Stripe specifically trying to survive against Venopius, but it's not going to work out. He gets the better of him. Venopius, of course, will get traded. We'll see a whole flurry of frags go out. No one really controlling anything right now, but it's still Elevate with the hill, and that's what matters as they continue to surge ahead with the lead.
Yeah, Elevate has a nice little setup here after they had that overtake, and it's really just them chaining together some of these kills in that slaying department. You see 2 members for Elevate dropping 20 bombs already as we hit the halfway mark in this match. So that's just proved tough for Immortal to kind of battle back from when these shots are so on point, but Swishers will find his mark there onto Daybreak. So here's Sucky trying to make something happen, but he will fall to Bloxer as well. So Immortal doing a really good job of holding what is historically a really difficult hill to maintain control over.
Elevate continuing to excel here, just having knocked out 3 of 4 of the members of Immortal. Everyone except for Reticle going down there. Reticle going to need to wait, of course, for his teammates to come back up, but thankfully that's pretty quick in Splitgate. We've already got most of Immortal ready to make another play out towards the middle, but you can see Elevate has Overwatch for that push specifically. Someone's probably upstairs firing in shots against these players too, so making it quite difficult to get any type of impact going against this hill hold, which is actually quite surprising. This is one of the more difficult hills to hold to this proficiency, but Elevate's getting it done regardless. Daybreak's going to be pushed down as the only one left alive though, so he is going to flood himself off of the hill. There's way too many players to deal with here, so he's going to play it safe, keep himself up, and focus on the shotgun pickup next. Unfortunately, the portal wall has already been taken down below it, so it's going to be Venopius to steal it away.
Yeah, Venopius doing a great job of just trying to maintain this power weapon control for Immortal, but I really like the response we saw out of Elevate on that previous hill. Immortal had set up shop in that center ring, but Elevate managed to take that away from him and then extend this lead to about 50 points. So here we see Darth coming through, did manage to secure that shotgun from himself, but that push will be shut down by Immortal. 3 down for Elevate, 2 down for Immortals. Might give Immortal a little bit of an advantage as Bloxer comes through that hill with the shotgun, but the portal being denied will stop him right in his tracks.
Strafe just trying to pepper in some shots against a few of the members of Immortal, but not really going to be able to do any serious damage. Tries to back away from it, but in an exposed position right now, it's going to be all too easy for Venopius to lock him down. Thankfully, the trades are being made, and things are staying quite even. Aside from that, neither team really able to push themselves into this hill too heavily. We're going to see a new one come up, though, and Sucky is able to assert his own control by forcing out some of the pressure from Immortal. Doesn't realize the play coming in from up top, though, so will be traded out quite quickly. It'll be a bit of a stable hold here for Immortal, but they have to be keeping constant watch on that sniper tower up on top, as we also see Elevate maintaining the control for themselves there. But it seems Immortal holding on to this to some extent, so they're continuing to crawl back, now back down to about a 30-second lead for Elevate here with 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Immortal really doing a good job of at least setting themselves up for success in these final 3 hills that we're seeing. Elevate, in the last minute or so, has only gotten about 5 or 6 points on the board, finally starting to chain some time together. But Immortal is really keeping this one close. We've seen where, you know, teams can make or break the win on that final hill, forcing that overtime. So I really like that Immortal isn't letting Elevate get too far ahead of them here in these final 2 minutes.
But out of the wire, though, as you said, the final 2 minutes in play here now. And once again, we've just seen Immortal get locked out of the map entirely, so it's definitely going to be Elevate directly on top of the hill here, claiming the majority of those points as they continue to excel, looking to push themselves forward into a 1-0 position here in the best of 5. Already setting themselves up well to try and lock things in on the objective modes after, to be fair, they didn't have the greatest start, but thankfully they've had the better runs, and that's always what makes or breaks the difference here between our teams on these objective game modes, is how well of a run they're able to continue going on. As Elevate once again wipes out the large majority of Immortal's roster, they're going to bring it down to just 1, as they're only 30 seconds away now from the victory.
Yeah, kind of shocking to me to see how much Darth and Daybreak have applied that slaying pressure to Immortals, and it seems like in these last few hills that has made all the difference, just keeping Immortals at bay as Elevate continues to hold this hill. The sniper in the hands of Darth eventually will go down to the melee by Venopius, so Immortals has control of this hill, but is about to rotate in a few seconds, and Elevate has a really nice lead. So Immortals going to have to play this final hill perfect. They want to force the overtime and secure map number 1.
Definitely going to need to be a tough run here for the members of Immortal. They'll try to go down for it, but they're quickly running out of time to do it. They do at least clear out the hill. We're going to see Venopius run in with a nice flank on the shotgun, but he doesn't have the capability to keep the pressure on the hill. He's really alone in doing that. Daybreak has now stolen away the shotgun. He's going to get himself a triple kill, and as we come down to the final 2 seconds that are needed, Daybreak will lock in the Kaleidoscope as well. Beautifully played by Elevate as they lock in map number 1.
Yeah, really nice job from Elevate there. Really like how they handled some of that pressure from Immortal. I think Immortal had some nice holds, but it was really Elevate being able to adapt in the heat of the moment that made all that difference. We saw a great mid-hill hold from Immortal where they got about 30 seconds of that hill time, but Elevate bounced right back, responded, and held that hill on their own. And then the power weapon control, even though Venopius was able to secure that shotgun going into the final 2 hills, Elevate, just great target acquisition, took him down, and then of course we saw that Kaleidoscope with the shotgun making all the difference in that final hill. So just really well played by Elevate in that first King of the Hill. Going into TDM on Abyss, I think this is going to be one of those cases where the slaying team in that King of the Hill manages to take the TDM, but of course we'll have to see how Immortal plays this one out.
It's all up to the adaptations at the end of the day. And as you said, Elevate, where traditionally they have struggled a bit in that department, do quite well after falling behind initially at the start of our King of the Hill game. Now they're going to have an opportunity to try to bring it back under their own control and really lock in a 2-0 if they can continue to show their fragging prowess, as it seemed to be the case for the previous map too. Already a 3-1 lead for them, and it's only going to be Venopius able to trade things out from the Immortal side. Elevate takes the lead yet again at the start of our second map.
Yep, Daybreak feeling good off of that game-ending Kaleidoscope. That's going to carry over into map number 2 here. Strafe will fall, however, to Reticle. Reticle really trying his best to kind of pull his team together and get them going. They do have the 1-kill lead right now. Venopius does have the BFB, so they're set up to be able to make a little bit of a push here, but we saw how that worked out previously where Elevate was just able to respond right back. For the time being, Venopius trying to work, does manage to take down Strafe with a nice bat play and finds the double kill onto Sucky. So a big play by Venopius going to give Immortal the 3-kill lead.
Smooth through the portals as well. Don't even think anyone from Elevate really notices that he rolls in and out of that situation, so beautifully played. He's got 2 more insta-kills as well on this bat, so we'll see if he's able to line up another portal play. one target potentially for himself, but he's just got to route himself over there. Kind of wasting a lot of time in doing so here, so I think he's realized that. Is going to more so directly jump into the fight now. Picks up the kill versus Sucky. There we go. There's another one of those bat pickups, and he is going to go down. Not sure if the bat died in a palatable, or rather in a position where it can get retrieved by the members of Elevate, but we'll follow that along, and it looks like it was, as Darth currently has it in his inventory.
Yeah, and that's just a great swing for Immortal there. They just have to hold on to that lead. We've seen it already start to dwindle as Daybreak with that SMG rips through 2 members of Immortal. And the difference has been reduced to 1 already. So a valiant effort by Venopius, and also Reticle really putting on a show in that kill department, but the rest of the members of Elevate just bouncing back here. We see the killing spree come through for Daybreak. He's flanking in with Strafe. Another double kill with that SMG will give Elevate the lead right back.
Sit down again from Elevate, quickly capitalizing on the mistakes that are coming in from Immortal. As a result of that, they'll be able to take the lead back somewhat delicately, though, as they're going to be in a bit of a trade spree, it seems, over the next few moments, trying to really lock in that lead. They'll have to try and capitalize and try to take out multiple members of the Immortal roster at once here before they can really feel safe and start being a bit more haphazard with the way they approach the rest of this map here. Things starting to look better, though. They're definitely winning out the trade sprees, already up to 21 versus 18 as they get a +3 kill lead going into their favor. We'll have to be careful, of course, as we have power up and spawning in a little under a minute, so there's another possibility for the Immortal roster to try and change things up if they're able to scavenge those.
Yeah, I think if Venopius or even Reticle is able to secure one of those, they'll be able to take that lead back. They just really need to keep up that momentum once the power weapons ran out. We kind of saw them get that lead with that bat play, but then as soon as the bat was off the map, it kind of fell apart and crumbled from there. So if they can kind of fix that, tweak that in their gameplay a little bit, I think they'll be able to stay competitive throughout this one. But for the time being, it is Elevate just managing to stay 1 step ahead of their Immortal competitors. On board with Sucky does have that SMG, but he will be taken down by Bloxer. So that could be big for Immortal here in trying to secure some of these power weapons. It does look like Venopius managed to get those rockets, and a few members from Elevate falling here will give Immortal that opportunity to retake the lead.
Great map control from Immortal to be able to get the power weapons not just once but twice now for themselves, specifically with regards to the bat. Blocks are also working with that currently, so they've been able to split it up. And speaking of which, you just heard it in the background, Blocks are already able to make impact. Unfortunately, it's the only kill we've seen over the past few seconds for Immortal. Elevate still in consistent control, locking in that +3 lead they've had for the past 3 to 4 minutes now. They're going to continue to excel on that. There's another kill come in from Strafe. You've got Daybreak, of course, who's stolen away the rockets now, of course, too. He finds a few players out in the open, but he's in the open himself to a degree, so has to back up quite quickly. But thankfully, scavenges the situation, doesn't go down himself. 2 kills on top of that, but unfortunately the rocket just barely clips on that staircase there, so the bleed damage is not going to go out onto that member of Immortal.
Who put those stairs there? Managed to find one through the portal, so all good at the end of the day. And I like this out of Elevate. They said, you guys can have the power weapons. We know you're going to bring them to us regardless. And so far, that has worked out. Sucky still has control of that bat, and Daybreak has the 1 rocket, so he will secure the killing spree with the final one there. Sucky comes through with the bat to take down Bloxer. And now he's going to continue this spree. Elevate managing to extend this lead really well, despite Immortal securing those initial power weapon spawns.
Venopius is going to be able to catch the play from Sucky here. Another kill also picked up by Immortal. Problem is, we're no longer working with that -3 deficit. Elevate with the power up and control really shot ahead, and is now 10 kills in front of the Immortal lineup right now. Immortal doing some good work to try and bring it back, however. No slouches inside of this matchup, but they have to try and find a way. It's not the constant gain of frags that are coming in from Elevate. They just have not been able to do that. Elevate are everywhere at once, it seems. And the big problem is with Immortal constantly losing this many players, they just don't have the count on the field to be able to continue to harass out the remaining players from Elevate when they do pick up a few of those kills here.
Have to see. Venopius is on that respawn, so we'll hop on board with Daybreak. Does manage to clean up that kill on Reticle. Reticle kind of slowing down, was off to a really strong start initially here. We saw him with 7 kills, but throughout the course of this map, in 6 minutes, has only managed to pick up 3 more. So Elevate doing a great job of shutting him down and maintaining this 10-kill lead. Daybreak will try to portal through, but will be denied by Venopius. So here's Sucky, the last member alive for Elevate, trying to stop this Immortal charge. And for the time being, Immortal doing a pretty good job of trying to get their way back into this game. In about 15 seconds or so, we will have another round of power weapons on the map. And I think if Immortal can just hold on to those a little bit longer, they might be able to work their way back into this one. But for the time being, with Elevate only needing 6 kills remaining, it's going to be tough for Immortal to find the answers right here.
We are going to have another power-up and spawn coming up, but I don't think it's going to happen quickly enough to where Immortal can change their fate. Not to mention the fact that, of course, Elevate's going to be looking to jump on top of those as well. SMG spawn at least goes over to Elevate once again. Daybreak grabs that, but he's being heavily pursued for it. He works his way back down into the lower portion of the map here. Elevate just trying to play cautiously so they don't end up giving away too many frags. We did hear those weapons come up. Bloxer was able to get himself the rockets to play with and saves his own life with it at least here. Nicely done from the players on Immortal. They are starting to bring it back, but no, another kill from Darth here. Getting very close to knocking out Venopius as well. Reticle is going to be the one I believe that goes down last, however, and Elevate locks in a second map as a result of that.
I think what's most interesting to me is kind of the parity of the bottom two kind of SPS Pro teams with now kind of these Challengers teams with the same issues in their game plan, where we've seen, you know, we mentioned before Elevate Pioneers, they just need to have better consistency, right? Make better decisions, better power weapon control, and now it's the same kind of story for Immortal. We saw them get those first two initial power weapon spawns, but they weren't able to take that advantage to a map win. So well done by Elevate on kind of adjusting to the power weapon control that Immortal initially had, and they just managed to slay out there. So definitely Immortals were in that one for most of that map, but then that third power weapon spawn, Elevate managed to take down Venopius right off the rip when he had those power weapons and then used them to their advantage to extend that lead. So well played to Elevate there, going up 2-0 in the series. We will have to see if Immortals has what it takes to force the map number 4 here on domination on Helix.
Shout out to Venopius as well, definitely the most active player that we saw inside of that last map from Immortal, always trying his best to put his right foot forward. Same for Bloxer as well when it came to power up and control. I think he's right on, he's right on top of that again to start out our third map here. Already picking up the rails for his squad, so at least in that aspect, we can definitely give Immortal props here for being right on top of the power weapon game. The problem is keeping them and managing to work their entire ammo count through, and that's been the big issue, is they've constantly just been dropping them, handing them over to Elevate, and they've not really been able to stop that throughout the course of the series. As we see again, Immortal gets off to a good start, but then the actual control shifts pretty heftily into Elevate's favor with this 2-cap.
I think this is where we'll see the biggest difference in kind of how this map is played. Even going off of the previous Challengers tournament, we kind of saw the old school style of domination being played, where you'll cap the hill and stay relatively close. Compare that to the Pro Series matches, where we'll see them capture those hills and then immediately leave, start rotating around the map to control those players off the spawn. So we'll have to see if that comes into play here. For the time being, despite Elevate being 3 down, they managed to keep control of A. Immortals will take B and C for the time being, but Elevate with that map domination has secured a nice 100-point lead, or I'm sorry, 50-point lead for the time being.
Setting himself up here, just trying to make sure they maintain this triple cap positioning, and it'll work out well for them. And a dangerous number of players there going for the A-cap. Those left to quickly move to other pastures as Elevate try to recenter themselves. Reticle cannot control the rail at such close range, so he gets knocked out instead. Just like that, Elevate are going to be able to battle back. So far, only negotiating a single cap for themselves, though. Immortals have done a great job of being able to keep up the pace here, and more importantly, keep Elevate down. Not able to go directly for these caps as a result of the pressure that's been thrown on them from Immortal. It will allow for Immortal to take the lead for just a split second, but it's already been re-exchanged. And with Elevate's 2-cap, they're back in control.
Great traversal from Daybreak there, just managing to stay alive with that sneaky angle, and Elevate bounces right back with a triple cap of their own. Daybreak will eventually fall, and they will lose that C hill, but you see Strafe just trying to get right there to contest that site, not allow Immortal to branch out and take more of the map from them. But it's been a great job by Immortal getting multiple players from Elevate dead at a time so that they can start to work their way back into this one. They do manage to decap B, but Daybreak off that respawn will stop that pressure. And the flank comes through out of him and his teammates, so they'll be able to resecure some of these hills thanks to that nice little play and team shot.
Elevate still with the 2-cap working in their favor. Just recently getting Daybreak out of another hot situation too. Everyone else on Immortal had gone down. Nicely done for Daybreak here. He's going to be able to work his way in on the back flank. Surprisingly, Bloxer fends him off. Thankfully, he's got assistance from Strafe, so it'll still be control for Elevate as they lock in that 2-cap yet again. Strafe as well knocking out Reticle. Confirms the double kill for himself. We'll see that home point get taken back pretty quickly by Immortal, but they need to move beyond that. They're trying to go for 2 at once here, in fact. We'll see if they can get A and C. Looks like they will. That's in part because of the fact that Elevate is not prioritizing this right now. We've just had the power weapons spawn back up, so they're currently going for those, and they weren't able to scavenge them. So I would expect these caps to potentially work their way back into the control of Elevate pretty quickly.
Yeah, I really like that out of Elevate. They had the setup with the triple cap. They're willing to give up one of those sites to secure the power weapons, and so far it has worked out for them, with Immortal going 3 down, finally those members spawning back in. But Elevate has maintained control of at least 2 of these sites briefly for a millisecond, getting that triple cap before it disappears. But here comes Sucky, does have that shotgun, is going to check on that site before rotating out, try to make his way over to this A and re-secure the triple cap. But Immortal on the same hand doing a good job of just staying alive and not allowing Sucky to really utilize this shotgun to its full potential. And in the meantime, while Sucky was trying to find his way onto that site, A will be decapped for Elevate.
Sucky, rare occasion for him. He's going to be left as the only player really viable on the field right now. He'll use this to try and get himself over towards C. As obviously Immortal still working on restabilize themselves. The one benefit that Elevate have to being wiped out there is the fact that it's going to take the Immortal players so long to be able to lock in their triple cap. They're not really going to be in stable positions. Bloxer with the dodges, though, gets himself out of the way. Sucky will be able to go down as a result of that. Reticle will get the credit for the kill, and Immortal will be able to maintain this 2 cap for a little bit longer. Certainly not out of the map just yet either. Only 100 points behind, and Elevate still under 400, so this is very realistic, assuming Immortal can keep things consistent now for them to come back, especially with that triple cap being locked in again.
Yeah, Elevate just starting to get a little sloppy on the way they're approaching those sites. We saw Daybreak, Strafe kind of insert themselves one at a time, and Immortal was just ready for that, but we'll have to see if Bloxer has something else in mind, trying to re-secure that triple cap onto that C hill. He will eventually fall, but his teammates Venopius going to follow in kind to get this one back in triple cap territory, and it looks like for the time being, Immortal might have had the triple cap, but Elevate does a nice job on that rotation to get A for themselves, but the lead will exchange hands here momentarily, with Immortal up by just a few points.
Immortal still in front of the situation here in Elevate, trying to figure out the best way to path themselves into a cap. They're going to be able to at least get the decap going on that center point. It's one that we really haven't seen them prioritize too heavily, so it will be a bit of a surprise. That's why it works out all right for the players on Immortal. Finally allowing for the caps to switch as well, but as you see, players on Immortal quickly working on trying to correct that. They've already started to retake the B point. A point was already about halfway decapped as well, so it's easy to finalize that, lock it in for themselves, and there we go. Immortal back in control. Well, yes, they've lost C. They've retaken A and B, so things are still looking good for them to maintain this lead here. However, Elevate locking in their own 2 cap and getting a decent wipe against both Reticle and Swishers finally may start to change things here for the Elevate roster.
Yeah, and a really great time to do that, right as the power weapons spawn. However, Bloxer manages to sneak this shotgun from under the nose of Elevate, so Elevate will just have this C hill and a few-point lead for the time being, as it looks like the battle is going to go towards that B site. Elevate will take that, and a nice job with that pick from Strafe to take down Bloxer with that shotgun, so he'll be able to use this one to approach this A hill and try to set up the triple cap. A nice little 2-piece there from Strafe will take down Bloxer yet again, trying to get revenge for that shotgun steal. It will not happen, and Strafe will continue to go on a tear as he drops 30 kills.
Elevate back in control of the situation and looking to really lock it in now. Just about 150 points to go. Great defense from Strafe, and he gets the quick bailout from Darth after he finally goes down. Pressure's going to be on this C hill here. Almost certainly going to get decapped, and no pressure at the moment from anyone on Immortal on the other points. They're playing full defense right now, and it's just not going to work out. Triple cap now locked in for Elevate. They want to end this here and now.
Yeah, nice job here from Elevate to bounce back. Immortal, though, you know, got to give them the credit. They gave it a fighting shot there, and now they just need to do it one more time. Get that triple cap back before Elevate just makes this one too far out of reach. A great killing spree and double kill from Darth. Going to make that even more difficult for the Immortal squad, and all hills are reset at this point in time. So we'll see Darth go on the flank, manages to spot down Reticle, and just like that, it is 3 down for Immortal. Venopius trying to stay alive, and with that, Elevate will manage to secure the B and C hills.
Sneaking through right there. Not going to be able to fully lock in a kill for himself, though. As you can see, players from Immortal looking for any opportunity they can scavenge for themselves. They are quickly running out of time and running out of positioning here in the upper bracket. The loss in this map will lock in a perfect series for Elevate at 3-0 and send Immortal down into the lower bracket. Just 50 points realistically to go here for Elevate, and Immortal still a little over 100 behind. Thankfully, just fully decapped out Elevate's only point, and it's looking like Immortal is going to be able to negotiate this into a triple cap, so they're not done fighting just yet either. They're going to try to storm their way back into this game.
Yeah, this is exactly what Immortals need. Strafe will go down. 4 down now for Immortal, just as they secured that triple cap. Should give Elevate an opportunity to at least stop some of this bleeding, stop the Immortal charge towards tying this up and trying to take the lead. They still have A and B, however, so you see Darth is trying to find a way in now. It's going to be cutting it close if they only hold on to this one hill, so here they are able to capture both B and C. They just need to hold these ones to close out the 3-0 sweep, but 4 down for Elevate yet again. Immortals still fighting against the Elevate tide and that pressure. So they managed to take B and C, but finally Elevate negotiates an A site capture, manages to get 2 down for Immortal. So in the final minute remaining, Immortal needs to get this B site out of Elevate's hands. If they want to mount this comeback and make it happen, they do manage to do so. Elevate stuck at 695, but all 4 down for Immortals yet again should give Elevate this victory.
Going to be able to give them a 2-cap, in fact, so there we go. That pushes them over the edge, so it's Elevate to lock in a very consistent series for themselves at 3-0, having to come back a few times, certainly close inside of the maps. 3-0 definitely doesn't tell the whole story here, but either way, definitely a feat for Elevate as they take control of this one and move themselves into the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, Immortal just finally finding their footing in that third map is kind of a heartbreaker to watch. Like you mentioned, those first 2 maps were pretty competitive, pretty close, just Elevate able in, like, literally in the final 2 minutes of both map number 1 and map number 2, able to extend that lead to make it look like it wasn't as close as it was the entire time. So Immortal really fighting against Elevate super well there, and especially in that domination, managing to get that triple cap, and what was like a 200-point lead just absolutely dwindles down, and they even had those final moments. But taking a look at some of your replays here, I think it was that map 1 and map 2 early slaying pressure from Elevate that just caught Immortal a little off guard. They made the necessary adjustments to keep the pace up in map number 3, but just a little bit too little too late. I think if you restarted the series right now, we'd see probably another game 5 between these 2 squads, just with Immortals being able to make those necessary adjustments. But Elevate starting off hot, staying 1 step ahead, will give them the victory in our first match of the day here.
Definitely want to bring up the power-up element to this too, as I think that was a pretty big part of how Elevate was able to control it. Not so much because they themselves were running it, but so much because they were able to steal it away from the players on Immortal. That was probably one of the biggest issues for Immortal over the course of the series, was they had no problem getting the initial spawn of the power-up in control, but then keeping it past that point was a real big issue for them, as Elevate was just constantly hunting down those players map after map after map.
Yeah, that power weapon control is so pivotal, and we really see that even, throughout every single match that we see, regardless of the level. It is like, how well can you utilize those power weapons and keep control of them? You look at players like Chenzo with the portal prowess, with the bat. When he has that, it's like guaranteed map pressure, guaranteed kills, but, in another player's hands, you're kind of like waiting to see, like, are they going to be able to use this as effectively as they need to in this moment? And that's tough because, the game is so fast. At the same time, you really have to be able to stay 1 step ahead and really cherish those power weapons once you get them, and they can really make all the difference. So I think Elevate coming out ahead in there makes total sense. But that is just your first match here of the day. We've got plenty more matches for you guys to watch and enjoy, to take a little segment from the live weird there. So we're going to throw it to a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back with more Splitgate action. Stay tuned. All right, we are back with the Splitgate Pro Series relegation matches, and this one I think I'm really excited for. It's going to be Welsh Mania going up against the Pioneers. It's kind of the similar story, right, where the Pioneers had a rough season, but if you dialed into the gameplay and actually analyzed it, there was a lot of those moments where it was kind of make or break. They needed to do one or two things different throughout their matches, and they could have ended up victorious. And then on the other side, Welsh Mania looked, I think, really strong in those Challengers matches. So if the Pioneers come into this one just kind of all guns blazing, making those adjustments that they needed to during the Pro Series, I think they will come out ahead. But I think Welsh Mania having all of that momentum off of Friday's matches is going to make this one pretty close.
Yeah, compared to our last game, this is one where I'm a little bit more worried for our current SPS team just because of the issues that we've seen out of the Pioneers. Still think they've got what it takes here to be able to match it out. We'll have to see how the maps play out to see how that will potentially play.
All right, so here are your maps for the upcoming series. We're going to have King of the Hill on Olympus, TDM on Highwind making another appearance, Domination on Oasis, a King of the Hill on Club Silo, and then a TDM on Stadium if we need to go the distance. So what's jumping out to me right now is that these are some pretty fast-paced maps. I think Highwind maybe plays a little bit more patient, a little bit more slow, but Olympus and Stadium definitely going to favor the aggressive team. So whoever comes out all guns blazing, I think, is going to have a nice advantage in those first three maps of the series.
Definitely the case. We'll have to see who ends up topping it out. Like I was saying before, though, for Welsh Mania, they brought a whole boat of aggression into their games the other day to where they would never really let go. I think I said it at one point, taking their hands on the driver's wheel and never letting go of it at a certain point. So Pioneers are going to have themselves really prepared for it, in my opinion, when we get into this one, because they're going to be directly in their face the entire time if that play style emulates from Friday. Yeah,
Welsh Mania kind of white-knuckling the entire series, right? just pedal to the metal, never letting their foot off the gas. Definitely an aggressive team, a fast-paced team, and it looks like that fast-paced action will allow Sif to secure that early railgun here for Welsh Mania right into that center hill, but Toby securing those rockets is going to pick up a double kill for the Pioneers as they look to retake this hill site. 3 down for Welsh Mania will give the Pioneers a nice little advantage here. Some of that splash damage, though, not enough to clean up that kill on Momo. So Momo will take down Toby. 2 down for the Pioneers as the lead is now tied. You do see Booze here with that railgun hunting through some of these portals, just looking for that red reticle. Does manage to connect with Sif right as he was about to portal out, and a double kill killing spree for Booze, gonna give the Pioneers the ability to set up here on this hill rotation.
Booze and Toby saving the day there after Welsh Mania gets off to a good start. Thankfully the Rockets as well played a nice portal angle into the original pickup of the rail, which had gone over to Welsh Mania. So KCB was able to steal that back for themselves and able to use that to exercise a lot of power here. Only gonna be about 2 seconds ahead though, now that that initial action has kind of started to fade away a little bit. Now the power weapons aren't on the table anymore. You can see Welsh Mania as well starting to push themselves a little bit more confidently back onto these hill areas, and in this case at least taking the control away, now taking the lead away too as they push ahead by about 10 seconds.
Nice couple of shots coming through from Solar there. One of those kills will be cleaned up, but 2 down for Welsh Mania and 2 down, now 3 down briefly for the Pioneers. Going to allow Welsh Mania to hold this hill site for just a little bit longer. You see some of these portals trying to come through. The Pioneers trying to find a way into this site to start contesting. Toby, though, realized he's being gunned down by 3 players, so he's going to back out. The high ground advantage for the Pioneers not going to translate into too much as Welsh Mania manages to hold the final 20 seconds of that hill before rotating out.
Got Toby waiting for a way to insert himself into the next situation, and he'll find it as he knocks out Agony. Another kill going to be claimed by him as well. And now that'll be Pioneers with some consistent control, or at least that would be the assumption over here on the hill. Problem is, no additional support for Toby at that point in the game, so Momo is able to not only take him out, but transition it into 2 more kills as well. Beautifully played by Momo, wipes out this hill entirely, and now it goes right back into the control of Welsh Mania with a solid 30-plus second lead now over the Pioneers.
Yeah, a lot of these players for Welsh Mania are just really turning it up, playing super aggressive. Sip with 7 kills and all of that hill time. Same with Momo, 10 kills, 52 seconds in the hill. So they've really been doing just a great job of gunning down all of the Pioneers' flanks once they have that sight. And here we see another nice string of hill time coming through for Welsh Mania. You see Booze with the high ground will be able to gun down Sif. Solar will fall to Kush as well, but the damage is done on that hill. Pioneers will have to play now for this rotation. You see Momo trying to get into position to catch some of these flanks. He will be taken down by Toby. 2 down for the Pioneers, though, means that they can't really get set up on this new hill. And Solar, with that railgun, briefly enters that site, but has to run out as he's being gunned down in that back. See if Solar can make something happen here, or at least stop the Pioneers from getting a solid set up on this hill. Now his teammates have spawned back in, all 4 up for Welsh Mania. Misses that shot onto Toby. Looks like Sif will be able to clean it up with the pistol, however. Pioneers do find a foot in the hill for a few seconds, but that will be immediately taken away by this Welsh Mania aggression.
Solar with a nice lineup here. He moves in, knocks out Toby. Booze as well to take down Solar. Things are looking better and better here for the Welsh Mania roster, as once again, consistent hill control is theirs. The tail end, at least, of this hill. We need to find that transition into the new one. Shouldn't be too much of a problem, as it has wiped out 2 more, now 3 members of the Pioneers roster. So yet again, they're directly on top of it at the new spawn and already patiently countering out any of the realistic flanks that we would see Pioneers directly try to go for here. Like inside of the tower, Momo, again, going huge here at 18-9 after he finally gets taken down. But the impact surely made as he knocks out nearly everybody from the Pioneers before going down.
And this is unfortunately kind of the cycle that has plagued the Pioneers roster even throughout the Splitgate Pro Series. Is we saw a great push out of them to get the score tied up, but then as soon as Welsh Mania battles back, they start to crumble. They start to buckle under the answers that Welsh Mania were having for that squad, and now they're battling here trying to get something going, but Agony now has that railgun, the double kill. He's popping off too, so that's going to be 3 down for the Pioneers as Welsh Mania continues to hold this hill site. The melee will whiff, Booze will answer back and at least take down Agony to stop that little streak that he was on. We'll hop on board over with Solar. Looks like him and Momo have a little crossfire set up here around the central locations of the map. The flank will come through to that hill site. Solar will find the kill onto Toby. The hill being contested all but for a brief moment as Kush goes down as well. So Welsh Mania, just with the constant aggression, the constant pressure being placed on the Pioneers have not been able to find this answer so far. Maybe in about 30 seconds, if they can secure some of those power weapons, now that they have 3 down onto Welsh Mania, and Kush is securing a triple kill, will be what they need to work their way back into this one. But for the time being, Welsh Mania has the 100-point lead here in map number 1.
Welsh Mania truly a hand in front of the situation right now and looking to keep it that way as they're, for the most part, able to consistently lock out the pressure from the Pioneers. We see Kush nearly getting away with a full team wipe against Welsh Mania. They're able to fend some of that pressure back. You can see here Sip just kind of peppering out the players for when his teammates respawn so they can make that much of an easier push back into the hill, and more so that they can be a bit more clear when this new center hill spawns and realistically have a chance to jump onto it and get some points. So this is going to be quite a difficult one to gain any long-term points from. We've got the rail coming up. Those are teams who are going to want to fight for that, but once again, the Pioneers are going to be able to scavenge for it. At least initially, the rails go under their control, and I believe the Rockets will as well. So that's at least one element of the game where the Pioneers are still staying on top of things, and they can obviously springboard that into a lead for themselves.
Yep, we'll have to see how they approach it here, as Booze does have that railgun in his hand, so he's going to be a threat, and he has one player in the hill camping that one out. Sif will get hunted down. A red reticle through the portal will not connect as the player manages to dodge in time, but it's Zyber with those rockets picking up the double kill. Will lead Welsh Mania to be 4 down. Almost 3 minutes remaining here in map number 1. And it is this Welsh Mania aggression that is really just keeping them in this one, but the Pioneers do a great job of holding. 3 down for Welsh Mania again as Booze hunts down the triple kill, turning up for his team. Great plays out of Booze, making things happen for the Pioneers right now. The hill does rotate, but Booze on the killing spree, almost securing another double kill. There it is, it does come through as Zyber helps clean that one up. We'll give the Pioneers a fighting chance here in the final moments of this game. They managed to come through, wipe out that hill yet again, and you can tell Welsh Mania is starting to get a little bit panicked as the Pioneers try to mount the comeback.
Indeed starting to lose their edge to a slight degree, but still a pretty comfortable lead over the Pioneers here, but it's starting to shrink even more. Collection Agency, the meanwhile, has been built up for Booze. That's probably something that needs to be worried about more than anything at this point. He's being allowed to go absolutely crazy. The players from Welsh Mania have fallen off to a certain extent. He's not able to find the level of consistency that we were seeing earlier on in the map. Not only that too, but just the general engagements have been going much more heavily into the favor of the Pioneers. They seem to have found out the routing from Welsh Mania and are doing a fantastic job of now getting in the way of that. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Welsh Mania has had a backup plan for it yet, so they're sticking pretty much at the same position in terms of their overall score. That means the Pioneers are continuing to climb closer and closer to that comeback, now only about 30 seconds behind the total from the Welsh Mania.
Yep, with this rotation, that's going to be where Welsh Mania looks to re-extend this lead. Toby will be hunted down by Mobo. A great little flank, but the melee not going to connect, so they will trade out 2 members down for Welsh Mania as this 100-point lead that they had declines to 30. Pioneers doing a great job trying to hold, trying to get aggressive. Kush and Zyber going to take down 2 members. You see Sif trying to battle back, but it's not going to happen. Zyber and Kush yet again result in 4 down for Welsh Mania as the Pioneers continue to hold. 20 seconds remaining on this hill. Toby will eventually fall, but some of this damage has already been done. Finally, Welsh Mania finds a foot in the hill in the remaining 10 seconds, but the Pioneers have mounted this comeback. There will be one final respawn of the power weapons occurring, and that might be where it gets dangerous for the Pioneers. They might try to split their squad, secure the hill and those power weapons, because that would give Welsh Mania an opportunity to just extend this lead and wipe them out. But Toby, for the time being, going to fall to the hands of Sif. Only Solar down for Welsh Mania, and 2 down for the Pioneers might make this one tough. It does look like a few members of Welsh Mania are in this hill, but that AR going to put in so much work. Zyber does fall to his own rockets, and Agony with this railgun might prove difficult for the Pioneers here as the final 30 seconds of the clock tick down.
See here for Welsh Mania, he's going to be positioning himself inside of that center hill, trying to play on the outside a little bit so he can catch a few of the members of KCP that are going to try and line up portal angles to take these guys out of the hill. But Sif, doing great work, is able to knock out one with the rockets. Unfortunately, takes himself out of the play as well. Pioneers, just a few seconds needed, may not even really need the overtime. They're going to need it, but by about only 10 to 20 seconds to be able to win out this game. We'll have to see if they can route the absolute comeback here. As we can see, Welsh Mania pushing back in. They're just 1 or 2 players away from wiping it out, and they're going to be able to do it. Welsh Mania takes control over the first map, stopping that potential comeback from the Pioneers in potential overtime.
And that's kind of what we have seen out of Pioneers in the past, but I will say they did a much better job of keeping it competitive. Typically, we'd see them make these little spurts, but eventually kind of lose grip in the end, but that one went down to the absolute wire. It was definitely a nail-biter. I think a couple more rotations maybe cleaned up from the Pioneers towards that final hill could have made all the difference, but then, of course, you had the excellent railgun plays coming out of Welsh Mania, where they were able to just apply that pressure and kind of stop or at least slow down the Pioneers from getting towards that final hill in the end. So that will mean Welsh Mania takes map number 1, and we'll be moving on to our team deathmatch on Highwind.
Going over to Highwind, a map that we, again, don't really see played too often here in the SPS or even in Challengers for the most part. So it's going to be fun to see this once more. Tends to be a pretty claustrophobic map, and I think that's part of the reason why it's pretty rarely picked. It's kind of a risk in some respects. If you get locked down into a spawn trap, it's very, very difficult to get yourself out of it because of the limited options you have to play around that. But regardless, we will have to see. Power weapons work a little bit differently here too, with regards to what the main ones to go for are. But either way, to start this one out, it's going to be pretty even, just a series of exchanges across the board. Welsh Mania, of course, has that 1 kill lead, but we can see that change in a matter of seconds, so we're not going to discount that too heavily. The bat in play, though, now armed by the members of the Pioneers. Now they've stolen the initial pick away from Welsh Mania. We're going to have to see what else they can work with. This Booze also has the plasma to play on, too.
Yeah, really nice play out of Booze off that initial break. We saw him go for the plasma early, and that allowed him to contest that bat on that flank. That will lead to a double kill. Long range with the plasma coming through as Welsh Mania goes 3 down. Pioneers with the early 3-kill lead. Cut down to 2, however, but the bat still has 3 swings left, so Momo will be taken off the map, sent to the respawn timer, and Kush picking up a kill on Agony as well will allow Pioneers for the time being to maintain some of this pressure onto the Welsh squad, who's still trying to find a place to insert. Sif will find the kill, however, take him down and take those power weapons off the map for the time being. To see if anyone's able to secure those. Another player for the Pioneers falling will mean this lead starts to dwindle as Welsh Mania approaches the tie ball game here.
Pioneers 1 step ahead of things right now, but the counter against Booze will tie it up once again. Pressure from another member of Welsh Mania is going to lead to them being able to take the lead as we continue to see members of the Pioneers trying to push themselves into these big stacks of Welsh Mania. Big mistakes coming in for the Pioneers. It's going to cost them their lead and about a 3-kill, now 4-kill deficit. Nice team play coming in from Welshmania to make sure that these mistakes were made by the Pioneers as well. Going to be able to follow that through, make sure that the death of Momo isn't without consequence for the players on the Pioneers as well, as he trades that out pretty quickly. Solar now looking for one more as he's caught Booze yet again and is going to be able to lock him down with some assistance from Sif.
Yeah, Sif really doing a great job initially in the early minutes of this map number 2. 10 kills, 8 on his own to his name will give Welshmania this 7-kill lead. They've managed to bounce back here, and now they are checking sights on this sniper that will be coming up. Looks like Kush did manage to fall, so he wasn't able to secure that for his team. Booze also a great team shot coming through from Solar here. Manages to take him down as well, and the lead extends to 10. Both Booze and Zyber on the respawn, but a tricky flank from Toby will mean that Solar goes down, so we'll jump back on board with Sif here as he continues that tear, but will be shut down by a nice shot from Kush.
The most powerful weapon on the map right now is going to be that sniper in play, but unfortunately for Kush, it's going to get dropped, handed over to Momo instead, so let's see what he can do with it now, as Welsh has continued to really shoot ahead in the lead over the past few minutes here, up by a little under 10 now compared to the Pioneers. The Pioneers are working on shrinking now. They destabilize this big kind of Zerg that's been going around for Welshmania over the past few minutes, and now split them up, giving them a much more palatable number of kills. Actually causing a bit more hesitation on the side of Welshmania 2, which is going to lead to situations like this. Momo just sitting in the corner for a solid minute, not really able to work anything into it, and then just gets knocked out without even really being able to tell where the opponent that took him down was coming from. Great play from Kush with the bat, too. Agony doesn't even see him or get a chance to knock him out. It's definitely looking like the Pioneers have the right read in the situation, especially with that sniper control. They're coming back into it now.
Yeah, Pioneers have just switched up the way they're approaching these Welshmania holds, but the bat changing hands will mean Sif connects onto Booze, secure that kill and continue to regain the lead that they once had. Momo and Solar will fall for Welshmania. We'll stay on board with Sif. A great double flank coming through from the Pioneers will shut down that bat. Toby will connect onto Agony. The shots downrange from the Pioneers continue to make Welshmania sweat a bit. They're kind of playing this one slow. A nice little bait and switch from them will at least take one player down, but a great flank from Booze yet again with that AR will take down both Momo and Solar. Booze will take down Sif, and the Pioneers trying to get revenge here for map number 1.
Went very close to doing it with this comeback, but still a few steps to go. Not going to be able to work their way there just yet, but now with that extra back kill coming in from Kush, just within 1 kill's reach, they've denied point gains for the Welshmania roster almost entirely over these past few moments. The lead's been locked in at that positive 10, but it was shrunk pretty heavily. Ever since we saw Welshmania get to 35, they have been an absolutely stunned state here as they try to get themselves back into a winnable position, which has not worked out. Pioneers now taking the lead, only for a split second, though, as Solar's trade is able to bring things back under control. Pioneers will be able to shoot ahead, however, especially now that they lock them down for a second time in this lower area. And Zyber, nicely done on the sniper shots, reads into the play for Momo, walks into the pre-fire for the headshot to take him down, and it's now the Pioneers in front with a bit of a comfortable cushion at +3.
Yeah, you can just tell how the Pioneers' pressure has slowed down Welshmania, and that is not comfortable for them. They are used to being able to navigate this map super aggressively and just outflank, outpressure their opponents, but the Pioneers do a great job slowing them down, as I mentioned. We'll have to see if Toby can make a play here. Opts to reposition. Is kind of stuck in this low ground state. Looks like Momo did manage to take down Booze, so 2 members down for the Pioneers as Toby tries to stay alive. Will connect with that melee on Agony, so a big kill out of him. Pioneers maintain the 3-kill lead. It's cut down to 2, however, as Sif takes down Kush off site. And here comes another push out of the Pioneers. Will be able to trade that one out, clean up that kill, but the lead has dwindled yet again down to 1. We will have more power weapons on the map in about 20 seconds. You can see the Pioneers trying to set up for this one and hold this, but the lead has been negated. It is no advantage towards any team. It is now a 15-kill race, and the lead for the Pioneers will be lost with another great flank and beatdown by Sif onto Kush.
Toby, nice little peek in there to finish off Sif, but he gets one more before going down, so the lead is preserved for Welshmania. Welshmania splitting themselves up, trying to get that grouping together that we were seeing earlier on in the game, but it does look like the Pioneers have hard countered that, so Welshmania will have to evolve beyond that strategy to meet themselves with some success. Sif gets flanked, though, not going to be able to do anything about it, and the same can be said for Agony. He'll be taken out as well. That'll be great momentum from the Pioneers as it shifts the lead back under their own control. Solar going to rush it in the meanwhile, get the bat swing going against Toby to knock him down. Just like that, we are tied up again. Momo will end up killing himself somehow. I guess he falls off the map or something. But Solar makes up for it pretty quickly with the bat play again.
Yep, tied up at 48 right now, and here you see Solar with the carbine looking at that sniper rifle spawn, knows that the Pioneers need that weapon to work their way back into this one. A great flank going to come through. Agony will secure that kill on Booze, and you can tell all that fire being rained down onto that sniper rifle spawn. 2 down for the Pioneers currently. Welshmania has the 4-kill lead. Solar still on a tear with this bat, looking for a flank, looking for an angle. Does not want to get caught out and drop this bat with 2 kills left into the Pioneers' hands, so he will be able to connect there onto one, navigates the portal play and secures the kill onto Kush. Welshmania now just need 3 to close this one out.
Nice centering here from Welshmania to take things back under their own control. We saw the Pioneers figure out a counter for them, but it's not going to be enough as Welshmania roll in around the 45-point marker and absolutely shut down all the games from the Pioneers. Again, take this map for themselves and lead 2-0.
Yeah, it's kind of, the Pioneers have like segmented their comebacks now throughout the SPS. We've kind of seen them, okay, they're able to stay competitive 1/4 of the way, and then we saw them get 2/4 of the way. Now they're at like, 7/8 of the way there to closing out some of these maps, but Welshmania has just had kind of the superior play style. They've been able to anticipate what the Pioneers are going to do, and I think that play around that sniper rifle spawn really exemplified that. That bat play was absolutely clutch for Welshmania, and that will get them the victory in map number 2. And Welshmania looking to 3-0 sweep the Pioneers here in our second match of the day.
We're going to have to go towards domination to lock that one in. Definitely going to test the rotationary capabilities. I kind of made up a word there. Definitely going to test the rotation capabilities of both of our teams here as Welshmania. Obviously, benefiting from the fact that they could generally play together and sync their plays together. It's going to be a little more difficult to do so on OH just because you have those massive swaths of open field to play into. A lot of players kind of going to be left out on their own to their own devices to an extent, so we'll have to see if they can group themselves up and lock down the Pioneers to as aggressive of an extent as they were able to do in the previous 2 maps.
I will say rotationary makes sense when you consider that there's a word stationary. So if stationary means you're in one place, then obviously rotationary means you're moving around the map.
Kind of want to look this up now.
So I feel like, on a linguistic level, that one checks out. But we'll have to see if the rotations and that rotationary play style from Welshmania is going to continue to be effective here in map number 3 on Oasis Dom, and it is Solar keeping the pace high for the Welsh squad as he gets a triple kill right off the bat. He is going to pick up that plasma and sniper as well. Welshmania has that A site. They managed to get a few seconds onto B, so they'll have a small lead here in the early stages of our map 3. Solar continues to push through the melee, not going to connect, so that will mean 2 down for Welshmania and make that 3 as Toby manages to find the kill onto Sif. The Rockets will go wide on that one, but I believe that player was forced off of that site. So Welsh will maintain control of A and C for the time being. The Pioneers look for a capture point.
Welsh already with the double cap for themselves, though, and Solar just rolling around between him and Sif fragging out. Solar already up to the collection agency pretty much. Only needs 1 more kill to be able to get it for himself, and with the way he's rolling around the map, no reason why he wouldn't be able to get it. He's got to play a little cautiously, though, just to make sure he doesn't get a premature death going out against him. We'll see the portal on the big wall there, and there we go. Gets credit for the knock against Cyber. He's going to get the collection agency here and make it up to 11, and almost, it's a 12, I guess, technically, before finally going down to Booze.
Yeah, and the damage has been done, right? Welsh off to a nice chunky lead here in map 3 Dom. They had a brief little triple cap as well. Another killing spree for a member of Welshmania just means that the Pioneers have constantly been on the respawn timer, not able to get their footing on the map until just now, finally managing to capture this B and C site, but it's only Kush left alive, and he will fall in kind. Agony credited for that kill as he looks to capture this point for Welsh. C will be secured. You see B is going to be rolling through shortly here, and finally it looks like the Pioneers might be able to take A, but some great rotations again from Welshmania will keep that one in the neutral state.
Welsh still in control of things and continuing to excel in their lead as well. Nearly 150 points ahead of the gains from KCP. And at the same time here, Solar looking for a way to get himself back on the hill, but Zyber ends up winning it out. He's got the AR, so has the better gun to play out that duel. It'll work out well for him. Plasma currently under the control of Welsh Mania, though, so that gives them a lot of aggression to swing up, especially on these two side points at A and C. Huge close-range battles for the most part that are fought out there for that control, so with the Plasma in play, Sif pretty much has unrestricted aggression to go anywhere on the map right now. As all those safe zones are going to be incredibly claustrophobic and very easy to knock someone out with a Plasma. Just can't make it work, though, as we see him try to go to like 3 different parts of the map, not really able to line up a kill for himself, and ultimately Zyber will just take him down.
Yeah, Pioneers finally able to lock down C, but Welsh Mania held onto A, will finally be decapped, and we see the spray and pray from Kush going to connect with only 1. 3 down for the Pioneers, 3 down for Welsh Mania. Will reset the pressure around the map, and that will allow the Pioneers to take an A and C hold. I have to see now as Zyber looks to push towards this rocket spawn. Momo there going to eat all of that plasma. He is full. The double kill has been secured, and the team wipe for the Pioneers have come through. So they're putting themselves in a great spot to try to mount this comeback with this triple cap, and the Rockets as a cherry on top.
We're going to see the B cap quickly restored for the players on Welsh Mania, so it's a limited trip cap here. Pioneers have the most important points, though, on the A and C sides. We are seeing at least attempts to knock those out. Rockets, thankfully, are going to make it pretty easy to deny that, especially as long as Zyber maintains this position here in Big Bazaar, because he has quick access to a portal to open that up, and obviously with the Rockets, you generally want to play behind that portal box, so it's an insta-game opportunity for him every single time, as long as he still has the Rockets in inventory. Has to go back, though, to recapture C, and he's going to get tested on it. Doesn't want to lose the rocks here, so backs up. There we go. Sets up the bait again. Works out perfectly to knock out Agony.
Yeah, really, really nice plays out of Zyber here to really get his team back into this game. They managed to lose B and C, but they'll hold on to A for the time being, so that means Welsh Mania has to find an answer, has to find some plays to try to extend this lead yet again. A and B site will go under their control, but Momo being pressured off there by the Pioneers players. Welsh Mania manages to find the triple cap, however, despite some of those kills coming through for the Pioneers. They will lose the B site, but Agony is stepping right up for his team. Will manage to secure that sniper, and that will give them nice pressure and overwatch of these sites, but a great shot from Kush is going to connect on to Agony, so that sniper and he will fall.
Are going to see the Plasma go back under the control of Solar. He'll be able to use that here to get himself back onto one of the 2 side points, still allowing for Welsh to control B while all this chaos is going on too, so Welsh Mania continues to be in a pretty palatable position here to continue pushing forward their own lead to a winning spot. Got Welsh Mania trying to defend out the pressure coming in on B. Pretty much everyone from the Pioneers trying to flood themselves into that to steal it away, but it's a perfect bait as everyone from Welsh Mania has freedom to worry about the side caps and just completely shut down that play on B, so it's a clear field for a few moments. Players on Welsh Mania are going to try to use that to negotiate a second cap for themselves, but having trouble getting it. As you can see, the fresh respawns from Pioneers are immediately going to jump onto the hills themselves, so it's not as easy of a task to do so. And we have to see players like Momo go in to defend it. Kush will, of course, get the initial exchange, but it'll go back and forth, and ultimately into the hands of Toby, who knocks out 2 more members of the Welsh Mania roster. Should have been able to translate itself into a double kill, but it's only at the moment, allowing for Pioneers to get some security going on to C, and I don't even think that's the case, because we had another member of the team sneak over there from Welsh Mania, as we've had a little bit of a flip-flop there. Pioneers, though, will still ultimately control the 2 cap after all this chaos starts to calm down just a bit.
Yeah, it was a really nice play out of Welsh Mania, kind of throughout all that chaos to navigate the map and manage to get that triple cap despite the slays coming through from the Pioneers. I like that the Pioneers were able to bounce back and get that double cap, but now the map has essentially been put into that neutral state. Welsh having A, Pioneers having C, and it looks like Zyber will try to decap one of these, so the double cap comes back into play for the Pioneers, but Welsh Mania has been able to re-extend that lead towards that 100-point marker. And then on the same token, Zyber did find the Rockets yet again. So the last time this happened, the Pioneers did manage to secure a triple cap, and I'm sure they'll be looking to do the same here again.
They're still looking to get themselves back in control of the lead right now and having problems doing it. Thankfully, they still power up in control too, so this will be a great springboard for them to be able to keep that pressure off. The Rockets specifically are huge. Again, for the reasons that I had mentioned before, it's such an easy way to set up the members of Welshmania to be taken down via a one-shot. Nice support coming in there, too, from Zybert with the sniper in hand also, but he is going to drop himself. That means the Rockets go down, too. Pioneers, they'll quickly make up for that and take full control of this engagement on A, bringing the members of Welshmania only down to Sif, who as well won't really be able to do much. He has to sit back, still is able to negotiate a double kill, but Kush, nice sniper shot, stops his terror here over on that C hill, and is going to allow for more freedom for the Pioneers to continue maintaining this double cap.
Yeah, it really seems like Pioneers are doing a great job of keeping Welshmania on those respawns throughout all of that chaos, especially with the nice plays out of Kush that we just were able to witness. But always, like, Welshmania seems to be able to regroup and refine some of these hills, so it's now just on the Pioneers to kind of expect that and be able to stop them and stop some of that chaos that will come through. 2 down for each one of these teams, a third will fall for the Pioneers, so Welshmania, again, manages to navigate the map, work their way around the Pioneers, and find 2 of these sites. Just B for the Pioneers currently. They do manage to take away A, but B will trade hands as well. So I really like how Welshmania is kind of putting pressure on these different map zones to kind of keep the Pioneers guessing and not allow them to get a strong foothold on this lead.
It's got to start getting super frustrating for the Pioneers too, because they've fallen behind by a factor of 100 points or more, bring it back within 20 or 30, and then all of a sudden Welshmania find a way to shut down the Zerg, a more complicated play from the Pioneers, and are able to take them out as a result of that. So Welshmania is still in control of things, only with 2 caps to play on as well. That B point still in neutrality, as I believe the Pioneers are trying to go heavily over towards that. No one actually on top of it right now as we get a better view of it, so it's just sitting in a neutral state, waiting for someone to cap it. It was the members of Welshmania that were trying to go for it before, and I think they'll finally try to get the confirmed cap. Now they've taken out some of the presence for the Pioneers, but even then, as you can see, it's being actively fought for. Triple cap is locked in for just a split second here for Welshmania. Already going to see A get decapped, however, but at the same time, Welshmania is not going to waste any time. They will follow that up, make sure they get that back under their control, and start rocketing forward yet again. Already almost back. In fact, they already are there. Already 100 points plus over the Pioneers' scoreline.
Yeah, and that was really Momo and squad kind of rolling through, knowing that the Pioneers were going to prioritize that sniper rifle spawn and setting the trap for the Pioneers, which then led to them securing the sniper and control over these sites. So it was just a really nice read from Welshmania on what the Pioneers were going to be looking for, and that leads into this triple cap as Welshmania looks to close this one out. A great flank from Agony with that
nice
plasma rifle going to lead to that killing spree and a double kill. A triple cap secured for Welshmania. They're looking to close it out right here, right now.
That play from Agony pretty much seals the deal as we attempt to see Kush come in to change the team's fate. Not going to happen, just 2 ticks away from locking it in, and indeed they're going to do so. Welshmania with the perfect series as well. Lock in the 3-0 and send the Pioneers into the lower bracket.
Yeah, back-to-back 3-0s on the day. I'm not used to it after yesterday's matches. It's a bit of a surprise not going to a Game 5 every single time, but really impressed with the way Welshmania were able to handle the Pioneers. I think just that aggression, and you saw the reads. They definitely did their homework, did their research. They knew the, what would you say, the kind of tendencies of some of those players looking for the sniper rifle, some of those rotations, and they were just ready to set that trap and capitalize on it, and that leads them to that 3-0 victory. So well played to Welshmania on this one.
Just kind of the slaying pressure from Welshmania was way more proficient over the course of that series. We saw moments when the Pioneers would get those comeback spurts, like you said, they're like segmenting them to an extent, where they look good, they were grouping up, they were making these combined plays, but the problem was Welshmania, when they did the same thing, it was way more impactful and led to way more of a lead for them, so they were able to daisy chain those together and obviously take control, at least here on the third map.
Yeah, that made a big difference even yesterday, too. Just the team's ability to, you know, go 3 for 1 on your life, 4 for 1 on your life. You saw all those killing sprees, collection agencies coming through for Welshmania, and that just really set the difference over the course of the entire series for that squad. Pioneers had shorter bursts of those slaying dominance plays where they were able to make things happen. Just couldn't chain them together, like you said, and Welshmania able to capitalize on some of those inconsistencies. So they end up 3-0ing the Pioneers and sending them down to the elimination side of the bracket.
Really great individual plays over the course of the series, too, coming out from essentially every member of this squad. I will say I didn't get to see any like crazy stuff from Solar, but aside from him, we constantly saw Sif, Momo, Agony as well, bailing the team out of these tough situations. And Solar, like, again, just to make it clear, he's no slouch either. He was keeping up in the stats department. But just with regards to what we were actually physically seeing there, these players were absolutely phenomenal. Even when they were left to their own devices, could still go, as you were mentioning there, trade for 2, trade for 3, and just try to injure the KCP players as much as possible for when their teammates would eventually get back up and into that fight.
Yeah, and that power weapon control, we're really seeing that right now. A lot of these clips is Welshmania with security over those power weapons, and even those mid-tier ones like the BR and Plasma they were able to use so effectively, and a pretty solid looking 3-0 victory for them. So that means they will move on in that bracket. I believe they'll be playing against Elevate as they dropped Immortal into the lower bracket. Immortal versus Pioneers and Welshmania versus Elevate are two more matches that I think are going to be really close. Like, despite these ending in 3-0s, it could definitely have gone either way for both of these teams.
Yeah, definitely agree. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see now, as obviously we've got one challenger team working their way forward and one pro team looking to defend their slots. That's set up our first final matchup, so to speak, here, and we have to see who survives the lower bracket now to see what that second one looks like.
Yep, so we've got plenty of more Splitgate matches for you guys here today, so we're going to throw it to a quick commercial break, and then we'll be right back with those, so stay tuned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the Splitgate Pro Series relegation matches. Both of those previous ones we saw ended in 3-0, but much closer, I think, within the context of the games themselves, for sure.
Yeah, definitely the case. I'm personally assuming that that's going to stop now, as the matches mean a heck of a lot more. It's qualification time, or potentially elimination time for quite a few of these teams, unfortunately. So the heat is on, the pressure is on, and for at least Elevate and Welsh Mania now, they need to get serious.
Yeah, and this next match too, like Elevate, Welsh Mania, the winner of this one will qualify. They will receive that top spot and will be joining us for the SPS fall season. And then, of course, whoever drops down has to battle it out. We will be watching that Immortal versus Pioneers matchup. And then, of course, you know, things will fall into place from there. The winner will go up against the loser of this first match. I'm excited to get into this one. I do think this one will be really close, really kind of a battle back and forth. I do think the way Welsh Mania has been playing might give Elevate a run for their money here. So taking a look at our map rotation, we're going to have King of the Hill on Helix, a team deathmatch on Pantheon, a domination on map number 3 for Atlantis, King of the Hill on Foregone, and a TDM on Carmen Station. That team deathmatch on Pantheon is definitely the most interesting one and standout one to me right now.
Yeah, definitely going to be the case, especially because Welsh Mania likes to try and, again, coordinate things as a group, and as we saw on Oasis, not necessarily the easiest thing to do. Sometimes relying on individual players to kind of set themselves up to counter out the methods of their opponents. This could have been smart play from Elevate to try to get in the way of Welsh Mania's playstyle and force these maps out a little bit more. So I'm going to be curious if that'll be the case when we actually get into those.
Yeah, definitely going to be fun to see. Of course, our first map will be that King of the Hill on Helix. And that will set the stage for the rest of the series. I think that's kind of how the previous two matches went. The team that really performed to their highest potential was just able to carry all of that momentum and energy forward throughout the rest of the series. So we'll have to see both of these teams coming in hot off of their 3-0 victories. I do think Welsh Mania is going to perform. I think Elevate maybe looked a little bit slower on some of those rotations, maybe playing a little bit more passive, and that didn't really work out. That play style didn't work against Welsh Mania for the Pioneers, so hopefully Elevate catches wind of that and knows that they'll have to match that aggression.
I think Elevate did a much better job of making adjustments inside of the middle of the game, though, when we saw things played out against Immortal in the first matchup, so I have a little bit more hope for Elevate here to be able to potentially get over a lot of that aggression, a lot of the very hard to read into strategy from Welsh Mania as well, and start to find more direct counter stats so that they can lock them down in the spawn trap to get some serious points for them, especially on the objective modes.
Yeah, I think that will be the big advantage that Elevate has, is those mid-map adjustments that they tend to be able to make and kind of execute on. Of course, then we did see Welsh Mania doing that a little bit on some of those TDMs on that matchup where they kind of had to wait and then insert with those power weapons and did a really good job of that when you know, the Pioneers had started to mount some of those comebacks. So yeah, I definitely think this series will be really close between these two squads. And then of course they get whoever wins gets the day off. Like they're done. You know, they can
just two maps or 2 matches and you're good.
Yeah, 2 matches and I'll see you in the Pro Series. So definitely both of these teams want to do that. That battle through the lower side of the bracket is not going to be as fun or as rewarding. You know, it's the difference between ending the day being like, oh yeah, it was a good day, or oh my god, I am exhausted. You know, like today was awesome. Yeah, I played 2 Splitgate matches. I qualified for the Pro Series, or I qualified, but oh my god, I need to take a nap kind of vibe. So
what a reputation for Welsh Mania to potentially take into the SPS too if they qualify through this method and just, like, you know, God forbid they 3-0 Elevate here. Not saying that's going to happen. That's not my prediction. But should that happen, Welsh Mania will have, I'll have some expectations for them when the next SPS season starts.
Definitely.
That's for sure.
It would be an all eyes on them scenario. So here we are jumping into it. The Helix King of the Hill. Agony will find 1 kill there, 2 down for each of these squads as they're playing this one patient. Again, like you mentioned, a lot riding on the line. This is a qualification match, so they're going to approach this one cautiously. Agony trying to find a way through. We'll find a few shots onto Strafe. Nice job predicting that rotation out of him. Will lead to that kill and the lead being tied up.
Very back and forth affair between both of these teams to start out the initial map. It is Welsh Mania, of course, that get those first critical few seconds on the hill. However, as usual, that first tilt in the central location can be a bit of a throwaway and does not generally be indicative of the rest of the game will go. Either way, though, Welsh Mania do keep that lead going, and they're probably going to be able to maintain it. Actually, no, Elevate will steal a few seconds away, take it for themselves as we get ready to switch to the next hill, where once again, Welsh Mania are directly on top of that, ready to take the control. Unfortunately, at the same time, Elevate's pressure just a little bit too much to deal with. It's going to force a rotation from Agony, and it's going to be Elevate instead to take the initial control here, especially with Sucky patrolling the outskirts with a shotgun. It's going to be tough for Welsh Mania to find an insertion point.
Yeah, really kind of thinking about this, these teams playing very similarly in their power weapon control, just how well they're able to utilize things like this shotgun, and you see that coming out of Sucky right now with that play. Will pick up the double kill onto Momo, 2 down for Welsh. Will give Sucky control of this hill for the time being, but a great flank from Sif from that low end is going to take him out of that, and the battle rages on. The hill being contested, a few members of Welsh in there right now. However, Darth comes through with a nice melee onto Sif to stop some of that control that they once had. Will reposition to the high ground and snag himself the double kill, so Welsh Mania shut down on that retake.
Darth now trying to sneak up, eliminate Sif, but Daybreak thankfully will take care of things on his own. Elevate still in control as a result of that, but delicately so, only about 10 seconds ahead. Just getting a near full wipeout against Welsh Mania, so they are going to be able to take some free seconds on this hill. Welsh Mania, though, starting to work their way back into it. They've been able to trade 1 for 1 as they push themselves back over to this portion of the map. Portals have been lined up too, but it's a little bit difficult for you to kind of hot drop into this one off of a portal. You can be a little bit more creative with your insertion method, but they'll be able to find a way to do so. However, Elevate very quick to group up, but not necessarily quick to find the frags. Agony and Momo getting 2 for themselves instead. Not just lock in a few more seconds of control, I should say, lock in a few seconds of control for Welsh Mania, but as you're seeing, Darth and Sucky making some serious progress on battling those players off the hill and limiting the point gains that they are getting.
Yeah, Elevate, even in their previous match, did that so well of even if they had one player alive, they would do what they can to stop some of that aggression and stop the plays from happening from their opponents. You saw that there perfectly exemplified. Despite being a few players down, he was able to stop Welsh Mania from really controlling that hill effectively. Sucky will take down Sif. Here comes Agony, though, on that flank, will take down Darth. The team not really able to find control of this hill right now, but trying to work their way around the map. But that railgun coming through for Daybreak. He has the shotgun as well. 2 players down for Welsh Mania. Elevate continues just to stay just far enough ahead from Welsh Mania to keep them chasing.
So, Elevate indeed going to be able to really shoot ahead with the lead here. One of the most comfortable one we've seen at right around 30 seconds so far. The Overwatch from Daybreak is fantastic too. He single-handedly shuts down this play with a triple kill, and of course the power weapons to support him in the process of it. He's got his teammates already routing for spawns back into this, and they're already back on the hill, continuing to stack up that time. As Welsh Mania missteps hugely here in the push for this hill. They'll try to challenge the play from Daybreak once again, and nicely played by Agony. Be able to work his way past it, but at the same time, Agony now going to be able to scavenge that rail, steal the hill away, but Darth is putting pressure on him from up on top. I'll have to back away from this one. Still going to be knocked out by Momo, though, on his way to route over towards the site. But again, things for Welsh Mania won't work out too well here unless they're able to transition it into the next hill. Thankfully, it looks like they have.
Yeah, it was like a great play from Agony there against that railgun, but the hill rotates right as he's able to secure that power weapon, so they had to move off-site off of that setup and move towards that next hill, and that gave Elevate just the advantage to be able to move fresh in off of spawn and adjust, knowing that they'd have to traverse the map, knowing their location, going towards that new hill, so they're able to shut down some of those flanks. But Agony right now is trying to work for a position in this hill, will get caught up though. Momo manages to secure a double kill onto Elevate in the meantime. Sif on the chase here will take down another player, so a nice job bouncing back from Welsh Mania here as they do control this site in the remaining 10 seconds.
Trying to lock out that play from Darth there. Won't be able to find him too easily, but thankfully he pops back up again on the upper level. It makes it that much easier for him and his teammate to be able to isolate out that frag. Away from that, Elevate still in control, but only for those brief few moments. As we've seen Welsh be able to push themselves over the edge, and now Elevate going to try and steal that away as they realize the pressure that's been thrown against them. Solar going to be the only one nearby to the hill at this point, so he's been forced back, having to wait out for Agony or a few other players to get themselves ready to go in. Agony just kind of throws himself at the engagement, so he quickly goes down, and the rest of the team falls like dominoes after the fact. Once again, a bit of a poor engagement from Welsh there, and it's going to cost them.
Yeah, I think Elevate is just kind of ready for these pushes, and while it's well coordinated and initially out of Welshmania, I think Elevate is just hitting better shots. They're really stopping them in their tracks when they make those pushes, resulting in those all 4 down scenarios. Here's Daybreak with the SMG, manages to turn tail onto that next opponent, going to force him out of that sight, eventually secure it for that killing spree. Momo here giving him the double. Nice play out of Daybreak, and it's kind of plays like that in the right position, but just making small maybe mistakes during the heat of the battle that lead to them going down in those scenarios.
Elevate still continuing to harass out most of the elements from Welshmania across this map here right now, so definitely the more one-sided sequence we've seen so far inside of this map. So unfortunately, the players from Welshmania just locked in towards the bottom of the map, not able to find an easy way to get themselves back on the right footing. We do see Sif finally getting that 1 kill for himself, but there's immediately rail pressure against that 2-player hold on the hill itself, so minimal gains are going to be picked up here by Welshmania. As Elevate now goes back onto it too, you can see Agony trying to go for the counter onto Sucky's position, but it won't work out, and even worse, the shotgun, at least for a moment there, was handed over. I do believe it's been re-scavenged, however, now by a member of the Welshmania roster.
We see Sif does have that shotgun. Agony has that railgun, so we're in a great spot to try to work their way back into this one, cut down that 50-ish point lead that Elevate does have. You see Sif managing to dodge a few of these shots, working his way around the map. That shotgun is going to give him an advantage here. Manages to take down Strafe. Here's Darth in his sights. Has to go through with the carbine battle, but eats a couple of shots. Doesn't want to drop that shotgun, so he's going to play this one safe for the time being. But that does mean Elevate gets to rack up some points in that hill. Doing a great job of knowing Sif is kind of locked down here, unable to find a play. 3 shots going to take him down quickly as 3 members of Elevate just gun him down there, and they maintain control of this hill.
Agony trying to make a play out, but again, Elevate just watching for that. Really starting to shoot ahead inside of this game now, nearly up to 200 points, less than a minute to go, and this team will have control over the endgame scoreline. But Solar makes a nice play on his own regard, locks in those 2 kills, which should bleed out the pressure from Elevate here, and give Welshmania a good 10 to 20 seconds of their own. On top of it, Momo with a missed opportunity to try and hunt down one of the rotating members of Elevate, not going to be able to catch them so easily. And as a result of that, we are going to see quite a few of them be ready to leap onto this hill, but they don't have the right positions to engage onto it. Elevate definitely still in control of that first play, and that's finally going to get them over that 200-point marker. But good insertion coming in from Momo. He's going to have to fight to keep it, though, as you get 2 other players from Elevate in the area. Momo realizes this. He's going to back up, let his teammate do a little bit more of the work, and reinsert himself. Now that he's got more HP to play on, but even then, Elevate still the 2v1 element here to win out the fight.
Yeah, it really seems like Elevate does a great job of recognizing that, say, Momo in that scenario was approaching with that shotgun, and then on that re-engagement, they bring 2 players to make sure they can secure that kill. So it's a really nice decision-making process out of Elevate that leads to that chain of events. Of course, Welshmania did manage to answer back with a couple of slays of their own, but so far, just haven't been able to make up the difference here in the scoreline. Elevate maintaining control of these final 10 seconds will give them a nice cushion going into the final hill, where Welshmania will essentially need to secure the entire time if they want to force the win here.
Welsh starting to work their way back into it. It is possible to do so inside of the confines of our regulation time, but they're going to need to go for it quite quickly here. Agony with an important double kill for himself. Sucky doesn't even realize that this play was going on, apparently, as Agony just able to spin back around with the 180 on controlling the rails and knock him out. So back into this final tower now. We're going to have to see our teams fight out for it. Great rail angle out of the portal from Agony. Takes off Strafe as he tries to move in on the flank. Sucky's going to attempt to do the same thing. There's a 3-player pinch coming in from all sides right now, and it might work out for Elevate. Beautifully played if it gets them all fit. But Momo looking to save the day here. Solar coming back in with a shotgun as well. Knocks out Darth. Strafe getting 1 fadeaway kill against Solar, but he cannot maintain either. Sif hunts him down, takes him out. Welsh, in the meanwhile, are gaining all these points. The rails just got dropped. That could be a turn of the tide here, as we're also seeing more members from the players on Welshmania continue to hold these outskirt positions, just trying to wipe out the Elevate roster so that they cannot contest in overtime. However, Welshmania have failed to do it inside of regulation. They need to be on the hill now, and they're just not going to be able to maintain that position. So Elevate take the first map.
Yeah, kind of devolved into chaos there at the end, but I think Elevate, kind of cooler heads prevailing in those final moments. Welshmania tried to mount that comeback, but just didn't have enough of a cushion in that point total. Elevate managed to extend that lead enough to where it was all but kind of a wash for the Welsh Mania squad in the end, but they battled back. Going into that TDM, I think it'll be much more even and tougher to predict. Both of these squads kind of slaying out, with Darth being the outlier, dropping that 40 bomb to secure Elevate that 226-point victory.
We'll be moving over to Pantheon for the next one. We talked about this before, about how this might kind of destabilize the setups from Welsh Mania, but at the same time, it could be a bit of a double-edged sword for Elevate, considering the fact that they played pretty heavily around the objective and kind of abused the objective to an extent to be able to line up kills against Welsh Mania. Won't have the luxury of that going into our second map. Obviously, it's going to be TDM, so they're playing entirely for the frags. Welsh Mania may benefit from a more direct method of confrontation, so we'll have to see once our players are ready to hop into it.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see how this one pans out. I think, a lot of these players in the lobby across the board have been stepping up in major ways for both of these squads. We've seen big plays coming out of both sides, so it's really down to whoever can continue that. It kind of comes down to consistency. Who's able to continue to make these plays when they need to, because, these matches are heavily contested. It's pretty equal across the board, I think, between these two squads. I think it is just Elevate being a little bit more consistent right now.
Yeah, definitely the case here, and definitely greater capability to fully wipe out their opponents. We saw it's kind of the opposite of what we were talking about at the end of the last game, where Welsh Mania was the team getting those full wipes and kind of steamrolling that into a massive bank of points. Now that situation has kind of flipped on its head a little bit, and it's Elevate that has the edge there. So players on Welsh Mania are going to need to find ways to stabilize the situations a lot quicker and find ways to force Elevate off of those hills when we move back to those objective game modes like Domination and, of course, King of the Hill again for our fourth map.
Yeah, it's kind of what you mentioned before we even got into the series, and that's that Elevate has the slight advantage when it comes to making those mid-map, mid-game adjustments that they need to, and I think that led Welsh Mania to kind of, use all the tricks in their book and then eventually run out of those cards to play.
Definitely the experience from the SPS itself probably helping them out a little bit there, having faced off against all these intense scenarios over the past 8 weeks now. They're going to be more than ready, more than likely, for whatever the players on Welsh Mania have to throw at them. Great start to the game from Daybreak, by the way. Gets that nice little double kill from massive range, being able to take out two of the players from Welsh Mania, pushing in for power weapon control. They did still at least get the initial pickup, I believe, of the power weapon, but I don't think they've been able to keep it, as I'm pretty sure that player ended up going down. We'll follow that up in a moment, though, as Elevate still dominating at the start. There we go. No, never mind. Momo still controlling those rockets, and now he's going to use them to bring his team back into the game. Solar, of course, helping out with the sniper, but Daybreak's got one as well. One of the few maps where we see two of those spawn in. Daybreak walking right up the back and knocking out the entire lineup from Welsh Mania. Can he get Solar as well? Well, Solar, he doesn't even want the fight, so he won't even need to take it.
Yeah, just a great flank from Daybreak there. Ice in his veins on that triple kill. Manages to take a lot of those power weapons out of the hands of Welsh Mania. Will eventually get hunted down by Solar here. Solar picking up a double kill for himself, but not really translating into much hill time on that initial hill spawn. But the rotation is, I'm sorry, not hill spawn, control of that power position. So it's staying pretty even here, as Rockets eventually, Sucky going to find those, pick those up off the ground and secure that double kill.
Pretty sure that was the last rocket as well, so good thing he's able to go 2 for 1 on that one. Elevate back in control now with Daybreak continuing to slay out with the sniper. He moves out, grabs the headshot on Solar, and denies a push into his team's tower flank here. Daybreak gonna get a little too aggressive though, realizes the play against Agony and this other member of Welsh Mania needs to be handled with caution. That's exactly how he handles it. Daybreak still locks in the kill versus Agony. Will be denied on getting the second player immediately, but there we go. Now able to find Sip, knocks them out. Darth as well follows it through with another one. Elevate just shutting it down right now. Almost a 10-kill lead for themselves already. Welsh have been responding to some extent, but this last minute or two has been all Elevate.
Yeah, it's almost like those power weapons almost dictate the pace of that play. Welsh looking pretty confident when they have it in their hands, but Elevate able to play without them. And I think that is that experience from the Splitgate Pro Series coming through. You have to be able to battle back, even when you don't have control of that firepower. As we see right now, Daybreak setting the stage, 13 kills, only 1 death to his name. On the hunt now, will be able to find that sniper rifle off the spawn, and Agony not sure if he's going to be expecting this flank or if they'll run into each other. Going to go wide with one of those shots, so Agony going to recognize the sniper rifle in Daybreak's hands. Will try to find his way out of this scenario, and a nice return fire from Sif there, going to take down Daybreak on that push.
Definitely some consistency starting to show up for the Welsh Mania roster, but the problem is still about 10 kills behind here. And only really having the snipers to play off of is not going to be any guarantee of pressure that they can throw out against the roster from Elevate. In the meanwhile here, Teams are probably going to go a little bit more passive for the next few seconds. We do have those power weapons getting ready to spawn at some point in the next few moments here. So teams are definitely going to be looking to prioritize that, especially Welshmania. And it was a huge thing that allowed them to stay competitive inside of the first 10 kills. Unfortunately, without it, dropped off massively. And even with the sniper to be controlled, haven't been able to translate the kills as nicely as I think that they would have liked to.
Here we'll see Sucky just trying to keep these members of Welshmania at bay, but a great flank from Agony going to come through, be able to take him out. It looks like they do have control of those rockets, or at least did. There's a few players from Welshmania will fall. Solar does have those in the back pocket with the SMG, so this is a great opportunity for Welshmania to mount the comeback here. Looks like his teammate was able to take that one down before things got hairy for Solar, so he'll then try to rework around the edges of this map. His teammate Sif getting a double kill for himself, so the lead cut down to 5 for the time being. That rocket not going to fully connect, so Solar will try to play this one patient yet again. Looks like Agony is engaged onto Sucky. Sucky going to make it out, but not until Solar finds that kill with the rocket, and a nice double kill going to come through for him.
You can see the kind of respect that the Rockets do force out from the players on Elevate, not wanting to play things too aggressively, not wanting to walk directly into it. Of course, trying to hunt down the player who originally picked it up. It worked out initially to knock out Momo, but Solar then scavenged it and was able to go on a pretty big tear there. Bring the lead down for Elevate, previously at +10, now to only about a 4-kill advantage over them here. We'll have to see without the power weapon if things are going to start to look a little bit better for Elevate, or if Welshmania seems to have enough map control now to continue to harass out the members of Elevate post the Rockets.
Yeah, a brief 2 down for Elevate, but of course all members spawned in right now, so they're going to look to play this one patiently, and this is kind of those mid-map adjustments that we were speaking about. Looks like Darth trying to line up that shot isn't going to be able to connect. Solar, however, did manage to find Sucky here, so we have a little bit of a sniper battle coming through, and Solar will come out on top with that double kill, cutting the Elevate lead down to 2 yet again. Hitting that halfway marker. We'll see if Solar can connect with a few more shots here. Darth coming through. The melee, though, going to be exchanged. We'll find Darth coming out on top, so Elevate doing a nice job responding here. Sif and Solar. Momo now falling for Welshmania will allow Elevate to extend this lead to 5 as Darth continues to work the perimeters of this map.
Elevate, more than anything, just playing it hyper cautiously at this point. Not wanting to potentially throw their players out in a situation where they would end up losing control over a massive battle, and that would cause them to drop like 3-4 players in a row. They don't want to let that happen. It seems that the strategy of forcing these teams to split apart has worked out quite well, at least at the start of the game for Elevate, but it's coming back to haunt the members of Elevate a little bit, as they're to an extent being compressed inside of these towers, and that's just setting up these kill chains now for Welshmania, as we've seen them bring it within just 2 kills reach of the scoreline from Elevate again at 36-38, and I believe they're in fact going to be able to close that gap now by picking up a few more kills.
Yep, and those power weapons will be spawning near this 4-minute mark, so it could be Elevate just trying to bide their time until those come up. Momo, though, seems to be sniffing that out. Manages to find 1 kill onto Strafe. The lead still at 2 for Elevate, but Momo on the hunt currently. Darth going to contest this one, and a great turn and burn from Momo. Going to take out that flank despite being one-shot. Sucky as well going to fall, so a great little sprint out of Momo there will cut the lead down and perhaps give them access to some of these power weapons. And yes, looks like Solar does manage to find those. Daybreak will go down, and we're tied up at 43s.
That was the problem with Elevate playing the way that they were over the past few moments, is yeah, preserved the lead to an extent, but it really only served to slow down the bleeding, it seemed. Welshmania, who has been able to once again negotiate power up and positioning for themselves, has the full right to just leap onto the players from Elevate now if Solar wants to. He's got to be careful with it, of course. Doesn't want to jump directly into the lion's nest, as he could still be team shot out pretty quickly, but trying to sink those rockets in. That one's going to be a whiff, unfortunately. No damage even coming out onto any of the players that would have been affected by it. Tries to go for another one on Sucky, but again, the prediction is incorrect. They don't path out towards him. Instead, they go back into the tower. That means the Rockets are now going to bleed out. And unfortunately for Welsh, Elevate still in control of the situation. Starting to get a bit more aggressive now, too, because they know that the power weapon is dead.
Yeah, even if Elevate can kind of throw this change up, start to get a little bit more aggressive, it might kind of catch Welshmania off guard, but we'll have to see if Momo can try to make a play. Does manage to find Darth in a few positions, will repositions, find Strafe. Darth's still weak, but a great turn on that. Will let Darth take down Momo on that push, so staying pretty even. The lead cut down yet again. Elevate just leading by 1. Only needs 9 to Welsh Mania's 10, and you can see Sif being pressured out. Gonna have to go on the run. His teammates managed to put in some work and tie us up at 51s here, and a great carbine fight from Sif will take down Daybreak and give Welsh Mania the lead.
Welsh Mania looking to take it away here now. Elevate being pushed up against the wall, and Momo just slaying out just as he was in the previous map as well. Fantastic work coming in from him to push Welsh Mania into a winning position. Sif as well, along with Agony. They've got the kill chain working out so well in their favor. Elevate has completely lost the plot, it seems. Sucky and Strafe to maybe battle this back a little bit. Strafe going to be hiding in the corner. Pretty sure he's gotten most of his HP back now. No, not a full recovery, but thankfully Darth bails him out of a bad situation. Is able to finally end the terror from Momo. Takes him down, and all of a sudden with another kill from Elevate, we're within 1 kill's reach of this one. Solar, a nice snipe though, keeps the lead alive, and at this point, that's a massive one for Welsh, as they're going to be able to still have that cushion of 2 kills in their favor to play off of, meaning they can potentially hand over 2 deaths if they can trade them out. There we go, an exact situation just unfolding now. 1 kill to go for Welsh Mania, but Elevate bringing it within 59 as well. It's going to come down to the last kill. Who will get it is the big question here. Sif's back up, Momo will be back up in a second. All 8 players have spun. Now it's just a matter of waiting to see who's going to get picked off first. Everyone will go hyper passive now. You can see Momo taking a few shots, Sif as well, but no, Elevate gets the kill on Sif, and they will instead take this map.
Man, a nail-biter from Elevate. Welsh Mania definitely coming to play here today, but despite their best efforts, Elevate up 2-0 in the series. So down to the wire, but just that team cohesion. I think that's one of those things where Elevate's able to rely on their experience and all of those tough matches that they already played throughout the SPS to kind of stay calm, cool, and collected in those final moments.
Really had to try and play to the team positioning as well. We saw their Elevate kind of tucking themselves into that small tower, trying to play around the aggression that was coming in from Welsh Mania, able to fend off that pressure from Momo, which, by the way, huge props to Momo, constantly picking up those multi-frags throughout the course of this matchup too. Huge proponent to Welsh Mania's success when they were able to find it, but unfortunately left themselves a bit too vulnerable in that endgame because they were pursuing those kills. We saw the comeback from Elevate, and then the 59-59 is, to an extent, a bit of a coin flip there to see who ends up peeking out, but still works out for Elevate to be able to negotiate positioning to find that final kill. Sorry about that glitch there, folks.
No, it's all good. Maybe I only heard it. I don't know. I thought you went full
we'll never know, realistically.
Yeah,
but
we'll find out later. We'll VOD review it. But yeah, I think good points made, whether or not everyone heard it. So going into this map number 3, the domination on Atlantis, going to be an interesting one. I think I'm expecting Welsh Mania to kind of feel a bit gassed after those first 2 matches. They really had to lay it all out there. And then when you have such a demanding game type like Domination coming up as that 3rd spot, I think Elevate just has that advantage to where, you know, they have the training underneath them to be able to fight through these best of 5 series, whereas I think Welsh Mania might start to feel a little bit of that fatigue set in.
All right, well, already hot into the matchup here as we've seen a whole flurry of kills go off, as of course we're on to domination for Atlantis now. Both teams pretty much ignoring the B point to start this off. Sif will just casually walk in and take it for himself, and of course for Welsh Mania, as there was a big fight over the rail spawn to start this game out. Elevate now taking control of that fight is immediately going to springboard this into a B cap for themselves. So Welsh Mania, yeah, they have the initial lead here, but it's probably going to flip pretty quickly. I say that, but Sucky as well going to be pressured out. He won't even get to shoot a shot from the rail at that push from those 3 players as well. Welsh Mania quickly getting themselves back into this one, and I believe taking the 2 cap for themselves. They may actually be able to preserve this lead.
Yeah, hopefully Welsh Mania can rely on that fast and furious gameplay that they've showed us in that previous series to try to stay competitive here, but I know Elevate will have the legs underneath them, but Momo with this bat is making it so difficult. A and B under Welsh's control. Momo hunting another one will be a swing and a miss as Darth manages to secure that kill on Momo, pick up the bat, and convert that into a kill onto Solar. But here we have Agony putting in the work with that double kill, tries to turn onto Darth yet again, but Darth with that bat proving to be such a threat has not translated into Elevate having control over a few of these hills. Looks like B will finally be set to that neutral state and finally in Elevate's capture. So a nice conversion there out of the squad.
It's continuing to look more promising for Elevate to quickly come back into this one and to get the near full team wipe going. Sif as well pushed into a corner. Darth trying to line up these portal angles here, but at the same time he's low too, so I'm going to try and dodge this fight. He'll make it out just in time here too. He's going to have to give up his positioning inside of the big aquarium, but now getting another opportunity to jump back onto C. He will be denied as he loses the fight against Agony, and Sif's going to be able to pop back out of another portal to take him down instead. Great portal usage there from the Welsh to kind of dodge when they were at lower HP and bring the higher ones back in to be able to actually take the fights there. Welsh Mania will be able to translate this good play into a triple cap for themselves. The lead is going to be maintained.
Yeah, really nice job from Welsh Mania, kind of, again, utilizing that chaos around the map and converting that into hills. Both teams had about equal number of players up, but Welsh Mania just on top of those rotations in the better positions allows them to get that brief triple cap and continue to put Elevate onto the back foot. So with this great slaying power coming through from Solar right now, and Agony also just ahead of him by 1 kill. Welsh Mania continues the triple cap re-secured as A, B, and C all fall under their control, and Elevate still searching for answers, just being caught off guard around every corner. Solar going to pick up that kill onto Strafe, now working with Momo to hunt down the next member of Elevate. Things are looking good for Welsh Mania here in map number 3.
It's going to be a super long triple cap for them. Finally, let's see it gets destabilized over on our A hill, closer to where the railgun spawns. Even there, it's being actively fought, though. We're going to see, it looks like, again, a recovery from Welsh Mania. They'll be able to fend off the pressure, restore the triple cap. No attempts to take B or C being played out right now from Elevate either, so they're just completely lost at the moment on this map. Finally going to be able to make a bid for B, but I think it was only partially as they only halfway decap it. Welsh Mania is still conserving this triple cap. A huge change in the state of the game for how the rest of this series has been playing out, as Welsh Mania are just shutting this down right now.
Yeah, Welsh Mania is able to just take these 1v1 fights and win them out more often than not, and them isolating these members of Elevate on a map like Atlantis is leading to what you're seeing right now. 3 down yet again, still a triple cap for Welsh Mania, so Elevate just cannot get their footing underneath them. Welsh Mania keeping them off balance throughout every single rotation. Looks like Elevate will finally manage to get security of that A site, but the damage has been done. Welsh Mania at 441 points right now as another double kill comes through from Sif. He even has the bat. Darth finally going to put a stop to that run, but Welsh Mania stays well ahead here in map number 3.
Yeah, Welsh Mania, really no reason to panic at this point. As long as they have a single cap, they're going to be okay for the next few minutes at a minimum here. Elevate finally able to change the tables a little bit and negotiate a 2 cap for themselves, but that was a solid minute plus, if not more than that Welsh Mania were working with a triple cap, so they have now a massive extra bank here of nearly 300 points, even with the gains that Elevate have made, to be able to rely on here to push themselves up to 700. Still going to be having that A cap to play off of. They're going to try to springboard this into B, and it looks like it'll be somewhat successful for themselves. Just way too much team shot pressure coming out against that entryway for Darth and a few of the other members of Elevate. They can't even contest it. They're going to have to fall back entirely onto C, and even there, once Momo's back up, I wouldn't say it's out of the question. We won't see the players from Welsh try to push into that.
And this could be just a huge momentum turn in this series for Welsh Mania if they're able to take this map number 3 in such a convincing fashion. I'm sure Elevate will be a little bit worried going into that King of the Hill, but they've got to be able to close this one down, and Elevate stays fighting, trying to battle back. They've managed to take all of these points out of Welsh Mania's hands, but Momo with that big triple kill will be able to re-secure this B site. Elevate manages to take A, but it's still a back and forth with Welsh Mania being way ahead thanks to that triple cap they maintain.
Elevate trying to keep the pressure on over here at C so they can finally continue to resume the double cap. It is potentially possible for them to work their way back into it via that method, but they're going to have to try and deny out the single point as much as possible just to give them that extra cushion. Welsh Mania just wiping out the roster again, though, leads us into a dangerous situation where that triple cap is certainly going to be viable. Where is Elevate looking to play into? Trying to defend their C hold here in the big aquarium, but now everyone here from Welsh Mania to get directly into the way of that. And in just a moment here, we're probably going to see, never mind, Elevate at least sends one player over towards A to back cap. That's, again, working with at least something here, but still, they cannot get into this cycle where Welsh have a constant 2 cap. There's way too much of an advantage for them to try and play around that.
Yeah, it's just, I think Elevate is just so far out of it at this point. Welsh Mania continues to apply pressure, just making sure they maintain control of at least one of these sites, and Elevate, despite, you know, trying to battle for these power weapons and everything else, Welsh Mania continues to stay one step ahead and slaying out as well. You see some of these kills lacking a bit for Elevate currently, whereas everyone on the Welsh Mania side is currently a threat. Everyone is feeling it right now. Yeah, the triple cap, the close range railgun, everything firing for Welsh Mania.
Just Welsh Mania's map, I guess, right here on Aquarium for themselves, as they have been able to shut things down on Atlantis. Elevate barely able to fight back against it, only going to be at about the halfway point in this matchup, as Welsh Mania are just about 5 seconds away from locking in victory unless they get decapped here. 699, 700, and Welsh Mania give us a series-changing win for themselves as they shut down all the aggression from Elevate with one of the longest triple cap sprees we have seen in a domination map.
Yeah, really nice hold from Welsh Mania there. It seems like they caught Elevate off balance and then just never let them kind of regain any sort of presence around that map. You can just see Welsh Mania completely shutting them down, and it was pretty even across the board. I think that was the big difference in kill pressure. You see similar kind of objective points coming through, at least in terms of the spread out of Elevate, but just outslaying them so heavily meant so many players for Elevate off the map at a time that you just, in a game type like Domination, you just, I mean, if you're on that respawn cycle that Elevate had them on, you're just never going to be able to work your way back into it.
I mean, it was, what, like 4 or 5 cycles in a row where we just see the players on Welsh Mania absolutely deny any play from Elevate to try to work their way into any one of those 3 hills. The biggest problem that I think Elevate ran into in trying to negate that was that they, as far as I could tell, at least tried to throw every single player at the same hill whenever they would respawn, and that just led to Welsh Mania reading it most of the time. You're like, okay, well, we'll also challenge that, and then they usually ended up winning the fight because they would have easier access to those hills in the first place because they were already in control.
Yeah, King of the Hill on Foregone will be an interesting one between these two squads. Again, Elevate taking that first King of the Hill, but Welsh Mania's dominant performance in that domination is undoubtedly going to give them a nice little feel-good energy going into that map number 4, and it wouldn't surprise me if some of that slaying power carries through into this 4th map.
It's going to be a little bit more of an open map, so there'll be a lot more room for Elevate's players to try and assist their teammates if they get put into a bad situation as well, especially on Foregone, which is going to be coming up here. There is a lot of Overwatch that you can have from those 2 big towers on the other side of the map, so hopefully things are going to look a little bit better for Elevate here, just in their ability to support their teammates, but we'll have to see, as that was a very big change up to the first 2 maps.
Yeah, definitely looked like an entirely different series there from map number 3, comparing it to the first 2. We'll start on board with Darth, who's been having some hot streaks here, but will be shut down off of that initial spawn. Looks like Daybreak will pick up the slack, secure that double kill, secures the sniper and the SMG for himself. He'll be trying to work around and contest this hill that Welsh Mania has control over. A few missed shots means that Daybreak will fall and drop those weapons into the lap of Welsh Mania.
Welsh Mania starting to look good to continue to rack up more and more points here. Push themselves forward, still leading, and still pretty much infinite time on this hill. Daybreak will finally be able to get control over one of the towers, but again, this is the same problem they ran into on the previous map, was they're just getting outslayed here. 3 players dead over a matter of a few seconds. That's going to leave the remaining player with really nothing to do but to try and stay alive so they don't get stagger spawn away from the rest of their teammates. And in all this time of inactivity, Welsh is just continuing to rack up points. 10, 20, maybe 30 seconds where there's no contestation going out against Welsh Mania's control.
Yeah, I think Welsh Mania kind of just, have found their footing. They're doing an extremely good job in that slaying department, and not only that, converting it into that objective time. Solar being fearless with that sniper rifle is something I love to see. Is going to contest Sucky there, but the flank from Darth will come through to lead to 3 down for Welsh Mania, but a nice little chunk of a lead to their name will give them a nice little bit of breathing room as they look to retake this site.
Well, they're able to finally figure things out, as you said, give them a bit of a breathing room. We've got the aggression coming in from Welsh Mania, but for the most part, it has been denied. Last player down now, and the spawn's only just starting to come in, so it's Elevate that'll get a little bit of that free time. However, Momo quickly hunting down the players that were injured from that previous engagement. That's going to leave them a player down for a few seconds. That'll continue to be the case, as they've been able to stagger it quite nicely. Excellently done here by the players on Welsh Mania, only giving Elevate about 20 seconds or so on the hill before they go right back in and controlling it and getting ready, probably having the advantage for this next transition due to the fact they just wiped out Elevate.
Yeah, a nice job bouncing back for that brief moment from Elevate, but that kind of hill rotation gives Welsh Mania an opportunity to reestablish the control that we saw on those early hill spawns. Both Strafe and Daybreak now spawning in for Elevate, but Welsh will have control of this site. Agony and Strafe, though, in that battle will lead to Agony going down. Sucky picking up that double kill with the snipe should give Elevate an opportunity to take the hill here, but Sif with that high ground is going to find 3 on Elevate, the double kill as well, as Welsh Mania retakes this hill really nicely.
Welshmania, a bit of a delicate lead for them, but one that they can leverage pretty well here throughout the hills. Problem is they don't know where the play is coming from Elevate, so except for Momo, everyone's going to be able to go down. Thankfully, Momo there, able to support his teammates. What we were talking about at the beginning of the game, because this map is a little bit more open, you can see players like Momo to come in and save the day. Not only that, but players like Solar up here will be able to dominate, knock out the presence from Elevate on that hill, and leave them quite weak as they transition towards a new one. Elevate does get that first cap for themselves. There's going to be a bit of a kill chain going on between these teams. Neither one really in control of the current situation, but it looks like Elevate wins the fight somewhat as they now go back over towards the hill.
Yeah, Elevate coming out on top in the man advantage, but of course Momo was able to secure that shotgun. Looks like he's trying to put it to use right now, but we'll see Daybreak trying to drop down into this hill, clean up the mess that was left. A double kill will be secured for Daybreak, but still one left alive from Welshmania in there will still allow them to rack up this hill time. Darth trying to apply some pressure, but Solar on that flank will take him out. So it's a nice retake yet again for Welshmania. Every time Elevate tries to mount one of these comebacks in the hill, Welshmania right off that respawn has all the answers that they need, and it continues to work out for him here.
So Agony continues to try and fend things off, but Elevate's presence, specifically coming in from Sucky, there a little bit too much to deal with. Thankfully, Sif and the others can negate that, leaving only Strafe in the fight, and he's freshly respawned as well. Well, still with a consistent lead. Chained up to nearly a minute of an advantage over Welshmania now too, but Elevate, as we've seen in our previous King of the Hill, no problem trying to work that back and just slowly bleed their way back into the game. Just like we saw back on Helix here. Foregone starting to work out a little bit better for them on this Fountain Point. You can see Darth getting actually a pretty considerable amount of free time. You can see the Welshmania players a little bit preoccupied with defending their own tower, as finally Strafe and a few of the other members will go down. Here we go. Now it's about 30 seconds. That could work out well for Welshmania since they finally cleared the point and have security over both the towers.
Yep, nice little hold yet again from Sif onto this hill. You see Elevate constantly having to battle those perimeter members of Welshmania. They do manage to take down Agony, Momo, and Solar, so it's now just on Sif to hold here. Daybreak unable to locate him in that pocket, but eventually will go down to the hands of Darth to see if Elevate can start to mount the comeback here. But yet again, right as they take down Welshmania, the hill rotates, and Welshmania answers back with 3 down of their own.
Again, continue to see the Welshmania players stack up more and more of an advantage for themselves here over Elevate, especially as they're able to deny the rotations from Elevate, working their way to this hill in the first place. Momo and Solar have been big proponents of making that happen here, because they've denied the play from Elevate so many times, just like we saw back on Atlantis, and it's allowing for this lead to continue building up. Great execute from Elevate, though. Not a single player dropped over the course of it, and that's going to be a full team wipe as they finish things off against Welshmania there. Definitely going to be a bit more of a confident hold here from Elevate, and certainly will help to close the gap a little bit, but a lot more work than that needs to be done to make up for the mistakes earlier on in the game. And of course, freshly off the respawn, it seems like in certain situations, Elevate are not able to properly read where that aggression is finally going to come from, so off of it, Welshmania will be able to retake control for themselves yet again.
Here we see Agony, nice little sight hold here, popping out just to try to see if anyone's going for that shotgun. Looks like it would be racing Daybreak for that one, manages to flank through, find Darth. Solar also taking down Sucky, so Welshmania managed to hold on to this lead for the time being. There's the shotgun, but that's going to go wide, so Strafe with that melee will be able to take that power weapon for himself. A killing spree going to come through. Elevate has control of this hill. A nice shotgun play, going to take down Sif, so Elevate continues to try to battle back into this one. We'll have to see if they can do so. 2 down for each one of these squads, and you have Strafe trying to hunt down those sounds. Does spot Momo on that flank. Solar on that low ground. He's going to put 1 shot down range and reposition, which will give him that double kill and the killing spree, and then he's back on the hunt for Agony. Is going to be able to pick up that kill as well. So Strafe really putting in some great work here for his team, trying to allow them to work into this hill, get that time on the clock. The hill will be rotating now, so 3 down for Elevate yet again. Right as that hill rotates, they just seemingly cannot catch a break despite all of their efforts.
You're seeing Welshmania still chaining together a consistent about 50-second lead here. Elevate trying to brute force their way in, and it'll work to an extent. Agony and Momo, though, save the day, fend off those last advances from Elevate, and just barely are able to squeak their way back into controlling this hill for the remaining time on it. Welsh will reinforce their advantage, back up to a 60-plus second lead here, starting to look more and more like map 5 might be triggered as Elevate just cannot find a way to keep themselves in control of these hills.
Yeah, that Game 5 TDM looking like it is going to occur as we near 2 minutes remaining here in our map number 4. We'll have eyes on Momo as he continues to lock down these sites for Welshmania. They're going to hit that 200-point marker pretty soon and be ahead of Elevate by 70 points, unless Elevate can string some hills together here. But looks like Sucky going down, a few shots being sent down range. As Welshmania continues to battle for this site, Elevate tries to find a setup here, but the flank from Momo and his teammates coming through will take down Sucky in that trade. So 3 down for Elevate yet again should give Welshmania enough time to close this one out.
Sif at least still working on defending his current position, getting a surprise jumped on by Daybreak to be able to take him down. Darth will do the same to Solar. That'll be another opportunity for Elevate to at least bank some time, as we've been mentioning, though, quickly running out of that time that they need to be able to get themselves back into the lead here and still able to close out the series without needing the map 5 to play it out. Will fall to Momo now to get himself over towards the hill or fend off the presence from Elevate. Will do it fantastically via triple kill as well. He has that SMG to make it a little bit easier, fending off some of the pressure here, resets Elevate back over towards the tower yet again, and just gets them ready for the final hill, I believe, as they're going to try to play everything out from there. It is possible for them to do it, but they would need to control this hill for pretty much the entire sequence of that final minute, so we'll have to see if they can do it, as at least it starts well for them, wiping out the roster from Welshmania, not once but twice to start this out.
Yeah, you saw Momo able to pick up that sniper rifle, had to reposition with that one, but Elevate caught him out on that flank, but here comes Agony, a triple kill just to shut down all of Elevate's hard work, and that seems to be the case. Elevate will break the Welshmania setup, but a single solo play out of one of these Welshmania players will ruin Elevate's entire day. One final push is possible here, but Sif with that shotgun and back-to-back triple kills for Welshmania should put a bow on map number 4.
Definitely looking like it's going to be the case, as only more and more time continuing to stack up for Welshmania. He's got full coverage on the portal walls as well, so no way to quickly jump back into this. We've just seen another wipe of the Elevate roster. A few players starting to fall back into the hill, which means they're definitely getting a little bit worse for wear with regards to positioning, but thankfully the game's over, and it's going to go into Welshmania's hands as they complete that tying game, tying us up at 2-2 and sending us to our final TDM.
I'm telling you, both of these teams want to be done for the day. They don't want to have to worry about that lower bracket, and I can't blame them. So Welshmania battling back, trying to complete the reverse sweep, and you see that slaying power coming out from Welshmania, all of that aggression. So even though Elevate is typically a little bit of a better setup team and able to play around each other a little bit better, I just think Welshmania being so aggressive, so unpredictable, and then being able to take those 1v1 fights and win them consistently is setting the stage for Welshmania to complete the reverse sweep here.
Just being really good at trades as well across the board for Welshmania, always knowing ways to, yeah, okay, this fight's looking a little bit even. They're really good at kind of weighing the pressure from their players, pulling the ones that are lower HP out, and then getting assistance for those players back in to still finish off kills, because obviously there'll still be another opponent that'll be pretty heavily lit too. They're chaining that together really nicely, getting these full wipes going and coming out of the more dodgier fights still in their favor.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting one. Team deathmatch on Carmen Station. Tough to predict, but just with the way Welshmania has been playing in the prior 2 maps and how they've kind of navigated the map with their routing, with their portal play, I think Elevate is definitely going to have their hands full going into Game 5 here.
We'll have to wait and see, of course, if this is going to really test out Welshmania 2, sending them to the full breadth, all 5 maps having been played out, but it seems like they're only getting stronger, so that shouldn't really be too much of a worry for them. We're getting into it, ladies and gentlemen, so time to see. We've got one spot for the SPS in the next season on the line. Who will take it is going to be Elevate or Welshmania. We'll find out by the end of this map.
We go jumping into this one, starting on board with Darth. Managed to pick up a kill for himself. Agony, Momo, and Solar going down for Welshmania will give Elevate an early lead and give them access to these power weapons. You see Strafe trying to stay alive now with this shotgun. Agony trying to battle back, will connect with that kill. So a nice trade of hands there over into the favor for Welshmania. But Daybreak with this sniper rifle able to find the kill on the Momo and connect with another one on Sif. Will give Elevate a nice little lead here by 6.
Daybreak's been such a menace with this sniper all throughout the series. Definitely don't want to be on the wrong end of his scope, and might not even need the scope, as we've seen quite a few times as well. Knocking out another player with that kill. It's just headshot after headshot, man. Elevate's Daybreak cannot miss here.
5 for 5.
Yep, as he's locking him out finally. Oh, we jinxed him a little bit, but he's going to miss that final shot, but it's all right. Definitely made the impact noted there as Elevate currently ahead by 4 kills.
Yeah, Elevate doing what they need to do here, but again, in that background, despite those power weapons, Welshmania managing to secure a few kills to try to shore up this lead, cut it down to 4, so on board with Solar. Will spot Sucky, has the BR, has a teammate, so there's the killing spree. Momo going to clean that one up, and the plasma rifle pickup will navigate that into a double kill, cutting the lead down to 3. Elevate now needs to stop some of this bleeding as Welshmania looks to mount this comeback, and the lead now cut down to 2. On the hunt yet again, Solar navigating through these portals around the map, trying to catch Elevate on spawn. Just 2 of them up right now. Strafe will fall. So now it's on Daybreak, Darth, and Sucky to make something happen as Welshmania takes the lead by 2. Daybreak is going to be spotted out and will eventually take down Solar and stop that spree.
Welshmania ahead, but a bit delicate lead. Starting to grow it, however, is going to be the bit of a dangerous thing for the Elevate roster. They need to stop this before it gets out of control. It'll be a little bit hard to be able to do, though, because of the unpredictable nature of this map. So many ways to rotate around it, so many ways to access nearly every part of the map. You're not really able to control the situation as much as you would like to. That's favoring Welshmania pretty heavily, though, as they love to thrive inside of those chaotic situations here. Elevate finally able to trade back at least 1 kill, still keeping the advantage at right around 2 as a result of those trades, but 2 more suddenly show up on the board for the players from Welshmania, meaning that they are well secured in that lead. Even the play with a plasma does not work out here for Sucky. He took some damage before hopping through the portal.
Sif, 4 rounds in the chamber of this sniper rifle. Gonna shoot the dead body of Darth as his teammate Momo cleans up that kill. Now he's just looking for those flanks. Does have the portal play, manages to find Sucky blind fire. So a great play out of Sif there to trade 1 for 1, maintain the Welshmania 5-kill lead, and extend it to 6 as the killing spree double kill comes through from Momo. Another kill up on the board. The 6-kill lead is maintained for Welshmania as Strafe goes down for Elevate. You see Momo just slowing this one down. Elevate definitely needs to change things up right now because this strategy that they were employing is not working out for them. Finally, they managed to get 5 down with Elevate. Sucky, shotgun play, taking 4 down for Welshmania, trying to get map control at this point. Sucky with that shotgun starts to work around the map, tries to find a way in with the portal, but Solar is ready to take him down, and Welshmania will maintain this lead.
Welshmania still in front by about 6, now 7 kills, with Sif picking up his most recent one. Just have to try to chain this together all the way up to 60, and they'll be in good straits, but as we saw, it's not necessarily something they can rely on based on our Pantheon play from earlier on in the series. Elevate was still able to storm their way back into it, but towards the very end, they want as comfortable as a lead as possible to make sure that no shenanigans deploy themselves in those final 10 kills or so, that they can just smoothly lock this in. Now leading by about 10 kills, Solar, nicely done here as he gets himself the double on the inside of the shotgun spawn. Rip will have to go on the run for a moment. He's going to get pretty heavily engaged upon. Has a safe position to play into, though. He's even returning some of that damage back on a Strafe, but still, due to the low HP, and the fact that Strafe has the BR, he'll beat him out inside of that duel. Not going to make much of a dent with regards to the advantage, though. Well, still very much in front, and as you see here, Agony having to dodge this sniper a little bit, but he'll pick it up quickly after getting the kill and immediately make impact against Daybreak, the man himself who we saw sniping out like crazy earlier.
Agony just being a beast with that sniper. Strafe finally managing to secure a double kill, but Welshmania just needing 15 to take map number 5 and have the rest of the day off and then rejoin us in the Pro Series. They're probably feeling it right now as the tear continues. Solar coming through to manage to pick up that double kill. Will switch to the carbine to clean up the triple. You love to see it. Welshmania playing on their A game here today. 24 kills, 7 deaths for Solar. Agony with 25 and 10. Solar will finally fall, but the damage is done. it's almost done and dusted for Welsh Mania. Elevate need to turtle up, find something else to do, wait for the next round of power weapons to try and mount this comeback, but Welsh Mania continues to push forward, absolutely W-keying at Elevate, only needing 6. Elevate manages to hit that 40 kill mark, staying on board with Strafe here as he tries to hunt down these members of Welsh Mania, trying to watch all of these flanks. Will spot Momo, will be able to take him down, but Welsh Mania finds 1 kill in the background. 43 now for Elevate, the double kill coming through, and will at least trade that one out as Sif and Solar go down, but now Welsh Mania only need 3 to complete the reverse sweep and join us in the Splitgate Pro Series.
Great play there coming in from some of the members of Elevate to positionally lock out some of the advantages from Welsh Mania, but still seems like it's too far gone at this point. 2 kills indeed remain to separate Welsh Mania from the SPS. Need to be able to lock them in. There's the first one. They're okay to go for trades here too, obviously, and there we go. Won't even need it to end the game. Welsh Mania earn their entry into the SPS by completing the reverse sweep against Elevate.
Yeah, and now Elevate is going to be dropping down into the lower side of the bracket, have to try and battle their way through after we get the results of the Immortals versus the Pioneers. So a few more matches here today before we find our second team that will be potentially joining or rejoining us in the Pro Series. But here you see it. I mean, all of the players on Welsh Mania just slaying out, and it really was just them being able to translate those kills into whether they needed the objective time, or in this department just chaining together those kills to keep Elevate at bay, and they managed to do so here today.
Definitely one of the most aggressive teams that we have seen so far. Now is going to be one of the most aggressive teams that hopefully we'll get to see in the SPS. I'm curious to see how this team's play is going to evolve moving into the next season now, as they're certainly exciting to watch at a minimum here. So now I'm curious to see just how far these players can go, as we've also got some excellent individuals making out the roster here. Everybody having their day on the field, it seems, and very much earning their spot in the SPS.
I mean, Welsh Mania kind of just sending a message too, like, we're better. They beat the 2 pro teams from the previous series, the 7th and 8th seed, and they said, no, we're here to play. We deserve this spot. And now it's kind of inarguable, really, as they defeat both the Pioneers and Elevate. So they will be joining us, and you see some of these power plays here out of Welsh Mania simply so on point. Agony converting some huge kills with that railgun. You see Solar with this sniper. Again, Daybreak is the one featured here, but if you look at the kill feed, it's going crazy. That was a disgusting play out of Daybreak. I will say that flank was absolutely dirty, but it was just not enough to battle back against what Welsh Mania was throwing at them.
Definitely an honorable mention to Daybreak just for the sniper play we're seeing from him alone. He was on point with his aim today with regards to being able to lock headshot after headshot, and just the impact did not translate well enough with the rest of his teammates, unfortunately, so we were not able to see that impact lead into a full series win. Great start to the series, obviously, as they took those first 2 maps, but just did not have the stamina, it seemed, to go the full distance here, where Welsh Mania certainly did, knocking out, of course, not just 1, but 2 of the SPS teams to be able to earn their slot here.
Yeah, and I really thought Elevate going into this foregone King of the Hill would have some of that momentum on their side, but Welsh Mania just bounces back and kind of sticks to their original game plan, doesn't try to overthink things, and just relies on that slaying power that they are so good at, and that, of course, translated into this final TDM on Carmen Station. Here is the reverse sweep out of Welsh Mania, and, you know, like we mentioned, kind of that Pantheon being that 59-59 heater, Elevate was able to sneak that one away, but that kind of lit the fire under Welsh Mania to mount the reverse sweep, and did so in pretty convincing fashion looking at that scoreline. Yeah,
they're going to be a team that I think their squads will be a little bit scared to go up against in their third map, just because of that domination performance we saw in Atlantis. They're locking out the players from Elevate, not just once, not just 2 spawns, but like 3 to 4 different spawns. They just completely shut them down. So that's going to be a very scary team to play up against, even if you're like a top echelon SPS team going into the next season.
Yeah, they've kind of proved that they have that clutch factor as well, so they're going to be exciting to watch next season, but we still have a few more matches for you guys lined up here today, so we're going to throw it to a brief commercial break, and we'll be back with those in a minute. Stay tuned.
Nice play. Woo!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the Splitgate Pro Series relegation matches, and what's interesting now is that we are guaranteed to not see one of these pro teams in the next season. Of course, the first series we will have is going to be Immortal going up against the Pioneers, but taking a look at our bracket real quick, you can see Elevate, after being knocked into the lower side of the bracket by Welsh Mania, they will be waiting for the results of Immortals versus the Pioneers, and this one's going to be interesting for sure. Kind of tough to predict. Just both of these teams kind of struggling a little bit early on, both of them being 3-0'd by their opponents. It's really just a matter of who can bounce back after that devastating loss.
That's going to be the big question. With 0 maps won by either one of these teams over the course of their initial matchup, it's really tough to see where the strengths are going to necessarily play into this from. Obviously, Pioneers have that additional experience coming in from the SPS, so I would generally kind of lean towards them in this one, but Immortal do have potentially an edge when it comes to that fragging power and whatnot, as well as we were seeing over the course of their series. So it's really up in the air. This one could realistically go either way, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see this one go to a map 5 as well.
Totally. And I would agree with, that kind of sentiment of Pioneers and Elevate having that experience until I saw Welsh Mania defeat both of them. And then it's like, okay, maybe that doesn't matter as much as I'm thinking here. So here are your map rotations. It's going to be coming up in this upcoming series. We'll have King of the Hill on Abyss, a TDM on Olympus, Domination on Oasis, and then we'll go to a map number 4, King of the Hill on Impact, and a TDM on Helix. Anything jumping out at you here, Blue?
Love the games we get on Impact for King of the Hill, just because it shows a really good mix of team and player skill. Like, you're rewarded quite heavily for being able to get power weapon control, because there's certain hills that play into that so well, especially if you're able to get the shotgun on that map. So really curious to see if we get to that map number 4 to see that one played out.
Yeah, going into Abyss here on King of the Hill, it'll definitely set the tone between both of these squads. I'm more looking at who is able to bounce back after those losses, who's going to come out kind of being able to shake off that round 1 loss easily, and I think that'll kind of set the stage here for how things will go. Pioneers, again, we're showing us some signs of life towards the very end of their original series, but just weren't able to close it out. And then I think Immortal just kind of struggled a little bit to get things started against Elevate, but they managed to turn things around in that domination. They mounted a comeback there in that map number 3. So I think if you're the Immortal squad, you just really need to focus on coming out kind of the way you finished that map number 3 and make sure you're not lagging behind, because the Pioneers will definitely use that to their advantage.
Quick pickup here for at least one player on Immortal to try and grab those rockets, but they're also going to go down, so they throw one of them away in hopes of getting a kill, but the flick just not where it needs to be. Hopefully they were able to recover it either, so it should be a member of the Pioneers working with that, assuming it didn't fall off the map, but we'll have to follow that up a little bit later when we see it pop up on the kill feed again. The bat going unclaimed until this moment, and Boo's just going to walk right over. He's got more important things to worry about, as him and Toby are slaying out on this hill right now to steal the control away from Immortal.
Yeah, Boo says the bat sounds fun, but 3 kills sounds even better. I'm sure one of my teammates will pick it up, and Kush manages to do just that. But a great couple of shots coming out from Swishers, manages to clean up those 2 players of the Pioneers, and kills will flurry onto both sides as multiple members down for each squad. This hill ticking down, a final 6 seconds remaining. Venopius does have that bat, however, and will be looking for members of the Pioneers on this rotation to take them out and establish control for the Immortal squad.
Obvious specifically looking for a way to kind of throw himself at the next engagement, needs to be able to find a route to use this bat, but he's run out of teammates to assist him and trying to set that up, unfortunately. Not only just himself, thankfully it's quick respawns here in Splitgate, so he'll be back on the field pretty soon, but it's going to be the Pioneers in control of the hill when they're ready to go for that. But Obvious able to set up a portal for himself. It's a bit of a bait to try and draw players closer towards it, but it won't really work out. He's going to be brought down incredibly low. Thankfully he's got a safe corner to tuck away into. Pioneers, though, still done a fantastic job of fighting off this aggression, and as a result, we're going to see the Pioneers continue to rocket ahead with about a 25-point lead over Immortal right now.
Booze will be taken down. Venopius doesn't even need that bat, decides to put it away, save those charges for a bit later in the matchup here, and a few kills going to come through. Toby and Kush being down for the Pioneers should allow Immortal to get a little bit of the final seconds of this 8-minute hill and look to rotate out onto the next one. And do say Venopius being kind of patient with that bat is a good sign, and it might even catch the Pioneers off guard if they're not tracking the ammo remaining. A double kill from Kush will take down Bloxer and Reticle, and a nice play from Kush yet again will take the bat out of Venopius' hands.
Going to be Immortal looking to try and carve their way back into the hill. They've already carved their way back into the score just a little bit here. Only about 10 to 15 seconds behind the overall score for the Pioneers. But the Pioneers as well trying to bleed out some of the presence here from Immortal, but it's not really working out too well. Zyber, one of the last stragglers, he tries to hop back into it, but he too is going to get batted back, forcing him to regroup with some of his teammates, and even then, Booze is already going to be lost coming in off the respawn. Zyber finally gets some revenge for it, but he's got plenty of players from Immortal looking to hunt him down too. So this is all Immortal stacking up points right now, as they do bring it back to the tie point against these two teams at 59-59. However, the Pioneers are able to beat them off of it just when there's about 10 seconds left, and they're going to take the lead. Again, should have the edge when we get to the next hill transition too, but that's going to be a little bit skewed because we got rockets spawning at the same time.
Yep, rockets coming up, so Zyber looking to hold down this site, but will be taken down by Venopius. Venopius falls in kind as Toby and Booze find a couple of kills for themselves. I do believe those rockets going into the hand of Booze finally will give them a bit of a firepower advantage, but for the time being, it's 2 down for the Pioneers, so Booze has to play this one cautiously. All 4 of those guns for Immortals are available, so he's going to get out after firing one of those rockets. Just has 1 left to try to make a play. Will connect here with Booze as Venopius makes a nice little play here. Immortal still has the lead and has control of this hill. The Pioneers are approaching this one. A couple of those players still in the hill. The melee will take him down. 3 down now again for the Pioneers. Just Booze left, trying to keep that hill contested and stop the Immortal squad from gaining more of a lead. Now we see Kush on that respawn. Toby on that flank will take down 2 members of the Immortal squad. And the bat in the hands of Zyber will provide some additional firepower here.
Zyber trying to run away more than anything right now, getting himself out of this hot zone, but it won't work out. Immortal able to wipe not only him out, but the entirety of the Pioneers roster too, so it's Immortal's not only in control, but going to be able to surge forward with that minimum of 30-second lead now. As the Pioneers players need to quickly get their footing correct, they are going to be able to work the bat as Zyber scavenges it for a second time. However, too much pressure against that player. Zyber has minimal effect, only going 1 for 1. Kush should be able to sneak in on the back end though, steal this away for the Pioneers. Still about half the hill to go as well, so a lot of points still potentially to be gained from this if they can take it. But Venopius making it quite difficult as he also routes back in. Kush looking to work with the bat as he recovers it yet again. And finally, the Pioneers have a bit more control to play into here as well. So we may get a chance to use it, but never mind. I spoke too soon, as he's still going to end up getting himself knocked out.
Yeah, the bat seemingly cursed. Whoever picks it up is destined for a quick death. No team really able to make super effective use of that bat. Bloxer does find it in his hands now, so we'll have to see if he can break that curse. Does manage to find 1, but will be traded out immediately. So that bat still having 2 swings left will find its way into the hands of Venopius yet again, back to its original bearer, but he's taken down as well as the kills continue to fly back and forth across both sides. 2 down for the Immortal squad, but they managed to maintain a about 30-point lead here. Pioneers do have control of this hill. Kush trying to deny the portal flanks coming through. Swishers unable to find 1 as Toby and Kush take down Bloxer and Swishers, and a double kill for Kush going to come through. So a nice little run here for the Pioneers on this hill. 20 seconds remaining until this one will rotate out, and Bloxer trying to stop some of this Pioneers point gain currently.
Immortal still ahead and in charge here right now, having to keep quite a bit of presence on the hill to be able to dictate that, however, but it works out as they can still send players out through these arches to be able to bully out some of the members of the Pioneers. You need to be careful to kind of weigh it properly, of course, just so they don't lose themselves too much inside of these hills, but we've got a new one spawning back in that Immortal is already hot and on top of here, taking control for themselves, winning out the initial trade from the first battle, and getting ready for the reinforcements to route their way in. Kush does a nice job of sniping out Venopius as he goes for the rocket pickup. I do believe he at least scavenged them, but Booze now going to move in to steal it. He too will get immediately decked though, and the rockets finally recovered and at least getting used, but it's also going to kill the player that was using them.
Yep, nice little play out of Swishers at least to stop some of this charge from the Pioneers. Pioneers, you know, across the board doing a little bit of a better job of slaying that Immortal roster, but have not been able to convert that into a lead just yet. They're mounting the comeback and looking to do so. 20 seconds will remain on the 3-minute hill, and Kush with that SMG will be able to deter the Immortal squad for the time being. But a nice little flank going to come through from Venopius to clean up some of those kills. He will be traded out, but the rest of his squad manages to force the Pioneers off, and now as the final seconds tick down, the hill will rotate out and will hop on board with Zyber. Does manage to clean up Venopius. Bloxer will go down as well as he assists with both of those kills, but will be chased down as Swisher and Reticle get some kills to their own name. So this hill is going to be contested for the time being, as Immortal now looks to contest the Pioneers' hold. Nice job from Reticle, putting some of those shots down range. A killing spree will be secured through him, and a double kill as he tries to find another onto Toby. But the melee will take down Vinopius, and Kush will take down Reticle, and this will all result in 4 down for the Immortal squad.
Took the Pioneers a while, but they're finally going to be able to set up a potential run for themselves on this hill here. Still 20 seconds left to be able to claim on it as well, so should be able to take the lead away from Immortal as a result of this. Immortal are doing a fantastic job of getting some chip damage going against the players that are on the hill, so they're going to be a little bit weaker when they get ready to make the transition off of this. Problem is, though, as you can see, a few members of Immortal getting a bit too aggressive as they try to push into this and lose their lives, too. So neither team going to be stabilized as we get ready to switch hills. It looks like the Pioneers are in a much better position, however, to keep this aggression going strong. The bat swing just a little bit too early, but he corrects it quickly and is able to get the insta-kill anyway to knock out Bloxer. The Pioneers in front of the situation and looking to stay that way by wiping out these last stragglers working their way in for Immortal.
Kush does have control of this bat, but is going to fall, dropping that bat in the hill. Pioneers have managed to retake this lead, and with 1:30 left to play, Immortals need to scramble and find something here. They do manage to find a few players in that hill. All members of every squad are up for the time being. Shots rain down onto the Pioneer squad. Toby and Booze will fall, and the lead will trade back and forth here. Pioneers managed to tie it up at 177, but Immortal immediately regaining the hill. Looks like they will be contesting that 1-minute rocket spawn. Bloxer managed to find one with the bat. A double kill from Reticle will come through, but the Pioneers will take that advantage on that trade. Now the hill will be rotating, the rockets will be spawning, and this is the final push for both of these squads to go up early in this series.
Immortal looking to try and lock things in for themselves so that in the event the Pioneers are able to trigger overtime, they won't be able to realistically follow it through. It'll need to be too long and then be able to chain it, and hopefully Immortal will be able to wipe out the Pioneers before they can reach Delta time. Away from that, the Immortal's only about 30 seconds ahead, so this is still realistic to be played out by the Pioneers, but they'll need to get to that point first. You can see Vinopius realizes, okay, I need to lock down these kills. There's only 30 seconds left. If I can take a third of that away from these guys, that'll be even easier for us to just stand on the hill, capping the points, and not even leave them with a chance to even trigger that OT to begin with. Unfortunately, the plan doesn't work as well as the members on Immortal would have liked to. The Pioneers able to work their way into it. Rockets currently in check by Kush as well. Has always been the power weapon player here for this squad. He is going to drop them, however. They should have been pretty freshly spawned, so I'm pretty sure there's still a few of those left, but you need to reload them, and they're right in the middle of a hot zone, so they might as well be dead unless we get a moment of relief for both teams here on this hill. Pioneers on top of it, they trigger the OT, but the player from the Pioneers immediately goes down. So it's Immortal to take control of the first map of this series.
There was a huge double kill from Bloxer at the very end there that really secured that final hill for the Immortal squad. So he was really not necessarily being the flashiest player there on the squad, but doing a great job in those final moments. So you see with those stats, only 35 kills, but probably the most important 2 kills that you could have asked for if you're the Immortals there, as the Pioneers were aggressing on to that final hill. And even though the Pioneers kind of outslayed them, really it was just the Immortal teamwork, I think, is what prevailed there in the end.
Much like we saw from Welsh Mania, it's that kind of capability to shut down the aggressive attempts, I should say, to knock the players from Immortal off of the hill. When those fail, that gives the team such a huge boost, and Immortal was thankfully able to work those quite a few times to really boost their lead forward and make things a bit more stable heading into that last minute.
So the team deathmatch coming up on Olympus might be a little bit interesting. The Pioneers managed to kind of slay out in that game 1 despite not winning the map, but Pioneers really haven't been super successful in the TDMs historically. Of course, can't really rely on that because we said the same thing about XSET yesterday, who managed finishing in second. So a lot of these teams kind of shoring up some of those shortcomings in their game plans throughout the course of this season. So we'll have to see what they have in store for us on the TDM. But so far, I might even give it the edge over to Immortal just because of the way they were able to aggressively maneuver that previous map. Despite Pioneers picking up more kills, I think that team cohesion in the team deathmatch might win this one out for them in the end.
It's going to come down to power weapons primarily for me here, as we did see Immortal struggling a little bit to be able to maintain those. Thankfully, their good formation as a team was able to negate that out a lot of the time, so they might still be able to work past that. I'm interested to see how this initial spawn goes, though, as obviously there's no objective to focus on, so we can see Immortal going a lot more directly towards those, and hopefully have a better time of being able to pick those up. At least one rocket being sent out, I was able to hear that in the back of my head, but not going to be able to lead to a kill so easily. can see here, Menopi is kind of looking for it. He's like, where did it go? But he's not going to be able to find it, and it just sets up Kush for this easy kill off the rails, unfortunately.
Kush with the easiest railgun shot of his life as Venopius plays Where's Waldo with those rockets. Will lead to the kills, but Immortal manages to battle back. Reticle and Venopius picking up kills to their name, and there's the railgun. So while Venopius didn't manage to find the rockets, he does find the rails, but the Pioneers do have that 1-kill lead. Like the Patient out of Venopius here, might be trying to track down Kush through this portal right now, but the path will close behind him as the tie ball game continues on, slowing things down. This is a big must-win game for the Pioneers. I will say that. So them kind of playing this one slow and a little bit sneaky makes total sense. And for the time being, it's allowing them to kind of slow down the Immortal pressure that we saw earlier in map number 1. So they're just going to work for these setups, find those shots, pick their battles, but it's not working. Bloxer takes down Kush. Venopius connects onto Booze, and Immortal has the 1-kill lead, now 2-kill lead.
Yeah, it's going to be the problem with trying to play it passively. I think doing more so out of a fear of what could happen with the railgun more so than anything. They try to set themselves back, but it's made it all too predictable for Immortal to try to set up their own runs here. Zyber will be able to steal away those rails. He's already been able to negotiate 1 kill on his own. I think there might be 1 more shot remaining in it, but he has dropped it, so I'm going to assume I was wrong about that. And they either died or managed to run out of ammo on it. Zyber will be able to pick up another kill against Swishers, so successfully knocks him out of the play, and now ties things up at 13-13. In fact, Pioneers will actually take the lead by a factor of 2 here, due to the fact that we see that nice spree running by Toby and Zyber.
Yep, like this play out of Zyber does have that BR, so a little bit of an additional firepower here to his name, but the melee from Swishers will take him down, and the lead for the Pioneers will be lost. Jump on board with Swishers now as he is doing the same thing, playing this patient game, trying to respond to that Pioneers play style. He will go on the hunt. Looks like he will spot 1 and predicts that portal play perfectly. Great work out of Swishers here. We'll trade 1 for 1 in the end, but 3 down for the Pioneers will at least give Immortal a bit of a setup coming into these next player spawns. We're tied up at 20 again, and Kush just hanging out in that portal will be able to connect onto Venopius. Now on board with Zyber, 3 down for Immortal will give Pioneers the 3-kill lead, and this game continues to swap back and forth.
No true leader just as of yet. Another round of power weapons coming up in about 20 seconds here. So might be able to see those rockets finally come into play. In fact, it's only about 5 seconds away for the rails. We're going to immediately see probably Zyber try to go for that, but I would assume someone on Immortal is lining up for a play here too. Nope, apparently not. It's a clean pickup for Zyber. Gets it for free, and that's going to be quite obviously a lot of power, allowed to be used by him. Already finding 1 kill with it as he takes on Swishers against the tower position up top. Bloxer was able to get the rockets, however, so there is a bit of a double-edged sword to this, and beautiful play from Reticle to get right in Zyber's face and deny any additional shenanigans with the rails.
Yep, Reticle even managed to pick up that rail for himself, and now Bloxer finding another rocket kill onto Kush is going to allow Immortal to start to work their way back in here. Bloxer now again playing this one patient, just on the hunt, and tries to fire that one, but Kush creating that space just perfectly will allow him to take down Bloxer. Reticle finally connects, but it gets a bit dicey for him. Is now a bit panicked, has to work his way out around the map, has 1 shot left with the rail. Of course, those rockets being expended, they won't have that advantage any longer. The Pioneers just continuing to stay a few steps ahead with this patient play style and letting Immortal come to them, but Reticle with that kill will start to open things up. The melee onto Toby for the killing spree, and the double kill will work out as well, and hey, why not? Let's find a triple to tie us up at 33s. Super well played out of Reticle there.
Gonna have to cool off after that due to low HP, but again, not being pursued by the Pioneers. They're not gonna be able to capitalize on that as much as they would have liked, of course, but that lead, as you can hear the announcer going off in the background, continuing to volley back and forth between these teams right now. Immortal and Pioneers literally neck and neck at each other here, trying to take the lead. As you said, this is a must-win game for the Pioneers. They are fighting to every facet of this so they don't go down 0-2 and potentially get ready to face that elimination on the 3rd map. As mind you, this is for their SPS life as well. They lose this series, they are out.
You know it's a close matchup when the in-game announcer is talking as much as we are. I will say that's the defining trait of a close match right there. We see Reticle trying to make a play here, but will be caught out by Booze, and the lead for the Immortals will be lost. Here we see Swishers. Can he make up for his fallen teammates? Set up with his teammate, make a push here into this middle ground. Looks like they are still trying to navigate the map and locate the Pioneers, who continue to remain elusive, but finally they managed to find a few. 3 down for KCP will tie us back up at 40th. And the lead will finally change yet again back in favor of Immortal. And again, around that 4-minute mark, Power Weapons will re-enter the field. Swisher now getting pressure, will be taken down. 3 down for Immortal, but the kills will be traded out by Venopius to maintain that lead. A huge pickup of kills from him to continue the Immortal advantage.
Indeed in charge, but for how long is going to become the question as Toby denies the play from Swisher's. Kush chains it together into another pickup against Venopius as well, with Booze picking up another one. That's Pioneers again. I'm so surprised that this only is able to give them a 1 or 2 kill lead. This is going to come down to the wire as Immortal able to tie it up again with Swisher's pick here. Rail is up. Neither team really bold enough to go for it. Oh no, Swisher's thought he was clear to go get it, but just while he looked away, we saw another member of the Pioneers sneak in and get it. However, thankfully Swisher's going to be able to pull the same exact thing off against the members of the Pioneers with regards to the Rockets. He'll still get his revenge in some form.
Toby putting in work with that railgun, does manage to pick up 2, so the Pioneers will have that 2-kill lead and hit that 50-point marker. A couple of nice rockets from Swishers will apply some pressure and connect with 1, and there is the second. The killing spree comes through, and we're tied back up at 51 kills. This one will go down to the absolute wire, and we'll try to find a cheeky little angle through the geometry of that map as Swisher moves out into this high ground position. Does see 1 player for the Pioneers navigate through, and a couple through that portal as he starts getting pressed. Will try to run away and keep his life. Does a good job of doing so, but will sacrifice that nice map positioning for that, and Pioneers will pick up a couple to take a 3-kill lead.
Swisher's here in a bad spot, tries to go floating around the tower and hopes he can buy time to recover his HP, but it won't play out. Zyber will knock him down instead here. The Pioneers in front of things, and now just 4 kills away from being able to lock in victory. 3 now with Booze pickup. Mortal have kind of lost the plot a bit. Not the greatest positioning to play off of either, as they're mainly working on from those catwalks here. Swishers can get 1 as he punishes Zyber for opening up an aggressive portal, but still a long way to go for Immortal at this point here, especially with situations like that happening. Swishers really getting pushed out of his own life. He's playing on his own too, so he's easy to be picked off. That's kill 58 for the members of the Pioneers. Just 2 away now.
Yeah, Immortal almost kind of overthinking this one or starting to feel a bit anxious with this patient play from the Pioneers. Pioneers will just need 1 more, and Booze will secure that one to tie us up at 1. So a really nice bounce back in that gameplay from the Pioneers there.
Yeah, I think Immortal is getting split up way too much towards the end. Some of it due to their own decisions, some of it due to the necessity because they'd already been pushed into low HP situations. Regardless, though, Pioneers caught that and were abusing it to the fullest extent, and as a result, we were able to carve ahead, as you can see, by a pretty comfortable, considering how the rest of the map played out anyway, a 5 to 6 kill advantage at the end of the game.
Yeah, a nice job by the Immortal squad, kind of keeping it competitive and keeping it close, but then I think just they got a little antsy at the very end when things got so close, hitting that 50 kill mark, then you could kind of see them start to unravel, fall apart a little bit, and not necessarily play their lives as they were in that previous moments in that matchup. So that will take us into the domination, tied up at 1s onto Oasis, and I think that kind of resets momentum for both of these squads, and it'll be an even best of 3 continuing on from this point out.
Pretty much the case here. Obviously, we saw Oasis in domination one of our previous series as well, so Immortal, I believe, already has a little bit of experience in this department. We will have to see, though, if they're truly ready for the challenges. This will be somewhat similar to the map we just played over on Olympus, but also a little bit different. A little bit less verticality to play into, more so just that open horizontal plane with a couple of catwalks and kind of secondary floors for our teams to try and abuse should the sniper be gifted to them, or, of course, they just want to try to play it off their carbine.
Yep, so we will be getting into this one shortly as players are loading into that lobby. A full-on reset here, making it a best of 3. We'll have to see who comes out on top. Looks like Venopius will secure the early rockets, but will be taken down by Toby. So a short-lived possession there for his squad. Toby has them as well, and Toby, Kush, and Zyber finding kills onto Immortal should give them control of the B hill.
Pretty much a full team wipe going on against Immortal there, too. Unfortunately, they're not really going to have good positioning to play off of. You can see the rockets in Toby's hands. He's just trying to prime them, and there we go. Easy double kill for him as his teammates also overwhelm the hill there, and that'll be a triple cap on the board for the Pioneers. They're looking to lock in this lead nice and early, and so far are doing a fantastic job of doing that. Triple from the members of Immortal, though, so they're going to be able to hop right back into this quite quickly. Thankfully, players on the Pioneers still have those rockets, so that's going to be holding it back as Toby gets 2 more to trade back against the pressure that's been coming in from Immortal, and he still has the rails. Now a sniper to play on on as well. Toby's just chaining himself through power weapons right now.
I think he also picked up like 6 kills with those rockets,
Yep.
with a few doubles coming through. So Toby being the difference maker for the Pioneers right now. And this is a great adjustment out of them. Coming off of that TDM, the Pioneers kind of recognize that if we can frustrate the Immortal squad, they start to unravel a little bit. And they're doing just that, keeping them at bay and making sure they're trading out in that positive aspect. A few hills will fall out of their favor, but they've got a nice 140-point lead for the time being. Hopping on board with Zyber, one of 2 remaining players for the Pioneers before his teammates spawn in, but he will be taken down by Reticle. So Immortal trying to fight their way back into this one, but the Pioneers have done a good job off these initial couple of minutes of play to extend that lead for themselves and allow themselves to make a few mistakes here going forward.
Immortal finally able to get their feet on the ground to some extent here. To back away from the situation on A for Reticle, specifically due to low HP, but Immortal excellently done, able to flip things. Dominations have been weird the past 2 days, man. It's just been all triple caps for the most part. We haven't had like a normal game where a team just rides a 2-cap up to victory. I'm not sure what's been going on, but these games have been playing out a lot differently this weekend compared to our previous 7 weeks.
Yeah, definitely. Interesting to see how those triple caps are becoming more common, because even throughout the regular season, it felt like we didn't see that much, and maybe that is just kind of the stakes at hand. Teams want to make sure they get out to that big lead early on, because they know so many of these matches are going to be so competitive, like nothing is guaranteed, so they want to try to give themselves the biggest advantage going into these. The Pioneers doing a great job of that, taking that triple cap right away from the Immortals and securing it for themselves. Zyber will get fried down by that plasma rifle, but Kush will come through and avenge his fallen teammate, so a nice play out of him. Hills will trade hands a little bit as Immortal finally manages to capture that A site, and the battle seems to be raging on over at B. Booze does manage to find this sniper, so he'll be looking for a few angles to keep the Immortals at bay, and for the time being, the Pioneers seem to be riding high off of that triple cap earlier on.
Pioneers as well able to negate out most of the cap pressure that's been coming in from Immortal, at least neutralizing all the advances. And man, big mistake there from actually multiple members of the Immortal squad trying to drop in for this rocket spawn. It won't work out. Pioneers have 3 players securing that, and Immortal ends up losing a large majority of their squad in an attempt to contest that, despite the fact that they were completely outnumbered. Pioneers get a full team wipe as a result of that, and I would not be surprised if we see a triple cap from Vanopius. Going to be able to save it to some extent as he's got the rockets, but I don't believe he got the reload off quickly enough there. Completed it, but didn't get to shoot the shot, so instead it falls to Booze to get it instead.
Yeah, Booze even has the rocket sniper combo right now, so a lot of firepower in his hands. We'll see how he decides to use it, or if he even needs to, as Kush manages to get the double kill on Swishers and Vanopius. Pioneers maintaining a steady 2-cap for the time being, and Booze doing a nice job of watching out for his teammates, and then of course watching his back with those rockets. Does find one through that portal, can't find one with the sniper, but will on the insertion from that member of Immortal, and 2 hills to the Pioneers' name. The killing spree coming through now for Kush. The Pioneers really bouncing back after this map number 1.
Definitely the case here, as the Pioneers are looking for quick control. They do not want to find themselves in a relegation position. They want that one-on-one versus Elevate in the next series, and they're going to have to earn it, certainly, as Immortal have been putting up quite the fight, especially for Vanopius here once again. Some smooth moves with the sniper, but not enough to negotiate an outright control for the team. And actually, I'll correct myself, it is to some extent here. We are going to see at least a double cap come up onto the board for the squad here. A is going to be a bit harder to negotiate, and now they've been bled off again. Full team wipe. This has been the problem. Immortal's been able to swing back against this a little bit, but they are nowhere near secure in any of those caps. So when low players are trying to fight for that, it's all too easy for Pioneers, freshly respawn at full HP, to roll in there, get the 1 or 2 shots needed to finish off the remaining health on the Immortal members, and then retake all the control that they had just lost.
Reticle managed to negotiate a few kills there, taking a few members down of the Pioneers, but Toby answers back before being taken down, and while Immortals have managed to chain together a couple of these kills and even hold some of these hills in their majority, it just hasn't been for a long enough stretch of time to really try to mount this comeback. And again, you know, factor in that the power weapons will be coming up around that 4-minute mark, and the Pioneers look primed to take advantage in this best of 5.
Kush looking to try and lock things in for the squad, but we are also going to see Immortal at the same time continue to spread this out, cause as much chaos as possible as they go for a multi-hill attempt to try and take some control for themselves. It'll work out to get them B, but beyond this, where do they find their salvation? And unfortunately, they're just not going to be able to do it again. 3 players down, everyone except Reticle knocked out. The B point being decapped. They've already located Reticle. They know where he's hiding out at, so they'll know where the rest of the players are likely going to spawn in near as well. Reticle will get finished off. They'll get credit for the second one here too, as Booze will help them out to secure that, and they'll look to lock out things on A, which is the last remnant of defense here being played by Immortal again, as the Pioneers are now just 100 points away from locking in map number 3.
Yeah, I think if you're the Pioneers, you're not even worried about power weapons. It's just a bonus at this point. You just have to maintain control of at least one of these sites.
Got him anyway,
and
though.
You will close out the game. Yeah, it's like, hey, we got those. Okay, this is easy street for the time being. They'll be forcing that map number 4 here between these two squads, and looking to take that one as well. Kush has the sniper now. Again, chaining these power weapons together. Super strong for them. Gonna delete all of those Immortal portals and trap them behind that hill and take them down. Reticle and Vinopius going to be going down as the Pioneers have a steady drumbeat towards the 700-point marker.
See the Pioneers looking to try to lock in the last bits of aggression they need to use to be able to bleed out any play potential from Immortal here. Immortal would need to triple cap and outright deny any play from the Pioneers for a solid, pretty much remaining 3 minutes here to be able to bring themselves back into it and still have a chance to close this out. Unfortunately, they've just fallen too far behind, so it's probably going to be a little unrealistic, even with the cap starting to flip a little bit for the players on Immortal to bring this back under their own control. Just too far gone too quickly. Now the team is having to face off against that, as yeah, things are starting to play in their favor, but as you mentioned before, I doubt Pioneers are really worried about any of this right now. They still have their single cap. They're a point away, and they're going to get it, as we do see indeed the Pioneers locking in. Okay, apparently not locking it. Oh, they don't fully have C, that's why, so they're not getting points from it. So, was a little confused there for a second, because we saw it on their UI, but didn't realize with the decap that we weren't going to be getting any points. So my bad there. All good, though, is they just need to get that one cap going for themselves, and they're going to get it over at B, so there we go. There's the 700th point as they lock in their victory.
Yeah, nice job from the Pioneers, really making a statement after that map number 1 against Immortal and really bouncing back. I think Immortal trying to throw everything they have at the Pioneer squad right now, and I think it's starting to get a little bit frustrating for them as they continue to be shut down kind of time after time. There's Toby really putting in work, setting himself far and above the competition. 45 kills for him, almost doubling a lot of the stats from that Immortal squad. So Pioneers looking primed to take this series and then go up against Elevate.
Still going to need to take care of things, of course, on King of the Hill, where we previously did see some success from Immortal, so they're not out of it just yet either. Map 5 still going to be a possibility as we do return to the game mode, where we've seen some success from Immortal in the past. Away from that, though, definitely going to need to make some improvements on the rotationary capabilities as we get ourselves over towards Impact for the next one. We didn't make it to this map number 4, so I'm excited to see what Immortal can play into here. Definitely going to need to increase their power weapon holds, however, as Pioneers definitely was able to control it for the large majority of that previous map, and that plays very heavily, in my opinion, into whether you're able to control the hill on Impact.
Yeah, Impact going to be really hinging on that power weapon control, and what we saw out of the Pioneers on Oasis in that regard certainly seems to tip the scales in their favor. I think Immortal, fighting for their life, fighting for the opportunity to be in the Splitgate Pro Series can definitely give them that second lease on life that they need, but I really think a lot of the momentum being in Pioneers' favor, and what they showed us on the previous map kind of weighs things towards their side.
So starts out well for the Pioneers as we see them get the initial frags into their favor. Going to try and go for that hill control, but no, they lost the plasma. Bloxer able to pick that up instead, and he's able to line up a double kill for himself because of that. Kush just way too obvious with his portal play there. It's an easy sniper shot for Bloxer to find and take him down too, so Immortal immediately take the control of this first hill and are going to be able to stack some serious time on it too.
You have to see how the Pioneers respond here. They are stacked, and that can sometimes be a disadvantage if the Pioneers are able to approach this from the correct angles. But for the time being, Immortal squad is holding steady. A nice little pickup from Bloxer as well will make things a bit easier, but they're finally going all 4 down. So the Pioneers have managed to mount a comeback in the remaining 10 seconds of this hill before it rotates out. So a nice little response. Toby, I believe, will pick up that bat. Kush also has that plasma, so they have reaped the rewards of a successful hill break, and will be moving into this rotation now. Bloxer will fall to that plasma. It's coming in clutch. Kush with the double kill. Nice work out of him. Will give the Pioneers early control onto this hill site. Now you see they have the portal set up, watching for the flanks, able to read that one. Thankfully, the members of the Immortal able to close down that portal before they get taken down. But Pioneers, just like that, have taken the lead here in map number 4.
What we were talking about before, where the weapons dictate control. Kush really able to just bully anyone that wants to try and jump on him near this hill because he has control over the plasma. Sniper, of course, would have been helping out here too, but that's been wasted on the previous hill. Away from that, Portal finally going to get a way to insert themselves into this engagement. Really only just gets the players from the Pioneers off of the hill, but finally that kill from Venopius is going to be able to change the stakes a bit, as Immortal gets some time on it themselves, and we'll try to battle back for this lead here. Going to be able to come pretty much to a neck-and-neck point by the time this hill moves away. And of course, Immortal will need to focus on that transition. We got snipers as well as the plasma coming back up again in just a second, however, so those are going to become an element as well.
Yep, Bloxer trying to turn up here for the squad. You see him checking these angles, does have the sniper. 8 shots, and they have control of this hill. So we'll see if the Pioneers can manage to break this setup. But for the time being, with that BFB, with that sniper, Bloxer is primed to stop the Pioneers in their tracks. But the teammates he has are falling around him as Swishers and Venopius go down. Toby managing to take down Swishers, but the bat trying to come into play. But all of those members of the Pioneers rushing the hill will have them defeated.
Fights a little bit too much in that situation, unfortunately, so the bat is not going to be able to last that long. Not even going to get scavenged by anyone either, so still sitting dead on the ground here. We'll have to see. That'll be the case later on as it respawns for another time. Pioneers back in control, of course, and just going to be able to take the lead away from the members of Immortal. Immortal looking for ways to kind of insert themselves into the fray, but also focusing pretty heavily on the next hill. This one you can lock in quite consistently if you're able to get that initial control for yourself. This is why Booz is going to heavily contest against it, despite the fact that he's 1v3 inside of it. It'll be a close battle. I'm not going to see exactly who will control. It's looking like initially, though, it goes over towards Immortal, but Kush at the same time with a sniper. However, he's also got a portal wall behind him, which Reticle has opened up, so he's going to be able to steal that away, and that'll be Immortal with that control on the interior of the site.
Yep, nice job from Immortal, trying to bounce back, and they have a really nice setup onto this hill. Going to be tough for the Pioneers to approach, and there's a decent chunk of hill time left, so they might just try to throw bodies at this hill to contest this and stop the Immortal point game, and if they end up in control of it, all the better. And that does end up working out for them, and now the tables have turned for the Pioneers. Having control here, we see Swishers trying to find a way in, does manage to find himself, but finds 2 of the Pioneers players who will quickly take him down. About 12 seconds remaining on this hill time. The Pioneers, after being a few down, will rotate out onto this next site. You see Kush now watching this, trying to catch the flanks of the Immortal players. Bloxer does have the bat, so if you can find an opening here, it might spell disaster for this Pioneers hold, but for the time being, they've managed to hold this one off.
But denied in his capability to try and throw portals down. That wall to the left of the site is going to be open, however, so that's a great opportunity for Bloxer to get himself in. They'll find that opportunity. 2 kills being picked up for him. That's a full team wipe against the Pioneers, and Immortals still just a few points behind Pioneers throughout this entire recurrence. They're going to be able to quickly get back control over the lead, starting to harass out this current respawn coming out from the Pioneers as well. So indeed, Immortal will be able to continue controlling things as we get to the later half of this hill.
Yeah, beautiful setup by Immortal Heal on this site. They get multiple chain 3 downs for the Pioneers, so they are having a tough time approaching this one, and with only 15 seconds remaining, they really want to stay alive for this rotation because the Pioneers will look to extend this lead. Looks like the hill will change hands. Immortal will back off slightly, but they do manage to stay alive for the most part. Swishers almost taken down and will finally be cleaned up by Booz there. So we'll see Reticle if he can defend this rotation, as some of his teammates are still on that respawn timer. They have 1 player in the hill. They have the sniper, so they have a good opportunity here. Misses that shot, will go wide. 2 players from the Pioneers in that hill will be able to shut down that flank. The Pioneers now, with control, will try to extend this lead.
Pioneers in charge of the situation right now, but so delicately. so beautiful weapon switch from Toby, but he's lost the plot a little bit. Another player going to be able to sneak in against him via portal wall and take him down. However, Booze has since taken his place here and has already exchanged out that frag. Players starting to focus on the new hill location as well, so you'll see some fighting off point to be able to maintain early positioning there, and it's just going back and forth like crazy. No one with considerable control up until these final 15 seconds where it looks like Immortal has finally been able to stabilize things just a bit for themselves. Even then though, Booze sniping out Monopius as soon as he leaves the area around the hill itself, and Immortal completely abandoning it in the final 5 seconds, going to leave them 10 behind as we get ready to move towards the new hill.
Yeah, moving towards that new hill, we'll have to see if any players pick up power weapons on the way. A nice double kill from Booze will give his team the man advantage for a brief moment. The bat from Zybert going to come through in the clutch with this hill hold, and now he spots a couple of members, but a great flank from Reticle will take him down. Immortal continuously trying to find an opportunity to regain some of this lead, make up some of the point differential, but for the time being, it is fast and furious as kills are traded out onto both sides. Immortal will find themselves 3 down to the Pioneers 3 up, but despite that, it is one member of Immortal trying to hold this hill, and he managed to find some time there to try to shore up this difference, and now it pays off in the end as Immortal remains in control. The Pioneer push from Zyber yet again going to take things back into their hands.
The Pioneers in front of the situation now. For Immortal, in the meanwhile, they're looking to get themselves onto this new hill, and they do have pretty much the whole team surrounding it. So generally speaking, the good presence here to be able to maintain it in the long run. But the Pioneers have a crunch strategy. Vinopius is going to get in the way of it a little bit as he sneaks in a kill from up on top, but now the pressure has all come on to him. They're going to catch his portal rotation, though, knock him out. And Pioneers win out another very important team fight for themselves to be able to not only preserve the current lead, but expand it a bit more. So right around 30+ seconds of a lead over what Immortal have gained so far.
Toby, nice play with that plasma. Going to secure the killing spree for himself as Bloxer and Reticle fall. Vinopius will fall in kind. Of course, Swisher does have this bat, so he is the last remaining hope for this Immortal squad onto this hill, and he manages to bide enough time that his teammates can spawn back in and they can start to rack up some of these points. Zyber will fall, but the trade's coming through. Bloxer with the bat will find a kill onto Booze. So for the time being, Immortal doing a good job in the remaining seconds of this hill to make things competitive for themselves and try to find their way back into it. The hill will now rotate through all members of the Pioneers up as Booze will finally spawn in here shortly. They do lose control for the time being. The Pioneers really just staying one step ahead on these rotations, and I believe that bat will also be up in about 45 seconds. So if the Pioneers can just kind of hold steady here, they'll have that weapon in the final rotation of these hills. Here comes Reticle with this push. Booze will be traded through. Multiple members going down for both sides as it is a flurry of kills that ends up in Immortal having control of the hill.
Immortal finally back in charge of things and only about 25 seconds behind. Pretty much the same amount of time remaining on this hill, so they're able to capitalize on that. Good follow through from Vinopius, by the way. Patience worked out for him here, and oh, nicely done as he denies Booze's entry at least, but still gets taken down by Zyber. Immortals' comeback will be pretty much denied as a result of the contestation of this hill, but still they can chain it together on to the next one and still be in a good position. Only about 4 seconds behind by the time that we switch. And on top of that, this is the last hill, as you just heard our announcer say, so the pressure's on here for Pioneers to keep the lead as they currently have it. Not going to be the greatest start to the fight, but Toby does correct a bit, and is going to be able to get not just 1, but 2 trades for it, giving the control back over to the Pioneers, both in respect to this hill and the lead as well.
3 members of the Pioneers now in pursuit of Swisher, so he will be taken down, and that will give Pioneers a nice advantage in this hill, able to extend that lead and thwart the push from Immortal. But a great flank from Bloxer going to come through, securing that double kill. Here comes Toby. He needs to clean up this mess. Vinopius is there, does get a beatdown. Booze will take him down. So now Toby tries to reposition and reflank off of this push. The Immortal squad does have this hill, but it's being contested with the bodies from the Pioneers being thrown in. Toby going down, but his teammates are there to pick up the slack. 10 seconds remaining, and the Pioneers have a 10-kill lead, or 10-point lead, as Immortal has one last push here to make things happen.
Gonna try and just throw everything they have at the hill in hopes of triggering the OT at least, but it won't happen. Pioneers too consistent on our second king of the hill, so they take it, they stay alive, and they deny the SPS entry for Immortal.
Yeah, Pioneers also picking up a series win, finally, so they can finally break that curse and move forward here in the bracket. Taking a look at our final stats, the 20-point lead for the Pioneers, hard fought and earned on their side. Zyber and Booze are really stepping it up for the squad, putting in that work. And now we have an interesting matchup in relegation because it's our two prior pro teams deciding who will rejoin us and who will not.
Yep, Welshmania obviously able to best them both earlier on today, so that means that now these two remaining SPS teams have to fight for the honor of the one remaining spot. It's definitely made itself to be quite the interesting storylines. We'll have to wait and see who tops it out. Obviously, inside of that SPS season, Elevate looking a little bit better from their results there, but as we just saw, the Pioneers, no slouches either. They can win these series out, so now they're going to have to try and take down one of their very same teams inside of the SPS.
Yeah, Pioneers have really started to step things up, and I think a lot of their weaknesses early on in the SPS have been accounted for. So we kind of saw that coming through at the very end. In a lot of those positions previously, the Pioneers had fallen apart, but they were giving kind of Immortal that same sort of treatment in those final 3 maps. So Pioneers will have some momentum, have some confidence going into this final series, but like you mentioned, in terms of strict results of the Splitgate Pro Series, Elevate does have that advantage with their history, so it's going to be another intense battle back and forth, I'm sure.
Important to note, too, because Elevate played in the upper bracket finals, they've had this match to be able to like sit back and just watch this game, figure out exactly what the Pioneers have been working towards as well. So they're going to know all of their tendencies, probably able to catch some of their rotates. If you get into repeated maps, that's going to be a little worrisome for the Pioneers, as Elevate's probably going to have a pretty good read on their strategy.
And I think that did prove to be an advantage in yesterday's tournament for Space Station. They kind of just hovered at the top of everyone else, and by the time Xset got to them, managed to reset the bracket, but then they were out of gas. So, you know, Elevate kind of having a little bit of a breather, able to reset. They might be able to just come into this one with fresh legs, but then Pioneers might have that momentum on their side. So we're going to throw it to a brief commercial break, and then we'll be back with our final relegation match of the day. Stay tuned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Splitgate Pro Series. And we have our last match of the day between the Pioneers and Elevate, where one of these teams will be getting relegated and then one will be rejoining us for the Splitgate Pro Series. But of course, before we get into that, we want to give you guys an opportunity to win something here at home. So again, we have another Astro giveaway. Big thanks yet again to Astro Gaming. To enter this one, all you need to do is type ! in chat, and you can be entered for your chance to win the Astro Gaming headset, and of course those custom Splitgate Pro Series speaker tags. So good luck to all of you entering in chat right now. And getting into this one, we'll take a quick look at our bracket before looking at our map rotation. You can see the journey here. Like we kind of mentioned, Elevate gets a little bit of a breather after falling to Welsh Mania, the Pioneers having to battle against Immortals, but they will meet up here in our last match, number 5, Elevate versus the Pioneers. Going to be an interesting one historically in that SPS. Elevate did come out on top 3-1 in the series, but the games were very, very close between two of these teams. So again, I feel like it's going to be a toss-up.
Yeah, I would be very surprised this doesn't end up going to a map 5, but either way, we've got King of the Hill on Stadium to start us out. That's going to be, man, this is looking like a fun series, dude. Look at this. We have TDM on Highwind, Domination on Helix as well. Lots of rotation games that can be played as a result of that map. King of the Hill again on Atlantis. We saw how fun that was in one of the previous series, and then Oasis again for TDM on map 5.
Yeah, going to be interesting. And again, it's do or die time for both of these squads, fighting for not, it's not just their life in the bracket at this point, it's their life in the Pro Series. Welsh Mania managed to topple both the Pioneers and Elevate, so they have secured their spot. But between these two teams, it is definitely going to be close. Pioneers does have some momentum coming off of their victory against Immortal, but even then, Immortal giving them a run for their money makes me think Elevate might have a slight advantage here, just like they did in the Pro Series.
Yep, and of course, as we were talking about at the tail end of the last game too, Elevate getting to just watch all the shenanigans that just went down between them and Immortal. They know, for the most part, exactly what they're going to try to deploy on the maps that are being replayed, and we do have, I think, like 3 of those from the previous series that are going to be done again inside of this one. A little bit different on the game modes, but still, things like portal rotations and whatnot, they're going to have good knowledge as to that.
Yeah, I think I'm really looking for Daybreak. We kind of saw him pop off despite their loss to Welsh Mania, but if he's able to continue that level of play, that's going to be very difficult for the Pioneers. I think it's because they'll have to handle a different play style. With Immortal, you didn't really have single players really popping off. It was pretty evenly spread amongst that roster, and if Daybreak can really kind of set himself out from the rest of the team, make the Pioneers worry about him in his kind of solo lane, then they might be able to navigate the rest of the map while everyone from the Pioneers focuses him down. But we'll be getting into it right here, right now on Stadium, King of the Hill.
Let's jump into it, ladies and gentlemen, and see who will earn the last SPS spot for the next season. Will it be Elevate or the Pioneers? As we go into our first map on Stadium here. King of the Hill, it's going to be an even start as both teams are able to take 4 seconds off of each other. Elevate runs it a little bit further than that, however, as they get that 1 second lead built up for themselves. Keep in mind, of course, it's going to be a fairly chaotic match due to the fact that we're on Stadium. So much quick rotation capability for both of these teams because of the easy access to the portal walls. Great trade coming in there. Strafe gets the shot out from his carbine to take down Zyber, but Zyber at the same time activates his bats. They'll knock each other out. Pioneer's going to try to bank in just a little bit more time before this first minute fades away. See if he can whiff out a couple of those shots in the rails from Sucky too, but not going to be able to bait that out so easily from him at the beginning. There we go, though. Finds him in the open, knocks him down, and that's going to be Elevate immediately stealing back their control.
Yeah, love this out of Sucky. Kind of overextends for just a little bit, but just to hunt down one of those players, and that's going to lead them to having control over the site with the power weapons, but a great little flank from Boo is going to come through to take down Sucky. All 4 dead now for Elevate. So despite that nice little play around the hill rotation, Pioneers firing right back with an answer of their own. Here we see Booz with that rail, does have the sniper as well, so going to be forced into some long-range engagements, and we'll go 4 down in kind. So it is back-to-back here between these two squads right off the rip.
Elevate looking to try and quickly steal away that lead, but still looking at a neck-and-neck game for the most part. Pioneers, in the meanwhile, though, are going to be able to negotiate quite a few kills for themselves, battling Elevate off of the hill there, force them away from it, and Toby finally able to stop the run from Strafe specifically. He gets pushed out of it. So the Pioneers will be able to push forward. Considerable lead being built up for them now as long as they can keep it going. Our next hill is going to be that upper middle hill as well, meaning it'll be quite difficult. Toby nicely played here too with this double, but to finish the point, it'll be quite difficult to rack time on it just because of the open format of that hill.
Yeah, Toby doing a great job there dropping through, but 3 members of Elevate will be able to gun him down. Pioneers, though, will take the lead off of that nice little push from Toby, as all members of all these teams spawn back in. No one really able to get a foothold on this hill just yet, and it is one of those tough ones to hold. So you kind of have to decide if it's worth going for that hill and trading your life away. With 3 down for Elevate, it wouldn't be surprised if the Pioneers start to at least establish a perimeter, try to catch Elevate off this next spawn, and then rack up these points as well. You see him trying to track that portal play, trying to line up the head, but his teammates got it. Toby with the beatdown will take down Daybreak. Darth is going to trade onto Zyber. Toby yet again taking down Sucky. So Toby really popping off here with this nice cush play with that sniper, kind of watching his back.
Bush starting to work himself out into the open here. Finally gets battled out by a few members of Elevate. The problem for Elevate, though, is this is not changing up the status quo with regards to hill control. Not able to get the necessary time onto it. The bat about to spawn up here. Sucky moves in, gets the harassment going against Zyber. Zyber didn't even want to fight back against him. He was waiting for this bat to pop back up so that he could steal it, but no, Sucky's now taking it, and he's already wiped out half of the Pioneers as a result of that.
Yeah, really nice play by Sucky, trying to get his team back into this game, but the Pioneers' pressure has remounted onto this site. 3 down for the Pioneers, just Toby left alive. He made a great play earlier on, but with all members that Elevate up, he's going to play this one a little bit more patient, and a great flank from Darth is going to take him down. So Elevate managed to slowly but surely try and work their way back into this one with this hill. It will be rotating in about 15 seconds, but they've done a nice job of cutting down that Pioneers lead.
The case here, but Pioneers are going to start to grow it once again with the remaining 10 seconds. New hill about to pop up, Daybreak in the neighborhood. So I imagine a few other members of the Elevate roster are going to be there too, but Elevate will lose 2 of their own due to Toby's aggressive positioning here with the rails. Tries to lock in an actual player position. Doesn't want to shoot through the portal here. He'll get it, but he will also be traded by Sucky after the fact. And Daybreak making some serious progress on the hill itself here. He's going to be able to keep it for himself as he gets a double in that neighborhood.
Kush will fall here, so Elevate has a chance. Pioneers just managing to stay one step ahead despite being kind of slayed out. Toby with 24 kills, though, is making up that disparity on his own. Elevate does have control of this hill, but will be forced out by some of this Zyber pressure coming through. Toby finding another one with the connection, the double kill. Darth is here as well, has to turn tail, tries to escape, but is unable to do so as Boo's going to clean up Sucky, and the triple kill for Toby will be credited to him. Daybreak with that final push from Elevate. All these members running in one at a time, and Pioneers just have the setup right now to extend this lead to 60. Push out from Kush here to be able to work his way in. Gets a few body shots going from the sniper, but not enough to negotiate an actual kill. Thankfully, both Daybreak to try and make up the difference here. Also with the sniper in hand. There we go. There's those nice flicks from Daybreak again as he gets a quick double for himself to knock out the presence from the Pioneers. That'll be some serious gains from Elevate. Now on the hill, and we can already see that coming to fruition as they're just up behind the 80-point marker now. The player on the hill will finally get battled out of it, though. So once again, the Pioneers quick to correct in these things. Might not be winning in the slaying department necessarily, but they're definitely winning in the hill control department. Here we'll see Darth trying to put some pressure down range, manages to find the double kill, so Kush and Toby will be sent to the respawn timer. Booze will fall not too far behind, so Elevate doing a good job trying to answer back here. Staying on board with Darth as he tries to move around. A tough hill to control, so maybe Elevate just getting a few of these final seconds as they look to rotate towards that next hill. It does look like Strafe is set up on for that rotation, and with Toby going down, Daybreak dropping in. This will give Elevate a nice little positional advantage for the time being. To see how the Pioneers start to answer back here. They are going to be spawning cross map, but we do see Toby attempting to drop down in and stop this Elevate hold. But they've been doing a really good job on this rotation, cutting the lead down to almost 30. They're able to keep this up, but one final push from the Pioneers will take down Strafe and Darth and keep things bouncing back and forth.
Daybreak popping one in from up on top, is able to work with Sucky and Strafe here to be able to battle off the pressure from the Pioneers. They take control for themselves, but are quickly running out of time to make their way back into it. Thankfully, only 40 seconds behind, with still 3 minutes to play, so that's certainly winnable for them, as long as they can keep the tides playing into their own favor. So far, that's working out so on the current hill, but at the same time, they've just found a way to push their way into the setup. Oh, nicely played by Sucky now, as he's going to be able to get some sniper action going too. Saw it earlier in the previous series from Daybreak, but now Sucky's going to try and show us what he's potentially got here. So leap in, but oh, Zyber, beautiful cross to immediately just send Sucky to his death. Only out in the open for just a split second there too, but Zyber still able to follow it through. Beautifully played by him.
Yeah, Zyber really coming in the clutch for the Pioneers, just as Elevate was starting to get the tides rolling in their favor. One more coming through, the bat gonna whiff as his teammate Darth managed to clean up that kill onto Toby. Kush will fall to the Pioneers too, and a nice little flick of that sniper rifle will eliminate one more member of the Pioneers, and that is all 4 dead now. So Elevate having control of this hill. They're poised and primed to try to take back the lead from the Pioneers, but a couple of nice shots from Zyber will stop that push from Sucky. 2 members down will be traded out. Zyber with that bat will have to try to hold and wait for his teammates to try to make this push onto this hill that will be rotating in just about 10 seconds.
Elevate still in control of the current situation, only those 15 seconds behind now. We're going to see, though, our new hill come back up into the fold. This pressure starts to put itself onto the Pioneers now due to the losses they've sustained over this past 2 to 3 minutes. Now things were looking consistent for the Pioneers, but no longer that is going to be the case. They need to find a way to battle their way into this hill. It's going to be Kush trying to do it somewhat on his own. Toby's able to lock in a shot from range, and Booze tries to insert himself on the back as well, but it doesn't work. Elevate fended off, and with that, they'll be taking the lead away from the Pioneers.
Yeah, 3 down for the Pioneers is huge for Elevate, especially with this state in the game. Only 1:30 left to play, and Elevate has managed to find a decent lead at 10 points. Since it's been so close back and forth, they will take anything they can get. A great little flank play through those portals from Daybreak will secure him a double kill. Pioneers will be going 4 down, and Darth and team manages to clean up those kills onto Toby and Booze. So Elevate in this final minute doing just what they need to try to battle back and secure this map 1 victory.
I'm going to see Darth position himself here, swing back out, but Elevate as well, confidently in control, seeming to surge that lead even further and further into their part of the court here, but at the same time, the Pioneers getting a good run over these past few seconds, not being able to control the bat. Strafe keeping a portal door open too, now can run himself onto the hill with the bat under his control, locks in a collection agency. He's going to run himself a bit too aggressively here and ends up routing back to the bat spawn, but this is good because it gives him easy access, of course, to the hill itself. He can leap in here. Toby playing it smart and range, but at the same time, the timing from Strafe is perfect to pick up that kill. He'll float back down, misses the initiation a little bit, and he misses his second portal now too as it's been knocked out. He'll try to leap back in, but he's just out of range for the magnetism. It works out though, his teammates bail him out from range. He's still too low HP to sustain on this hill though, but with only 15 seconds left, really at this point, all Elevate need to do is just battle Pioneers off of this hill, make sure they don't lock in any serious overtime contention, and they'll still be able to take it with the advantage they have. 7 seconds remain on this one, so more than likely we're looking at an Elevate victory to push themselves into the lead at the start of the series, but hold on, not done just yet, however, we are. Daybreak denies that last play from the Pioneers and locks in the map.
Yeah, Daybreak securing that bat in the final moments, definitely clutch. You see the double kill with the swings coming through from him. Gonna end that one and deny the overtime. Pioneers tried to make a run at it, but it was Elevate with all that momentum off of that previous overtake in the point standings. Gives them the victory in the end, and that's kind of been the plight of the Pioneers, like we mentioned, that like 7/8 of the way there up until the very final moments where Elevate was able to overtake them and secure the map 1 victory.
So excellent stuff from Elevate here to rebound after Pioneers were controlling it for the large majority of the game. And then coming back pretty heavily in the fragging pressure too. Everyone except for Toby, unfortunately getting beaten out by the totals from Elevate. So just much better fragging consistency across the entire team, not having to rely on like 1 or 2 players to pull off most of your heroics over the course of that map.
Yeah, and with Elevate kind of slaying out like they did going into a TDM, they've got to be feeling comfortable here. Pioneers are going to be searching for those answers on what they need to do, especially on high wind. I believe we saw them play this previously on the day, so they should at least have some experience and know what to expect and know what they can do better on that map. But with the way that Elevate was able to outslay them there in map number 1, it is going to be an uphill battle for the Pioneers from this point out.
Elevate also one of the few teams, if memory serves me correctly, that liked to play into Highwind during the actual SPS season, as we very rarely saw it pop up. And just in today, we've seen it 2 times already here. Both of them, I believe, inside of Elevate matchups. So a little bit more of a record showing up for these guys as they try to push that forward and use that to their advantage here. The Pioneers, in the meanwhile, though, get themselves off to a bit of a hot start on it, finding those 2 kills. Going to try to negotiate a third against Sucky, who's getting quite aggressive with his portals, but thankfully he can shut those out. Not going to be able to escape, however. Booz and Toby negotiate those 2 extra kills, so it's the Pioneers to lead at the start of this one, with Elevate very, very close behind.
Yeah, a really beneficial pick on Sucky for the Pioneers. You could see him trying to set up that portal play to get the flank with that bat, but with the nice little pick, that's going to allow the bat to go into the hands of Booz, and he's going to go on the killing spree right off the start to give Pioneers a slight advantage after 1 minute of play. Here comes Sucky. We'll let the shields recharge, does spot Zyber, but doesn't want to engage just yet, not having enough information, turns his back at the wrong moment, but thankfully the rest of the Elevate squad rolls up to get a full team wipe onto the Pioneers and take back the lead by 3.
Straight working his way up, gonna try and insert himself into the Pioneers' tower, but it won't work out. It's denied outright, so a little bit moment of relief here for the Pioneers. However, Elevate slaying out Dar specifically up to a spree now as he's got his 5th kill locked in. Knows that Kush is going to potentially peek out of this angle in a moment, but did see the portal beam as well, so trying to watch out for any potential rotations he would attempt to go for. Not finding them, however. Darth now is going to be left alone as the members of the Pioneers go on a good run. A few trades in the process of that, so the Pioneers aren't perfect here either, but Darth holds on, gets himself into a new position, but one that's still, unfortunately, just in the other corner of the same room. Toby will be able to take him down, and the Pioneers now, after that spree, bring themselves within just 2 kills of the scoreline from Elevate at 14-16.
Staying on board with Strafe, about even in kills and deaths, but making a nice little flank here. The melee will connect. 3 down for the Pioneers yet again. So Elevate continues to put the Pioneers on the full squad wipe on the spawn rotation. And it's allowed them to maintain this lead, but it is, of course, slim margins. Elevate undoubtedly want to look to start to extend this one, and another 4 players down for the Pioneers will do just that. The Kaleidoscope from Strafe coming through in the clutch and trying to battle him away, but he runs away with that sniper rifle and drops right down into a double kill. Nice positioning by Strafe, gonna pay off for him. And even though Elevate is 2 down, the Pioneers went 3 down yet again. So they just continue to get these man advantages around the map. And with the next set of power weapons spawning around that 7-minute mark, Elevate is in a great spot here. They're going to have Darth with that sniper, able to watch over some of these power positions if they want to, or he might go on the hunt for Zyber, not going to find him exactly right off the rip, but I think his teammates are going to try to clean that one up. And again, a few players down for the Pioneers allow Elevate to continue to extend this lead, and now at 11 for them and the team. And yeah, Daybreak managed to secure that bat, so even though they dropped the snipe, the bat should come into great effect here. Toby going down immediately, and the sniper rifle will be back in the hands of Elevate as Daybreak manages to connect with Booz. Can he find this play onto Kush? He has the bat, Kush. You gotta be afraid here, and he will run him down. Nice plays out of Daybreak.
Not even sure if Kush ever even saw Daybreak at some point. Just a shark in the water, slowly hunting him down. Thankfully, it'll be very obvious once he picks up that kill, so we'll see the immediate trade come in from Booz, who will also scavenge the bat from the corpse of Daybreak here, able to steal that away. Still Elevate in control of this situation by about 7 frags over the Pioneers here. Going to continue to try and exercise that, but at the same time, Booz hot on the tail of Daybreak. Oh, nice quick switch from Booz to make up the difference. Wasn't the losing end of the battle, but quickly course corrects with the hot swap over to the snipes.
Nice job from the Pioneers, cutting down that 11-kill lead to 5, and that will cut it down 1 more. Only 3 kills now, trailing the Pioneers are. So Booz with that bat, gonna play this one patient, let the shields come back up and look for an engagement at full capacity. See, Daybreak is on that high ground position, but 2 other members of Elevate on that low ground looking to try to hunt down these members of the Pioneers. A nice little flank from Booz yet again will take down Sucky, and the Pioneers continue to just march this one closer and closer, kill by kill, not looking for huge wipes, but just what they can find, and they find a room full of Elevate. One will connect, but the rest of the squad will turn around and make sure that push is stopped. Here comes Sucky on a great reversal here to keep that 2-kill lead by Elevate, but a great job by the Pioneers just trying to cut this one down to size.
So the Pioneers Starting to lose that edge a little bit, but as you said, still making great progress on negating the lead down to a much more winnable point here. Pioneers just need to look for a nice opportunity to get that full team wipe, and they'll be able to put themselves into control. But just trying to execute into that, costing them 2 players' lives, puts Elevate back in just a little bit better of a position here. Good snipes coming out from the Pioneers, though, does isolate out a few of the members from Elevate. That was the opportunity they needed, and there we go. Members of the Pioneers on the swing, only 2 kills away now from bringing it back under their own control.
Yeah, Pioneers doing a great job here. I think Booze is in a good position as well, but Sucky has been on fire. Kind of a playmaker or disruptor for the Elevate squad. Not the highest in kills, but is very impactful here on the map. So we'll watch him have high ground over his squad. One melee will connect, but the other one will not. So that trade will come through with the Pioneers still trailing by 3, however. So Elevate managing to keep their heads above water for the time being, and they do have a sniper with 3 in the chamber. We'll see if we can put that into use here. 2 going to be wasted on Kush. Kush managing to survive, and the bat flank going to come through to take down Daybreak. Great plays out of Kush yet again. And Kush, with that remaining bullet, will even connect onto Strafe, so the Pioneers only trail by 1 kill.
Pioneers set themselves up for that potential comeback, but the problem is we've been sitting at that +2 advantage for Elevate for a solid 10 kills or so now. They need to try and find a way to push this over the edge. They've nearly done so many times. Players on Elevate have come to a standstill for the most part as well, only able to keep that advantage at its current position. You can see here, Strafe trying to fend off some of the action. Finally, that advantage shrinks even more, down to only 1 kill in the favor of Elevate. But at the same time, both teams now into the 50s, so there has to be some hesitation from both sides of it also, due to the fact that they're so close to the end of the game. 1 team wipe is half of the kills you currently need. Elevate still in control, though, as they get the next pickup. So that +1 advantage will stay alive. No longer, though, as Zyber gets a nice snipe off against Sucky. We are tied up at 53-all. And in fact, the Pioneers will be able to push it into their favor here as they get 2 more kills, putting it up to 55.
Yeah, great work from Zyber, able to sneak that sniper away while the members of Elevate were just not paying attention to it. Kush, even with this bat, is going to allow the Pioneers to extend this lead even more. Only need 3 kills now. Kush has 1 more swing. I believe Zyber was forced to drop that sniper, so that all has been used up, but the bat still is in effect as Zyber manages to connect with Sucky, and they take the win in TDM to tie up the series at once.
Somewhat surprising fashion because of the stats from map number 1 here. We thought the slaying power was going to be much more proficient from Elevate, and for the first 3/4 of the matchup, it was for the most part, but things started to fall off towards the end. The Pioneers had put Elevate into a bit of a corner. It took them a while to actually get the lead, as they had been really struggling to get past that 2-kill deficit, but when they finally did, took full control at that point. Never even let Elevate, I don't think, get another kill for themselves after we got into that 55 portion.
Yeah, kind of an even spread in kills here, so yeah, a lot of that momentum that Elevate had on the objective game type didn't really translate. I think the Pioneers did a super good job of not overextending into that Elevate lead. They knew they needed to play it patient, but still take the advantages when they were given to them, and that kept it competitive up until that very end, and then the huge plays we saw at that very end to seal the deal. So that will at least guarantee a map number 4 here, but next up, of course, is Domination on Helix, and I expect this one to be close as well.
Let's get into it here. Lots of portal rotations need to be deployed onto this map just due to the positions of the hills. So we'll see how well both of our teams are able to fight amongst that. Expect lots of back caps, lots of situations where teams are going to be without a hill. So let's see who ends up topping it out. Toby gets himself off to a good start, able to make immediate impact with the rails, finding 2 kills from it. Aside from that, they also managed to scavenge the shotgun too. So this should be a promising start to the game here for the members of the Pioneers.
Yep, Pioneers will at least have early map control. It looks like they'll even be able to decap A with Toby having this railgun on that site. So all 4 down for Elevate early on leads to a nice little Pioneers advantage. Toby will connect 1 with that rail. 2 more members down for Elevate will give Pioneers a continued hold on to A and B. Finally, Elevate off of those respawns. Sucky going to be able to take down Toby. Now Booze holding onto this site with the shotgun. 1 left in the chamber, so we'll have to try to make an effective play here. We'll catch a little bit of fire, so we'll try to play this one patient, reposition just a bit, and lost track of that player through the portal. But in the meantime, Pioneers have managed to secure a triple cap of their own, giving themselves even more of a lead. Finally, the flank coming through, but the shotgun going to be just out of range to make best use of that. 3 down now for the Pioneers as Elevate tries to battle back here in map control.
Zyber positioning himself here just on the outside of B, trying to fend off the pressure from Elevate, but it's not going to work out. Elevate getting a big swing going into their own favor here. They're able to take that double cap control. However, again, the back caps that are happening on the side points is a little bit too strong here. Elevate's going to have to quickly go back, take that C control. Thankfully, it was only partially decapped, so it's easy for Elevate to work themselves on top of it, take it away. Going to be able to continue to crawl back into this, as Pioneers definitely got a promising start, pushing themselves all the way up to 150, but Elevate making some decent progress to bring themselves back into it, even fending off that recent play from the Pioneers. Try and put some aggression onto B. That'll fail outright, and it'll be a free ticket to a triple cap almost here for the players on Elevate.
Yep, we're going to have to see how this one plays out. Nice work by Elevate, managing to take C away from the Pioneers, diverting their attention across the map, and big kills out of Strafe and Sucky yet again will send 3 members of the Pioneers onto that respawn. Pioneers will lose C. B and C secured for Elevate as Pioneers tried to get that back cap onto A, but with those players spawning up from Elevate, it won't be secured by any team just yet. Sucky again on that killing spree, doing such a good job of being a thorn in the Pioneer side, as one player on the other side of that box doesn't quite recognize it, will opt for the high ground position, but does spot him as he comes through on that flank and negotiates it into a double kill onto Kush before finally going down. So Elevate doing a good job of regaining the lead here on the map.
In front of the situation now, looking to try and push themselves into a multi-cap scenario. They can really try and lock in that lead, but at the same time, Pioneers figuring out potentially how to handle some of this, but it's going to come at the cost of their own home point. Elevate able to spread themselves out quite a bit. Sucky getting a very nice double kill as well to make up for the deficit of their own 2 players going out just a few moments ago. Still able to keep the only cap that's been consistent so far. The Pioneers got very close to capping C, but they're now about to lose that as well. And in the meanwhile, Elevate has restored the cap over on A. Now the Pioneers still continue to excel with regards to power weapons. Well, that's only translated to a bit of a temporary boost for these guys, though. The shotgun being dropped temporarily also, but both of them onto the ground now, and there's a full team wipe. Elevate comes off of their hill control directly to contest these power weapon pickups, and it works out beautifully for them to steal both the way onto Darth now.
Yeah, Elevate really kind of the objective opens up that slaying power of their team. They're really able to convert that, but the Pioneers kind of hanging in there. They were able to secure that lead early on, so they'll look to bounce back and do just that. That railgun shotgun combo from Kush will certainly help as he finds 2 and looks for 1 more through that portal, but Sucky able to connect onto that kill to stop his little run. Elevate still maintains control of the B and C sites for the time being, and Sucky with that newfound railgun will put it immediately to use, securing a double kill for himself. Darth will take down Kush, and 3 down yet again for the Pioneers. We'll have to see if Elevate tries to make their way over to A, but I think for the time being, they are perfectly content with just holding on to these B and C sites. They will lose out C, but will recapture A, so a nice change of hands stays things in Elevate's favor. Sucky just continues to navigate the map, and the Pioneers go 3 down yet again, and surely, yep, that will lead to the Elevate triple cap.
Elevate locking in that control, just like map number 1, struggling a little bit at the beginning, but quickly resurfacing themselves and now taking that full control for the later portion of the game. The objective modes definitely starting to favor Elevate to a pretty huge degree. That's going to be problematic for the Pioneers, considering we've got another King of the Hill coming up after this one before we get back to TDM for our final map. Away from that, Elevate just rocketing ahead with the lead now at a little over 200 points, trying to battle it back under their own control, but struggling to get even a single hill for themselves. Even over here on C, Toby's trying to take it back. He'll succeed in doing so, but it's going to be delayed significantly. Elevate may have just run themselves a little bit too ragged, however, this will finally translate the Pioneers into a double cap. They need a lot more than that to get back into this game, however, with how far ahead Elevate has now pushed themselves.
Yeah, Elevate really extending this lead into a comfortable range for them. So while Pioneers do have A and B currently, you can see some of these hills changing hands as Elevate tries to mount the pressure back onto the Pioneers. We'll have power weapons up in about 30 seconds, and a killing spree for Kush, though, going to make things tough for Elevate to set that up. The triple kill going to come through with that final carbine shot. So nice plays out of Kush will now allow Pioneers to have the triple cap against Elevate.
Pioneers looking for that swift revenge, and once again that storyline this weekend of all of our domination games just being pretty much all or nothing for both of our teams continues to deploy here. Pioneers, though, have had a little bit of a normal hold throughout most of this game so far, so has been seeming a little bit more traditional for our SPS games. That would make sense, considering we got two SPS teams fighting out against each other right now. Kush as well as Booze to pick up the sequence of 2 kills for themselves, leave some openings alive, but we're also going to see Elevate get aggressive, try to steal away the only point the Pioneers had to play through, so Elevate just being so proactive on these caps, not letting the Pioneers get away with much aside from the team thinks that they're able to push in and be able to capture these points together, be able to lock in double if not triple caps for themselves. Elevate back in control of the situation now, still ahead by a little over 200 points and a little less than 140 to go now for them to lock in the victory.
Yeah, well played by the Pioneers, navigating that triple cap earlier on, but they just weren't able to hold it for the same amount of time that Elevate was with all of that map presence that they had accumulated for themselves. And here you see Darth just easily navigating the map, cleaning up a lot of these kills. Will finally fall to Toby, however. So we'll hop on board with Strafe and see what he's able to do. Again, Pioneers with that B and C hold, not really going to waver Elevate too much unless they end up losing A to the Pioneers as well, and they'll just try to work for that perfect position and regain the map control lead. And it looks like they will be able to do so just like that. So Elevate just doing such a good job of bouncing back against all of the things Pioneers are trying to do to get themselves back in the game.
Elevate just looking to lock in the last bits of control they need at this point. Here, the 1-1 cap, the tie cap will be perfectly good enough for Elevate, but they need to keep it. That's going to be the problem for them. Thankfully, Daybreak already working on decapping out some of the pressure from the Pioneers, making sure that they won't be able to kind of just rocket back into this game like we saw earlier via that triple cap that they negotiated for themselves. Who's getting the first kill we've seen in a while, and it's looking like a big chain for the Pioneers. They bring Daybreak down low. Strafe also knocked out 2. Darth can only trade out that 1 kill for himself so far. He's trying to go for more, but he too gets run out. Staggered respawns coming in from Elevate now. Strafe and Sucky both are going to have to get themselves back onto the field here while still waiting for Daybreak and Darth. Thankfully, it happens pretty quickly, but still it's going to lock in the 2 cap for a little bit longer here as the Pioneers begin to crawl back to a small extent as they lock in another triple cap.
Yeah, Elevate maybe thought they were safe with that A site, but all the guns coming out for the Pioneers will resecure A and the triple cap in their favor. A minute 50 left to play here, and the Pioneers still hold on to this triple cap lead. Toby will fall, but 2 members for Elevate will fall as well. Just A and B now for the Pioneers, but Elevate has yet to reclaim a hill of their own, and the Pioneers have triple capped them right back, narrowing up this lead. Elevate's lead almost gone now, as Elevate needs to find something here. Strafe is down. Darth, Daybreak, and Sucky on the map. Darth will be traded out, and despite only Toby being alive for the Pioneers, he managed to force Elevate off of some of these hills. They just have B now, but the lead is almost gone. Pioneers hitting the 600 point mark here shortly, but finally Elevate managed to take A, but things are going to go down to the wire.
Toby working himself forward here, manages to grab Strafe. Elevate trade out 3 kills back-to-back after that. However, Toby now just going to throw himself into the fight. Toby hugely played out here as he makes mincemeat of 2 out of 3 the players from Elevate on that formation. The third one as well going to be forced off of the hill, so could very quickly see Pioneers get a decap going for themselves on that. They get very close to it as well, but Darth thankfully is able to get positions up on the top catwalks to deny that. Keeps the 1 cap going here for Elevate if they can negotiate that second one on the side, which I believe they're already working on. Things are going to look good for them to ride it back up to 700, but at the same time, the Pioneers are so close, only 40 points behind what Elevate has to work with here. So this is going to come down to the wire. As you can see, members of the Pioneers trying to sneak the decap off on B, not going to be able to get it going, as that's the one bastion of defense Elevate now have to play into. Just 9 seconds of control on it. They'll be okay, and they also lock in A's. This will be good for Elevate as they take control of a second map in this series.
Yeah, nicely played out of Elevate. I mean, even better played from the Pioneers working back into that one. They were at a huge deficit in that mid-state of that map, but found a way to at least make it close, but unfortunately weren't able to clutch up in the end. Taking a look at our stats here, just a lot of players kind of popping off. You see Sucky and Darth hitting 44 and 45 kills for Elevate. Toby and Kush 44 and 46 kills. So really a battle of that slaying pressure coming through. But the big thing to me, Sucky, all that objective time, 220 points to his name, at least allowing Elevate to have that cushion to close that one out. You know, just a few points less out of him, and it's a totally different series.
Elevate just a little bit more proactive, I think, on the decapping there as well. Able to make sure that the Pioneers, when they were gaining things, was happening in a fairly limited spree compared to Elevate's earlier triple cap, which, to be fair to the Pioneers, was able to deny Elevate from pulling that off again at a later point in the map, but still, Elevate was able to stop the bleeding. Now that takes us to our 4th map, the first opportunity for Elevate to shut this one down. It's going to be King of the Hill on Atlantis. Let's see if they can keep their objective record flawless in this series and lock it in at 3-1.
All right, here we go. Starting on board with Darth is eventually going to be taken down there. So the last man alive for Elevate is Daybreak. Trying to get something going, or at least keep the Pioneers off of this site. Yeah, Toby with a great flank and secures that rail. The killing spree double kill going to come out from him, so the Pioneers off to a good start here in map 4.
Pioneers getting some consistent time on the center hill. Darth at the same time, though, able to make sure that that is quite limited as he's just poking in wherever he possibly can against this pressure. Beautiful timing on the rail shot from Zyber as well. Catches Sucky just when he closed the portal out. One shot remains, and it's a beautiful swing to hop down from the top ropes and finish the charge just when he landed in this area here. Members of Elevate trying to fight out against this, and they were able to at least get the lead back for a split second by fighting back into that. However, Pioneers have already made up that difference. They've got the bat back under their possession too. Can't really use it on this hill, but moving into our next one. There you go. Toby immediately with an opportunity to strike, and he takes it.
Yeah, really nicely played out of Toby there and his teammates as well, kind of weakening all those players in the hills, waiting for the flank to come through, and it's going to pay off for them. They have a few-point lead going into this next rotation. A killing spree, though, and a triple kill out of Darth will make up huge ground for that Elevate deficit. Another punch coming through for Darth to take down Booze will put the Pioneers on the back burner for the time being. Hasn't yet translated into a great control of that hill site, but 2 players down for the Pioneers yet again will at least allow Sucky to pick up this bat and then work towards that Pioneers hold. Looks like he has a great flank here, manages to find one, tries to wiggle his way through and manages to do so to take down Zyber, so a great play out of Sucky, and Darth is here to clean up the mess.
It's neck and neck right now here, but Elevate will be able to get that slight lead due to bleeding off the presence and continuing to do so here with Strafe's kill off from the hill. Darth will even be able to help out a little bit because of his own portal angle. Should leave the hill for a moment because he now has additional teammates to continue to harass that support, and also we're going to be leaving this hill as well. Back over into the big aquarium is where the new hill is, and unfortunately for Elevate, the Pioneers just have way too much control over that area, not to mention that Booze has a flank lined up too. Elevate quickly make up for that difference, though, find their way to insert themselves into the aquarium. Booze was going to be one of the last bastions of defense here. He's able to trade 1 for 1, but now he's gone down, meaning Elevate go right back into holding the control.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of times the Pioneers have like a really good angle on their approach trying to break that Elevate setup, but Elevate ends up just having the better shot in the end and turns the tides onto the Pioneers, and you can see that paying off for them now, up to about a 23-point lead for Elevate. They have a few members down, but they're really not afraid. Toby going to clean up some of these members, a few going down on each side. We'll allow the Pioneers to try to work their way back into tying up the score. Toby spotting one, great shots out of him to take down Sucky, but thankfully Elevate has Darth to come through and take the Pioneers to 3 down.
Hill control.
Who's just kind of sitting back waiting. So obviously the new hill is spawned in. It is going to be a little bit precarious just because of the fact that we can see players from Elevate on the other end of the map quickly knock out the presence from Booze, especially because he's now the only player left standing on the run, though. He's met a pretty heavy amount of carbine shots the second he tries to peek into the side hills. Cushion Zyber will be able to find some exchanges. They work their way back, and even better, Strafe's going to have a whiffed rail shot. Thankfully corrects it. He's also got the BR to play through there. He's got one more player with it. He's kept this all pretty much at neutrality for most of it. Elevate still in control of the situation because of it, though. We're now going to see them move in to try and capitalize on the later moments of play here. Big flood of players for the Pioneers out in the middle by the bat spawn. Booze will try to use this as a distraction to insert himself, but again, Booze is not able to make these plays work as well as he would like here. Only goes for that 1-for-1 trade, and the rest of the Pioneers are shut down in their mid-push.
Yeah, Daybreak ended up in possession of that bat, and Darth has the railgun as well, so that big 4 down from Elevate has been capitalized on for power weapon control. And Darth just trying to line up one of these shots, playing this one patient on those long lines. The site will find Toby. Great little pick from Darth there as Toby was on that flank. Booze now forced to be on the run. Don't do it to him. Booze, though, with the melee, will take down Darth as he gets just a little bit greedy.
It's a super awkward fight for both players there. Booze with the smart move, though. He's like, okay, I don't know where this guy is. I'm just going to run away and reset it real quick. Works out well for him as he gets basically a shooting gallery against the player with the railguns to take them down. Kush with the bat, already being able to lock out this side of the map and make sure that if Elevator are going to try to make a play for this hill, they can't make it from that direction. Sucky, though, has much better luck working his way in from the mid side, but as well, thanks to the portals, Kush can quickly rebuffer himself into this hill and make sure that that play fails.
Yeah, perfect read from Kush, knowing his teammates needed help. He has that bat, and he gets in the perfect position to do so. So the Pioneers, with a stronghold on this hill, will cut the lead down significantly against Elevate. As the hill now looks to rotate, they will be trailing by just 3 points, and Elevate is set up for this new hill. But the Pioneers do have the power weapon. Zyber just caught looking just a little bit down that line of sight. Will give Daybreak the kill onto him. Now Kush has switched to the bat, trying to find something to go on here, but Elevate still holds strong on this bottom middle setup. A double kill for Darth as he finds 2 from the Pioneers. 3 down now as finally Toby and Kush spawn back in for them, but the Elevate squad has managed to re-extend this lead despite losing it now halfway at this point. Strafe now playing it patient, waiting for his teammates to give him that backup, but they will fall. Great shots from Kush and Booze will take a handful of them down, but again, Elevate just ending up on top in the end. You saw briefly 3 down for the Pioneers as Elevate spawns back in, so they're just really cycling more effectively off of these kills and off of these breaks to maintain this slight lead that they do have.
Continuing to work his way forward here. Pioneers with still a chance to get themselves back into this game, especially if they can make the insertion properly against one of these home point hills here. Toby and Kush able to work their way forward for it. They'll take the hill away from Elevate, bleed them out. No one goes down from the Pioneers in that fight either, meaning everyone stays in position here. Never mind, I'll correct myself. Zyber did just get picked off a few seconds prior by Strafe, but from him, we're going to have the full strength of the Pioneers here, ready to take on the challenge when Elevate respawns and routes themselves into it. And you can see this for Elevate. They are struggling to find a way to get themselves into this here, looking to try and line up angles, but they can't really do it as there's someone waiting for them for the Pioneers at every single entry point.
Yeah, Pioneers had a nice setup on that hill, but I think they gave some of those power weapons over to Elevate. You see Daybreak with that railgun, and he was able to utilize that to break the Pioneers' hold on this hill to keep the lead at 11. Another connection going to be made with Kush with that rail. 4 down for the Pioneers as Booze is left alive, but he will be cleaned up by the pistol play out of Darth. So Daybreak now has managed to secure the final seconds of that hill, and they will be able to rotate out with power weapon control. 1 shot left in the chamber and a long line of sight for Daybreak here to try to secure one more. Will connect onto Kush, and now with just that pistol, he'll swap out the empty railgun for the carbine as Elevate continues to extend the lead, all off of this great rotation out of Elevate.
Toby able to get at least 1 for himself, but he does go for an even trade. Instead, it's going to have to be Zyber to scavenge the bat. Zyber won't even make it through that portal. However, Strafe and Sucky end up getting the better of him. Sucky, and the bat's just a one-and-done weapon right now. Everybody able to get that single kill because of how heavily pursued it is. We can see here, too, for Toby, trying to line up an angle against some of the other members of the Pioneers on the other side of this one. It'll work out well for him as he'll work with Zyber to knock out that presence and still keep the Pioneers fairly close to the comeback. About 25 seconds behind the Elevate score, but it has been there for quite some time. Elevate has been able to evenly trade out the gains of the Pioneers, and as a result, we are stuck for the most part in that same position. Elevate as well, with only 2 minutes left to lock in the 250 points, so probably not going to end up seeing that happen. More than likely, just like our previous King of the Hill, this will come down to a 0-timer situation, and who will be in front.
Yeah, the Pioneers even outslaying Elevate right now, but Elevate has just been able to amass more of that hill time, more quality holds, and that's led to their lead so far. But I wouldn't be surprised if that Pioneer slaying power starts to convert towards the remaining minute and 35 seconds left to play. Pioneers only trailing by less than 10 points now. A few shots from Toby, getting a little sloppy, but able to clean that one up. But the pressure from Darth will be too great as he secures a double kill. Trades now coming through. Zyber will fall, and the hill will be lost to Elevate for the time being. A huge triple kill out of Sucky is a great opportunity for Elevate to put this one in the record books.
See why it's so hard to gain any serious points on this hill. So easy for Pioneers or Elevate to be able to just jump into the opposite side of the map and start picking off these players from range, especially if you have a distraction in the form of another player trying to insert themselves directly into that hill from the side. Last hill has spawned, though, and it's all come down to this now, ladies and gentlemen. Pioneers need to win this one out, need to get the majority of control here to be able to save their SPS spot and potentially still take it away from Elevate on the next map. If not, it'll go to Elevate, and they will fully relegate the Pioneers out of the league.
Yeah, and a huge 4 down with that push out of Elevate will set them up. Daybreak even securing the railgun. So Fort Knox has been established on this final hill. Pioneers need to find something here to get the Elevate squad off of this hold. Looks like for the time being, they're playing this one patient. Push was picked off. Darth was able to secure that, but a few kills coming through. A huge railgun play out of Daybreak will secure this final hill for Elevate.
Daybreak, he's been the hero for this team all day, and he's going to be it once again as he locks in the winning score here from Elevate. Pioneers have potentially one chance to insert themselves back into the hill, but I realistically don't even think it's going to happen. Everyone except for Kush dead on the ground. Elevate lock in the 3-1 victory, and they will re-earn their spot in the SPS.
Yeah, really hard-fought battle between both of these squads. Obviously, probably even bittersweet for some of these players that they're kind of relegating a team that they had that camaraderie with throughout the entire Splitgate Pro Series season. But it is Elevate in the end relegating the Pioneers and sending them out of the league, as the Welsh Mania was able to secure that spot earlier on. But huge congratulations to all of these squads. I mean, hard-fought battles, kind of one of those bittersweet style tournaments where, you know, you're happy for the teams that made it, but then you're like, oh man, that's got to suck for everyone else. I think the most interesting thing about this is Welsh Mania defeated both Elevate and the Pioneers right off the rip to secure their spot. So that's definitely a squad that we will have our eyes on in the upcoming SPS season.
In stunning fashion, too, Elevate was fairly close to getting it themselves, but a reverse sweep showed up for Welsh Mania as they won the later 3 maps of the series and was able to take that spot right away from Elevate. Obviously, they weren't happy about that, so Elevate able to take full control of every objective map here in this series, too. You got to give a highlight to 2 players on Elevate for their performance in this series, Daybreak and Darth. Daybreak for being that clutch element that always seems to be able to battle his way out of uneven situations, and Darth for just being a rock-solid level of consistency, even with the basic weapons, playing things out with just a carbine, still is able to put up multi-frags onto the board. So definitely going to give a solid props to him for his performance today.
Yeah, while Daybreak kind of had the flashy final play on that last hill of the King of the Hill, it was really Darth's slaying power making up the difference for his squad that allowed them to maintain that hill time lead. All of the Pioneers were outslaying everyone else on Elevate except for Darth, so he really kept them in that one, was the backbone of that final map for Elevate. So yeah, really well played by him, and then of course Daybreak with that final play on the hill that I believe you're going to see play out again right here. Picking up that railgun, having that position, such a heads-up play out of Elevate allows them to secure the 3-1 victory over the Pioneers.
Excellently done, and of course we saw him in previous series able to perform up to snuff too, specifically whenever he was able to get a sniper in his hands. Things got absolutely crazy. So a great day on the field for Daybreak and the rest of Elevate as they do re-earn their spot.
Yeah, they will be joining Welsh Mania in the Splitgate Pro Series, and taking a look at our final bracket. There you see our qualified squads, both Welsh Mania and Elevate. Hard-fought battles. Welsh Mania, especially you know, throughout Friday, had to battle against Immortal through that Challengers bracket, and then also fought through the relegation bracket to qualify for the Splitgate Pro Series fall season, and Elevate earning their spot back. So we'll have to see how those teams kind of settle when the next season of the SPS kicks into gear. But that's going to kind of do it for the 3-day bender of Splitgate that we have absolutely been on. I feel hungover after those 3 days, I will be honest with you. I can't imagine what some of these players are going through after all of those battles, especially after yesterday with that grand finals, all of those game 5s on stream, all of these hard-fought battles. So really just congratulations to all our competitors who competed throughout this weekend. You guys are what makes this possible and what makes this entertaining. We're just here to kind of guide you along that journey. So want to thank all of you guys for tuning in. Blue, any final words before we take a brief break with the conclusion of this season?
Also, a big shout out to the audience for sticking with us all season as well. You guys have been fantastic, and hopefully we'll see you all for the next season of the SPS too.
Yeah, absolutely. So, guys, that will do it for us here with the summer season of the Splitgate Pro Series. Be sure to follow at SG Esports on Twitter, and then head on over to splitgateproseries.com to stay up to date on all of the news with that final season or fall season coming up here. So, we'll see you all next time. Peace.